and it was completely impossible to understand, to hush up who is in charge at the moment.
Everything that exists today, the State Duma, the Federation Council, the government, well, of course, within some of their powers, the government probably acts largely independently where Putin allows this independence, but where Putin makes decisions alone, he makes them alone. We saw it perfectly well at that very Security Council, where he forced everyone to swear allegiance, making decisions on their fathers. The hiding of the DPR and LPR within Russia, we have seen, is only legalization of their decision-making.
For many years, the Russian elite covered bandits, oligarchs, and lives, corruptioners, and the dictator himself was a judge in conflicts between the close. Putin maintained the balance of forces in such a way as not to allow the creation of a leading clan. But the position of the head of the Kremlin in this situation is not clear. The system has been faltering lately. The military defeat calls into question the entire power structure.
Until recently, Putin acted as the supreme arbiter. When the interests of the clans intersected, there are big clans that put their people placed or called different main clans. Of these clans, yes, they're, let's say, the Chemizov clan, the Kirienko clan, the Sobyanin clan, well, and so that each of the clans has its own. This is called a fodder base. Something was allocated to them. And accordingly, if the clans collided, Putin always acted as the supreme arbiter and separated 100.
In September.
An armed conflict occurred in the center of Moscow during a corporate dispute around one of the largest marketplaces in Russia, Wildberries. As a result of the shootout, 2 security guards of the office center, Selvati, as well as 2 security guards of the office center were killed. The men were wounded. This event is part of the war between the groups of Ramzan Kadyrov and Suleiman Kerimov. According to various sources, the latter is personally supported by Putin.
There is no judicial system in Russia. The court cannot be an arbitrator. The court does not make decisions according to the law. Why does the law not exist? Because the court does not make decisions. Not in accordance with the law, a state that does not rely on law ceases to be a state. Because it is based only on law for strength. So whoever has more bayonets wins. Where do conflicts like the one in Wildberries come from? Because there is no right. Because there is a feeling that whoever is stronger is right.
According to various accounts, there are at least 2 major clans in Putin's inner circle. One of them consists of old friends and former employees of the Russian ruler. Among them are the Rothin brothers, Bergy and Kovalchuki. Yuri Kovalchuk is the owner of Vladimir Putin's personal bank, Russia, and media magnate.
There were many different studies that told us that part of the loved ones. The first part came from the lake cooperative, that is, from people who lived nearby and accordingly interacted with each other a lot. From there, for example, this Yuri Kovalchuk is a well-known person, and he is one of the main ones, actors of this propaganda machine of Putin, and this is one of Vladinsky's closest friends. Well, you can talk about many people who are really close to him.
And another influential clan from those close to Putin are representatives of the military industry. Among them are Sergei Chemizov, First Deputy Prime Minister Denis Monturov, and more recently Putin's new aide, former Tula Region Governor Alexei Dyumin. Led by Sergei Chemizov, Rostec Corporation is a monopoly in the arms industry, but the main support of Putin's power has always been and remains intelligence officers such as Nikolai Patrushev and Alexander Bortnikov.
The rewards for Putin's team in general are not even described by him, but rather by Mr. Patrushev, who came up with the concept of non-nobility. They represent, this is a special class to which laws do not apply, which can do whatever they want, which can commit any crime, but in fact they are right. It is not judges, public opinion, the press, or anyone else who decides who is guilty, but only their boss, whose name doesn't matter, the monarch, the general secretary. President, head of the Luhansk service. At the same time, of course, these people are selected. They are people from Putin's nest who personally Putin trusts, but everyone else is sort of under them.
During the war against Ukraine, outright bandits gained great influence in the Russian Federation. A kind of combat coalition was formed between the head of Chechnya, Ramzan Kadyrov, and the head of the Russian Guard, Viktor Zolotov. Previously, Prigozhin could also be considered one of them. These people actually have their own army under command, and as historical experience shows, in turmoil. Time weapons become the main advantage. Moreover, all these and other groups are in a state of conflict for resources and influence.
It is rather idle to discuss this issue, because there are many people who want to take this place of the first under Putin. But Putin, and this is probably his administrative power, does not allow anyone to become the first. Therefore, of course, the House of Kovalchuk, to use the medieval princely terminology, other houses are opposed. And we see that, for example, there is Bortnikov's house, and next to it there is Kadyrov's house, who has quite a lot of people with Bortnik. There is strained relationships. And on the sidelines is the house, relatively speaking, of the golden one, whom Putin personally trusts, but does not value highly, because he understands that he has a golden brain. But he is extremely loyal. This is a constantly living structure, breathing, engaged in mutual dirt. Putin is a great specialist in gathering mutual threats. He is very good at breeding, irritating each other, fueling mutual jealousy, and so on.
Putin is gradually losing control over influence groups. The inability to win the war threatens his authority. This is confirmed by last year's march of Prigozhin and his PMC and the current mass purges in the USSR, in the Power Unit and the Ministry of Defense. The full-scale invasion of Ukraine and Russia's hybrid war against the West threatened the once comfortable life of Putin's inner circle.
Those conditions when Putin, they are supposed to perform all the functions that he took upon himself, some functions, the guarantor of the accumulation of his inner circle abroad. He ceased to be such a guarantor. Assets are seized, accounts are seized, and everything is bad in this sense. The guarantor of the preservation of assets within Russia, he also ceased to be such a guarantor, because we see that if there is cooperation of interest, then it goes into the force plane.
Defeat and loss of the Russian army on the battlefield have damaged the relationship between Putin and the once influential defense minister Shoigu. Before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the two had vacationed together on several occasions and were extremely close, as many fans say. However, when the so-called blitzkrieg failed and Russian troops began to retreat with heavy losses, Shoigu found himself in the crosshairs. People from the Ministry of Defense suddenly began to be caught in corruption. Maya Moscow court arrested the head of the personnel department of the Russian Defense Ministry, Yuri Kuznetsov. Under Shoigu, he headed the 8th Department of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation, which deals with defense issues. Corruption cases are just a cover for accounting for unforgivable crimes.
Shoigu himself, I guess, is not in any danger, and I am more than sure that no criminal charges were made. There will be no persecution, strictly speaking. This is the principle that operated, for example, in some organizations like the Mafia or the Japanese Yakuza, that we won't touch you because we are bound by such unbreakable bonds, but if you are guilty of something, Shigush is clearly guilty of something, you must bear some kind of punishment. This, as they say in the Middle Ages, it was an understanding that the vassal of my vassal is not my vassal, and it is still in effect to some extent in Putin's system, but at the same time, when someone needs to be punished in some way, they begin to punish their vassals, demonstrating to Tsar Putin that, you see, I am ready to do anything, which means only, therefore, to stay in the place I am in, bring some elections and not leave this system.
However, while purges and arrests are taking place in the structures of the Ministry of Defense, its new head and Putin are faced with another challenge: loss of control over part of the Kursk region. More than 1,000 square kilometers came under the control of the Ukrainian armed forces. The actions of the Ukrainian army showed that Putin does not monitor the situation in the regions, and the Ministry of Defense is unable to protect the country's borders.
Every day it becomes more and more clear that Putin does not rule the country. The main signs of this are Zabitia in the Kursk region. And I will say, again, the conflict around Wildberries is just obvious evidence for everyone of the loss of control. Music is playing. And army generals and just some rank and file officials. There is a deputy governor or mayor or someone else. When we look at the history of each individual official, then there. If you dig deeper, it will turn out that this is some kind of clan war. And this will go back to what you and I have already discussed, that Putin has ceased to be the ruler. He cannot reconcile the clans, so one clan imprisons representatives of the other clan through controlled police detectives. And this war goes on every day. And this war is intensifying because we can see it by the number of landings. And the sharper it will be the war within the clan, the closer the end.
The clear fall of Putin.
Expect a coup or a conspiracy. I don't see any grounds for it yet. I don't see any grounds for thinking that the people can overthrow such a government. I see reasons in the sense that only a not very smart person can talk about this now. And at the same time, if suddenly it consists, if it succeeds, then we will see the extreme weakness, laxity, incapacity of this very Putin vertical. No one will put their pants on a machine gun for him, they won't. Here is some alternative. Can become
Power and fear, which were Putin's main levers, no longer have the expected effect today. His decision divides society and the inner circle, and rumors about a possible replacement are heard more and more often. However, the destruction of state institutions, the liquidation of political competitors, and the creation of mafia clans, Putin left Russia no chance for a peaceful transfer of power. After all, according to the rules of the gangster world, the reins of power go to the one who has power, not the right. And this is the law by which Long live Putin's Russia.
Thank you for...
Revision! Russia has kidnapped more than 700,000 children from Ukraine. Russia is forcibly deporting little Ukrainians, tearing them away from their homes and parents. This act has already been recognized as a crime of global scale and is being investigated by the International Tribunal in Gaza. Children are not war trophies. Do not become accomplices. A terrible crime. If you notice that your neighbors or friends have a child kidnapped from Ukraine, leave information about his whereabouts on the Freedbank website. Thanks for watching. You know, tell me, Freedom TV channel.
After the Ramstein format was postponed for several weeks due to Joe Biden being in the United States, Volodymyr Zelensky decided to use the time to meetings with a number of European leaders, including he talked with the Prime Minister of Great Britain, with Macron. What did all this lead to? And what they talked about, we collected a short summary in the story. Let's look at it, and then we will discuss what is important for us to know.
Rome, Berlin, and even the Vatican.
Volodymyr Zelensky conducted a fairly extensive tour of European countries. This trip was originally conceived as a meeting with Westerners. Leaders at a general summit where Ukraine was ready to present its plan to win the war. However, the Ramstein meeting was postponed. Zelensky decided not to waste time.
A general collective meeting was planned on one platform, and at least some preliminary decisions could have been made there. But now Zelensky is working individually, with every European leader. He presents to each European leader his general plan, his proposals and solutions, joint solutions. They will still be developed.
After the US, it was decided to familiarize Kiev's closest partners, those who were already providing the greatest assistance, and those who agreed with most of the plan's points, with the plan for winning the war.
Zelensky.
Overall, analysts characterized the reaction of European partners to this plan as positive, each assured that they would help Ukraine gain a strong position.
Union the negotiations will continue to support and will increase it as much as possible.
We have commitments regarding equipment, and we are adapting them to the current situation. This concerns both defense equipment and military training.
We listened very carefully to all the most pressing demands and needs that President Zelensky told us about.
And as you know, Italy has approved 9 interministerial decrees on military support on which we are certified, especially in the matter of air defense because we want to preserve life.
And protect critical infrastructure facilities. Now we are talking about how to better protect the defense industry of Ukraine.
As far as financial assistance is concerned, Europe has confirmed its position here as well. Readiness to continue supporting Ukraine. Another confirmation of this was the statement by German Chancellor Olaf Scholz about providing us with an 8.4 million hryvnia, 4 billion euros this year and 4 billion next year. The issue of Ukraine's entry into the military political is progressing more difficultly.
Zelensky uses this tool in order to accustom domestics to the idea that Ukraine should be in NATO. This is the first thing. And secondly, if we are talking about NATO, there are other points there. And secondly, this is that, after all, this is a question of NATO and Ukraine, not NATO, Ukraine, and Russia. I feel that this particular parcel is there. Therefore, we need to solve this issue, like Ukraine.
Kyiv and its Western Union. Why should Moscow be asked? Some understanding of this is already coming, analysts believe, but not to everyone. Now the main work.
Ukraine is aimed at ensuring that NATO members within the alliance themselves raise the issue of the need for Ukraine's membership there and convince their partners of this.
It cannot be only from the US president or from individual Western leaders. It must be a collective decision, and it can only be made at a NATO summit. The NATO summit will take place next year, but if Western leaders now make a consolidated decision that NATO may still be completed, in general, the visit to
Vladimir Zelensky was a success, experts say. What each country can give individually, they promise to give. As for collective decisions, the partners promise to work on the Kyiv. Real action should be waited for later.
the public reaction of Ukraine's European partners was positive. They accepted the Ukrainian plan. They took it in, they will carefully analyze it. A joint decision on this plan must be a joint decision.
Later. They will understand this in Kyiv, so no one created any illusions, even before the visit. As President Zelensky said, he is waiting for a reaction to his plan.
The first collective statement will probably be made next week at the Ramstein meeting. It is supposed to take place in 17 centuries.
Do you single out the most effective conversation and why?
First of all, I would like to note the speed itself. President Zelensky's reaction to the force majeure situation that has arisen in recent days. Today, October 12th, was exactly the day when the meeting of the Ramstein Contact Group, the contact group on military support for Ukraine that has been in operation since 2022, has been delayed. It was supposed to meet at the highest level for the first time. The US President, the German Chancellor, and a number of other Western leaders, and with the participation of our President. Unfortunately, due to the hurricane that hit east coast of the USA, Florida, the President of the USA canceled his trip to Europe, and it seems that it was supposed to be a tour not only to Europe, but also Africa, in Europe for several days, not only Ramstein. So if we talk about conspiracy theories that Biden canceled it because of some tactical maneuvers, but I think that it was Biden's own plan. It was the initiative of the White Duma. I think they were forced to make this decision, although they had planned it themselves. And now it is really expected that the meeting will take place later. The format is currently being agreed upon. Yeah, where and how it could be, but our president did not wait. This is the most important thing. Reaction, quick reaction. This is Zelensky's style. He has such a temperament, and this also manifests itself in politics. He does not want and does not like to wait. He acts very quickly. And here, as soon as it became known that Biden will not be and will not be. How was the presentation of the plan for victory planned for the collective meeting of Western leaders, because Biden had already decided present this plan to all key leaders of European politics who are members of both the EU and NATO. That is why visits are important. Not just one visit, but visits to all. These key European capitals are London, Paris, Berlin, and Rome. The 4 countries now are all 4 NATO countries, which have a very large influencing NATO's collective decision. That's the most important thing. We had to present them with our plan for victory, which Zelensky did. And he held the first round of negotiations on this plan. Unfollowed explained, there are already preliminary agreements, as it sounded in your report, in particular in Italy. Zelensky highly appreciated the meeting in Berlin. So he said the phrase, I think it has such a deep meaning. He didn't specify it, but he said that it was probably the most important, the most significant meeting with the German leadership during the entire war. Voiced right now, but this phrase I think is intriguing. Of Western leaders. I think now it is being decided where it will be, in the US, or maybe Biden will come to Europe. We should not single out any particular meeting between Zelensky and one of the European leaders, but the fact that this blitz visit took place immediately to me with European leaders, and the fact that President Zelensky acts very quickly, does not waste time. He, I would say, retains the strategic initiative in advancing his war plan.
New aid package in Ukraine immediately after the refusal that was written about, Putin's refusal to negotiate, in which Scholz allegedly tried to regulate the war in Ukraine. Well, of course we tried here. Scholz probably has no point in discussing, and if you want, we can discuss whether it was in vain at all, but the fact remains, Germany, Belgium, and Denmark, Norway are allocating 1.4 billion. Before the euro, before the end of the year, in reaction to Putin's refusal, how should we treat this?
I still think that this is not a reaction to Putin's refusal. This is a reaction to the activity, persistence of Ukrainian diplomacy. I see that other logic. After all, Scholz, well, he is now looking for himself. Optimal positioning before the upcoming Bundestag elections. Let me remind you that next year there are elections in Germany, parliamentary elections, the positions of the Scholz party. They are the most optimal. The ratings fell, which was confirmed by the recent elections in the East German states. Scholz feels that part of the German lands having decided to find a balanced positioning for himself. On the one hand, maintaining active support for Ukraine, and on the other hand, he tried to act as a peacemaker. This was done indirectly. There were leaks that Scholz allegedly wanted to call Putin. Nowhere, neither Scholz himself nor his office confirmed that such a call was being prepared, but a leak occurred. And now information has appeared, by the way. It appeared after the visit of our president. The German foreign minister said that Putin refused to contact. So apparently there was an attempt. Scholz didn't say anything about it either. The government representative said so. Indicative. I think it is very important that this refusal happened. This is, such a gaffe, such a pardon. Not only Scholz, sorry for the harshness, this is such an aggressive signal from the Russian announcer. The titulary is not going to negotiate. He does not want peace. He does not want the kind of normal diplomatic contacts to regulate the war that are already underway. More than 2 years in Ukraine, which started Russia. No, he wants to continue the war. It must be stopped. Stop it by military means, first of all, and by putting pressure on Russia. What Zelensky proposes in his plan. And it is very good that it happened now. Therefore, I think later on, of course, the main role was played by the activity and persistence of Ukrainian diplomacy. But this slap from Putin's side is different. I think it also played not the last role to bring into tone those Western politicians who still have illusions that they can simply tell Putin, we are ready to negotiate and everything will be decided. Talk to agree. By the way, I think it is very important for Trump's team to analyze this, who have this illusion that a call from Trump to Putin is enough. And everything will be solved. Well, Scholz tried to do it. We see the result. I think that in the case of Trump, the situation will not be what Trump expects. His fellow party members, but there will be a much more complex and more contradictory reaction from Putin, and we must prepare for this. Therefore, what our president proposes, first of all, there is pressure on Putin, all sorts of pressure, military, political, economic, and only then, when it is possible to force him into realistic negotiations, can negotiations begin, and not the other way around.
Vladimir, I also want to ask about the trip to France. Zelensky says that there was an agreement on a new model of interaction, the creation of joint Ukrainian-French production in Ukraine at the local level. The Department of Defense is under construction. Let me remind you that there is a Danish model that works when the government, states, and partners of Ukraine attract investments in the production of weapons, and now the French model. Having looked at attracting investments and creating new production facilities on the territory of Ukraine, listen, it sounds great, it sounds ambitious, but I just remember Macron's words about Do you think it will come to that?
In the case of Macron, I said back then in the spring that let's not be in a hurry to make assessments because we also had a surge of emotions, excitement. That's how there was excitement about Boris Jones at the time. Now there was enthusiasm in the spring, there was enthusiasm about Macron, he declared. With Macron, statements and concrete actions must always be taken into account, but it is very important for us. Macron, unlike himself in 21-22, then Macron was a supporter of dialogue with Putin, a supporter agreements with Putin, only when it broke down, which did not work out, and then not immediately. He began to lean towards a strategy of more active, more determined support for Ukraine. I think he is enough. He is very sincere in his statements. It is not just a game, but there is also a peculiarity of French political culture. You know, this is such a loud, bright phrase. Macron is a master of such loud and bright phrases. That's why he said, great. A word is not a sparrow. We remembered that. And then, well, I think about it. Our president will remind, you said you promised, let's act. We need to push for the implementation of these promises. In the case, by the way, with the French Minsu, I would pay attention to another one with the instructors. Look, why I said that there is no need to single out any visit, because each specific visit, each specific meeting had its own highlight, its own nuances. For example, in England, in Great Britain, they agreed on exactly what Macron promised, that British instructors would train Ukrainian military personnel on our territory. Now that is important. Macron promised, and the British and the new British government are ready to do it. Again, we'll see how it goes, when and how it will be implemented, but this is already a very significant step forward. In the issue of war production of Ukraine and issues with the West, we see that you correctly mentioned the Danish experience. Again, this is a Ukrainian initiative. This is not just charity on the part of our partners. Dania, by the way, little Dania does a lot for us. Yes, and they were the first to respond to our initiative, and now it needs to be promoted by other countries. The same work is coming from the USA. When Zelensky was in the USA, he did not accidentally visit this plant. True, there was noise around this visit. Work is underway with American investors to ensure that American companies develop their production in Ukraine. Systematic work, it concerns not only France. I think that the same will happen with a number of other Western countries, the USA, European countries. Dania is simply the first. She became the first in this regard. By the way, I note the Czech Republic. There are also similar agreements with the Czech Republic, by the way, also a partisan projectile. So I think it's a system job now, but as practice shows, nothing happens automatically by itself, so we need to constantly push our partners. What does our president actually do during his visits?
Thank you. Volodymyr Fisenko, a political scientist, was on the Air of Freedom.
We always call a spade a spade.
Not a negative offensive, but a disaster.
It wasn't the plane that went supersonic. Sound and explosions?
Not a gesture of goodwill, but a defeat.
Not SVO, but war.
We always speak as it really is.
We know better because we are in the epicenter of the battle.
Ol yaşıyor subtitler.
Let's talk about an interesting twist. You know very well Tatiana Lazareva, actress, TV presenter who participated in many projects in Ukraine. Russia recently put her on the international wanted list. Where, of course, about the correction of terrorism. Well, why else? Let me remind you that Lazareva has long held the position of a peacemaker. That is, she stands on the side of Ukraine, which is a reason for persecution. non-criminal case. Let's look at the details of this persecution in the story. And after the story, Tatiana Lazareva will appear in our studio. We will find out from her what she personally thinks about all this.
Greetings to you now from the terrorist,
The Kremlin authorities have placed TV presenter Tatiana Lazareva on an international wanted list in connection with the case of justifying terrorism.
Dear friends, Interpol has a special article according to which political persecution is not a reason for a person to be declared wanted by Interpol.
There are laws and they are kept.
The reason for the persecution was the TV presenter's statement about drone attacks on Russian regions.
Now we meet more every day to attack Russian cities by drones. And I really, every time, the first thing I do is, what's going on here if we're talking about feelings? And you know, it's terrible, but
I am happy. Since informing is a very common practice in Russia, State Duma Deputy Andrei Olshevsky reported on Tatiana. In response to his request, the RVD reported that a criminal case had been opened. According to the results of an additional linguistic study, the department stated that information aimed at justifying terrorist activity was found in Lazarev's words.
I states I criticize the government in Russia. I must tell you that I really do criticize the government in Russia. I really don't like a lot of things there. A lot of things raise questions for me, but I do this at the behest of my conscience and soul.
Due to her loud statements about the joy she felt about the attack of Ukrainian drones on Russian territory, the actress did not refuse. On the contrary, she stated that if she could turn back time, she would do exactly the same thing.
I feel, and it was just the right time. Prigozhin was then marching on Moscow, and we were all just like that. But in fact, there was nothing to be particularly happy about either. Some wild mountain that would have taken away a great number of lives there. We had real hope that people would be killed now. Not physically, although there was destruction, death, injury, etc., but as if it really happened, that they would think about why this is happening. We were living normally and suddenly all this started. Who's to blame?
Lazareva has been wanted since July 3rd, 2024. On July 10th, the TV presenter, who lives abroad, arrested in absentia by the Moskvoretsky Court of Moscow. Ironically, the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine caught Russian actress Lazareva in Kiev. She has since condemned the aggression and lives in Spain. And she also noted that there is no hope of returning to her family.
You're not sitting there on the news. And at some point I looked and there was an explosion in Mariupol. I showed it to one of my friends. I said, guys, you have some bullshit there. And here I really hear the silence of the night bridge.
In fact, she criticized Lazareva for many years. There will be a regime of Vladimir Putin.
About Transformers. And that's all. Well, Yoparese the comrades shout. Well, that's him.
The old man who clings. Here he is with his...
With old man's claws, yes, this is an image. Listen, he probably has a beautiful manicure and so on, but he does not allow the new to move forward. He thinks that this is really all.
It's not in his world.
Not in his world order.
In addition, she openly spoke out against the illegal annexation of Crimea.
I also suffered very hard. Grim. It was simply monstrous for me, as it was for all the people of my circle, for all my friends.
In recent interviews, Tatiana discussed the topic of Ukrainian. offensive in the Kursk region, marking yet another major sin of Putin.
I feel sorry that they live, they don't live, they survive. And it's clearly visible. Once they grabbed, ran, and lived like that before that. They were not enlightened. They had no time for that. This is the truth. It is monstrous, spiritual. And the physical misery that people have been in for the past 24 years, I think, is one of the Kudovishian ones.
Greater sins.
And the following is interesting. In an interview with Konstantin Egert as part of the Deutsche Welle program in Trend, Tetiana Lazareva very elaborately discussed the conditions. He decided to end the bloody war unleashed by Vladimir Putin.
The war must end with the full return of Ukrainian territories, the payment of reparations, and de facto, in fact, the military.
Well, Kostya, well, that's not a question for me.
As a citizen to you, as a citizen to you. Well, I'm not a politician. You know, as a citizen, I just want to live peacefully and happily and not think about tomorrow.
I'm telling you, is that true? The answer to this position, no matter who says it. Here, Konstantin Yeger says it there.
But I need to think about it. I need to have free time for this. Listen, if you want to hear from me that I want the war to end, well, of course it should end. But at the same time, you ask me how it should end, with reparations there, with cheaper prices.
In reality, such actions on the part of the Russian authorities once again emphasize the cruelty of the government's policy towards those who do not agree with the official line.
And he tries to draw attention to the rules of man and freedom of speech.
Well, I, as a person who was sentenced to 8 years in the Basmani court of Moscow for, what did I have there? Fakes, right? Fakes. I have already forgotten about the Russian army. After all, I have a moral right to ask you, even though you have a higher status, they are already looking for you. How does your feeling change based on this status?
It is also easy to declare it internationally. And in general, all my friends, my older comrades who have long been terrorists and in international status too. Thanks for watching.
Sides. Countries, right? You just said certain cities, so I think, what changed? Got it. Okay. Which countries, if it is not a secret, are simply interesting because it is believed that Interpol will not react to political persecution because there are really many people on this list who, of course, are not just any. Terrorists, just like you are not. But nevertheless, yes, there are obvious ones when they joke, oh, Venezuela, oh, North Korea, oh, cancel the tour to Belarus. But it is clear that you are unlikely to. Turkey, including Hungary and Kiev.
How was this definition explained to you?
It was explained to me that there are countries in which if I somehow fall into the hands of the law, of the guardianship bodies in these countries, then I can just as easily get into Russia from these hands. To be honest, I didn't exactly specify this because every time I fly, I have a small one now, just on the day I was put on the international wanted list. Trip to the Emirates via Istanbul and had to be canceled because basically Turkey, that is the countries who are friendly. It is desirable for me to bypass Russia with my presence. I advise some of my very careful colleagues to fly around because if I fly on a plane somewhere near the borders of Russia, someone will really need to change their equipment. Get hold of me, put me in that very prison that is a criminal punishment awaits me there as soon as I cross the Russian border in 2 months. In my opinion, now I have been sentenced to 2 months. So if someone really wants to put me in this prison, then let's say the plane is flying somewhere near the borders from Russia, then someone might get sick on the plane. They will land him, for example, in Russia. Such a case was just in Minsk, yes, here, with Protasevich, with the journalist, when the plane landed there, it was equivalent, but in general, there are such cases, but this is such a precaution. I don't think it's worth talking about it for so long.
Well, listen, it's interesting anyway. You know what it is, not in the general sense of the matter. Let's now, in general, why do you think the Kremlin continues to persecute people like you?
Because we are kind of against war, generally speaking, because we are for Ukraine, because we are helping Ukraine. Not everyone who can, and not Russia, because we criticize the Russian regime because we are citizens. I at least am a citizen of Russia, and as I seek, I have the right to criticize what is happening in my country and what I don't like. And such a critical position is precisely what the Kremlin doesn't like, because they really want people to just stupidly followed his instructions. And I don't really like following someone's instructions, especially stupidly.
By the way, I will have a clarifying pitanya. Is it only the Kremlin that disagrees with this? They don't want you to criticize the war, understandably, and support Ukraine in this fight for its survival. Parts of society are also beginning to see right now, maybe you saw some trend or change that maybe Lazareva really isn't that good anymore. Maybe it's worth taking a closer look at these moral things or not, or does it stay, or does it, I don't know, maybe on the contrary, it adds some points to you and makes you even more popular in Europe. In Israel, where you can safely travel and perform. Tell us about it. Does the people's feelings and attitudes towards you change in any way in connection with these statuses? I think that those people
that treated me before, well, nothing has changed. They still treat me well. And those who didn't like me before, they in fact continue to dislike me. Although in general, you are right, it probably has appeared. Some new category writes in messages that I used to love you so much, and now you turned out to be such a traitor to the motherland. Well, you know, nothing can be done about it. Every person can relate to me in some way, and I, however, do not control. You ask me questions about how I am treated in the Kremlin, how people treat me. I have no idea how. Well, somehow it is considered, and to say the least, I definitely can't influence it in any way.
Well, in the Kremlin it is for sure. I understand how you feel. Probably yes, but here is your audience. Your fans, admirers, viewers are interesting here. Well, you recently said in an interview, if I'm not mistaken, that of course you are not happy about any deaths and are very worried, I quote you. Including for that, expanding border areas of people who live there, and it's all very sad and terrible, but I can't rest. What people in Russia still don't do. The reason for the investigative conclusions is that what else can you hit a person on the head with so that he comes to his senses and understands why the shells are flying at him? I understand that this is, of course, about the Belgorod, Kursk, and Bryansk regions. And what do you think it is? Why do the Russians still not want to draw conclusions but are afraid that Ukraine is actually defending itself in this way? Visiting and striking military facilities on the territory of Russia itself. Otherwise, our state simply will not exist.
Oh, and you know what? I think before this prediction of my appearance was given a quote about how I would like to live in my country and not think about anything. This is how I would like to live, as many want. I really understand these people who now in Russia don't want to think about anything. They just live. The fact is that I think I am even more into this than I believe, that since the beginning of the 2000s, during Putin's rule, people especially, in a clever way, well, more precisely, you understand, they wanted, I am happy to deceive myself, you understand, it is not difficult to deceive me, I am happy to deceive myself. Such a quote from...
I don't remember. I don't think I remember. Okay, I probably won't now.
The thing is that I really want to live and not think about anything. And these people, it all fell on some old ones. Soviet yeast, when they told us that, well, that's it, the party is for you. I just remember this. Forgive me, I'm not young. The party has decided everything for you. That's it, the party. She said it was necessary, the Komsomol answered, yes. That's how all the people lived. And there was a very short period when some kind of freedom of opportunity appeared. Acting, words, elections. This period was very short. If there were, exceptions confirming the rules, it's terrible, but it sounds like it. And people plunged again. At the Old East, we were told, calm down, we will solve everything for you. Everything is fine, trust me. The directive, the vertical of power, it greatly contributes to the fact that the person who is at the very bottom is quite poor. I know what makes Moscow different from the rest of Russia. Great. And this person has a very hard time surviving. In some terrible debt load, some impossibility to do what you want, it is very difficult to resist it. And these people, I really don't want to think about anything while doing this.
Tatiana, thank you very much for participating in the broadcast. Friends, Tatiana Lazareva, TV presenter, was on the air of freedom, and now we will talk about opinion polls. 47% of Russians believe that the full-scale war in Ukraine has done more harm to the Russian Federation than good. This figure is the highest since February 24th, 2022. This is stated in the results of a social survey conducted by the Levada Center in September. At the same time, 28% of Russian citizens noted that the war brought more. That is, you think that it is great, fighting is great, and life only gets better from this, as Lavrov said, that the SVO brought a lot of positive things in domestic politics. 25% of Russians. They note that it is difficult for them to answer this question. How ambiguous. Thus, over the course of the year, the number of those Russians who are confident that a special military operation is useful has decreased. Well, at least some positive trend. Although it seems so obvious to me, I don't know how you can think otherwise. Namely, it fell from 38 to 28%, i.e. by 10% points. This is an opinion. Let's see what these numbers mean in real life in the story.
Russians are tired of war. 47% believe that the full-scale invasion that Russia launched in Ukraine has brought more. Let's add benefits. This is the highest indicator since February 24, 2022, according to the poll conducted by Levada Center from September 26 to October 2 this year. At the same time, 28% of Russian citizens noted that the war brought more benefits, and another 25% noted that it is difficult to answer this question. Thus, over the course of the year, it decreased. The number of those Russians who are confident that the so-called special military operation is useful, namely from 38 to 28%. There have also been fewer who claims that military operations are going well. Back in February, 70% of citizens thought so. Now their number has decreased to 60. That the absolute numbers may be much more, says Olga Kurnosova, a Russian political analyst. Where do these figures come from? But there is also an understanding that if the war brought anything to someone,
the benefit, first of all, is to the families of those who receive some funds, increased salaries, or to those who have paid. They're relatives to the war. These groups of the population actually gain some benefit from the war. As for everyone else, they only lose. From where the cities can fly into the mines and hit somewhere there, but primarily due to the rise in prices and due to the fact that ordinary salaries of ordinary people. Where the military-industrial complex is not involved, they are not growing today. And accordingly, prices, services, all of this is growing.
Thus, more and more Russians are starting to
to feel the consequences of a major war, the expert notes.
Not only border regions such as Kursk, Belgorod, Bryansk, Rostov, but also those regions. Those who are close to them, I know, first of all, Voronezh, Smolensk, Orlovsk, they all feel that they have become somehow played. Territories, they have something flying in all the time, and they understand perfectly well that Putin doesn't give a damn, that they've been saving up for something their whole lives, something. If it is destroyed tomorrow, no one will compensate them for anything. They understand very well that if they are driven to war tomorrow, they will go to die for geopolitics. Putin's hotel, and they don't want that either. Therefore, the war affects these people very much. As for the others, it is still a war for them.
The rhetoric of Russian propagandists is also changing. The other day in one of the Moscow studios, the Kremlin mouthpiece Armen Gasparian and his so-called guest expert Dmitry Igorchenko began to discuss the war. Namely, when and how should it end? They discussed two plans for its end, an ideal and an imperfect one. According to Yegorchenko, Russia is moving along the latter path.
These are 30 years of endless bloodshed. Everything was destroyed, as Europe was destroyed after the 30-year war.
Now, instead of Kiev in 3 days, Russia, they want to negotiate. 54% of respondents are in favor of peace talks, analysts at Levado Center note.
The word freedom in Russian and Ukrainian Pi, they are spelled the same, but mean completely different things.
Is capable of turning the United States into radioactive ash.
TV channel Freedom.
Look straight at, and now in the Front News Project, in the Russian Federation, oil depots and ammunition depots are burning and ablaze. In the Bryansk region, a state of emergency has been declared, the Battle of Kursk 2021. Terrorist Russia hits its own with multi-ton aerial bombs. North Korean troops will fight in Ukraine for Putin, but for now only North Korean shells are burning on Russian bases. Watch fiery, hot and blazing footage from the front lines right now. The bloody war continues, the war that Vladimir Putin and his gang unleashed on Ukrainian soil. The heroic resistance of Ukrainian weapons continues. Of all Ukrainian people in the fight for their freedom. Greetings, this is Front News with you, Volodymyr Tymoshenko. In the next 30 minutes, you will find the truth about the war that our magazines... Curtilists are finishing off the hottest combat spots. Well, are you ready? Then we begin. And right away, our exclusive material about how the enemy, the armed forces of Ukraine, work clearly, methodically, and meticulously on military facilities on the territory of the Russian Federation, state of emergency in Bryansk region. This is how it happened. The Ukrainian Defense Forces struck a military arsenal where shells from the DPRK were stored from that same North Korea whose troops were supposedly ready to fight. The Unmanned Systems Unit, together with other components of the Defense Forces, attacked the 67th Arsenal of the Main Missile and Artillery Directorate of the Ministry of Defense. The Russian Defense Ministry in the Bryansk region has recorded very serious explosions. Details of this successful attack, and not only this one, further in our story.
Another explosive night for Russian military facilities. Ukrainian drones struck another ammunition depot in the Bryansk region.
Russian security. On the other hand, it is said that most of the BC was stored in the open air. It simply amazes, that is, despite the successful nature of the drone attack.
The Ukrainian side on the storage arsenals in the Tver region, this is Toropets, respectively Krasnodar region. With
the Russian side, as usual, received information that all drones had been shot down. Headquarters and governor of Bryansk region, and this despite the fact that residents of nearby settlements heard the sounds of detonation all morning.
An aircraft-type unmanned aerial vehicle was detected and destroyed by the anti-aircraft defense forces of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation. There are no casualties or damage. Operational and emergency services are working on the scene.
The warehouse area contained mouth guards, among other things. Ammunition, and the manufacturer is named strangely. It is the DPRK. I do not exclude that we are talking about artillery ammunition that was delivered to North Korea for.
In addition, Western media wrote about a drone strike on the Yeysk airfield.
Reported the BBC, citing its sources. Facts of drones falling in the area of the village of Shebetska were registered.
And this is in the immediate vicinity.
Proximity to the EU airport, so we can say that now. We are waiting for objective control data, namely satellite images that would confirm or verify the BBC report about strikes on a Russian soldier.
There is no official confirmation of the information yet. The governor of Krasnodar Krai confirmed the fact of debris falling on a village near the airfield.
The fall of UAV debris in a private home broke the glass, damaged the gas pipe. For safety reasons, the gas was shut off, the fire was extinguished, no casualties. There is a missile at the scene. Special and emergency services are operating.
Well, debris drone. There is a hole in ours. There are glasses there.
Well, it vomited like that.
After the so-called fall of debris from downed drones near military facilities, the Russian army has been complaining about a shortage of ammunition for several weeks.
That is, those directions in which active assault actions are currently taking place. There is a hunger for projectiles in the form of idiotic limits and so on.
Mr. Gerasimov, where is the technical support? Right now our troops, and they have been fighting for a month without combat. For this they paid 27, 30, 40,000. And not like in Donbass, although there is a war here. And they sometimes spend 5,000 a day on gasoline. Pochemu has to carry wounded supplies, sometimes in gasoline cars.
Civil.
Why not financial security, not the rear?
What is connected with projectile hunger? Not with their missing projectile as such physical, and with the possibility of delivery directly to the ground, that is, to the line of combat contact. As a result of the successful actions of the Ukrainian Defense Forces at the moment of striking the warehouse, fruits of storage both in the occupied territories and accordingly on the territory of the Russian Federation. The capabilities of the Russian army in terms of logistics, respectively, the number of artillery shells has sharply decreased.
Well, now about the situation on the Kursk front. Terrorist Russia is in its element here too. Think about it. The Russians are hitting their own territory with guided air bombs. The enemy's aviation is razing their own cities and villages to the ground. Over the past 24 hours, Russian aircraft have carried out 10 strikes, 11 by bombers, on their own territory. What do they say? Hit your own to make others afraid. All fresh, but...
The Russians launched an attack on our unit in Kurshchina. The army was drawn up to push our army men out of this place. The contingent currently there numbers over 40,000 soldiers. Despite this, the Ukrainian military continues to advance, moving forward little by little, but the offensive has stalled a bit. It slowed down because the Russians began to storm our positions.
War. If there are any advances on our part, they are not the same as at the beginning, but we try to do as much as we can. It could have been better. No, well, look, it took time. We all know this. The whole country knows. The world knows that we really had a shell shortage for a certain time. It's better now. Really better. But I'll say this. That is, we are ready for this operation. And if we are preparing, it 100% means that we have some reserves.
The Russians are wiping their own settlements off the face of the earth and are using a huge number of air raids on settlements, in which there are still people. Several thousand civilians as well as children still remain in Kursk region and cannot be evacuated. Despite this, the occupiers are destroying them.
As of today, 250 houses have been destroyed. This is for understanding. At the beginning of the entry of Ukrainian troops, it was damaged. 2 premises were not destroyed, but damaged. This is the House of Culture and Administration. Today, Russians are very active in using cabs. For example, today alone there were 8 flights of aircraft and 9 hits by cabs.
TAP is quite limited. However, our troops continue their offensive, albeit small.
In Kursk region, we will continue to talk today. And right now, another example of real brutality on the part of Russian invaders. Russians hit the house. There is elderly in the Kherson region. As a result of enemy shelling, medical personnel were injured. It should be noted that the invaders deliberately fired artillery at the nursing home.
The Russians struck again at the helpless, shelling the geriatric center in Stepanovka with artillery. At 2 o'clock in the morning, they hit the house so that the windows, walls, and roof were blown out.
The boy was replaced, then 2 seconds passed, a second crash, and then it went to the middle of the yard and...
The doors of 2 nurses were blown out by the blast, not in the hospital. They have blast injuries and shrapnel wounds. Vrinchinam is 31 and 24 years old.
A nurse on duty who was seriously injured. At the moment, she is hospitalized in a regional hospital. A junior nurse was also injured with minor injuries. She is also hospitalized.
The roof of the heliatric center is now a hole. In the stationary building, the windows were broken. The wall was destroyed. All day long, they board up the windows with plywood. Private houses nearby were bombed. There were no casualties, only because many houses are left without owners. People moved away.
An old woman lived here and she left. Relatives too. No one lives here now.
Those who stayed that night prayed and counted the explosions. After another strike, the hole was bombed.
About 8 arrived. It turns out. It was the 4th. There was no more fire, only then it caught fire. At first we extinguished ourselves and then our boys arrived and started extinguishing.
Now the Kherson region utility workers are rebuilding the destroyed houses with a life-threatening risk. The emergency rescue teams are working without interruption to make it before dark.
And right now, an analysis of the situation on the Kurakovsky front line. The situation here is Kostiantinovki, Katerinovki, and Antonovki. The occupiers tried to break through Ukrainian defense lines 31 times. In vain, in addition to all this, a military expert. Currently, in the Kurakovsky direction, the enemy has more than 2,000 soldiers, 30 tanks, up to 20 armored vehicles and the like in operational reserve. 36 different artillery systems. Our next story is about what to expect from Putin's soldiers after admiring the view.
Retreating pairs of our fighters are north along the city. Obviously, the #1 goal of the occupiers is a breakthrough to the city of Kurakova, which is in the Pokrovsky direction, and at the moment the Russians are trying to simultaneously press from the southeast and northeast from the settlements of Gornyak and Ukrainsk. Over the past few days, the Russians have been throwing more forces into breaking through and attacking with entire columns. Between Uglidar and Hornyak, Ukrainsky and Selidovo. One of the assault vehicles was shown by the fighters of the 79th Separate Airborne Assault Brigade, during which Ukrainian soldiers destroyed 2 tanks and 6 enemy armored vehicles together with infantry. To understand the scale of a frontal offensive, it is enough to say that each such attack ends with the enemy losing up to 10 men. Units of different armored vehicles, the paratroopers say. Entire cemeteries of destroyed enemy armored vehicles have formed around the Ukrainian position. At the same time, the squad leader of the 24th, the 4th Separate Assault Battalion Adar with the positive Osman claims that such frontal assaults are currently of little use to the enemy since Kurakova is also protected by one of the most powerful units. Separated by attack UAVs, so the military predicts that the Russians will try to advance to the neighboring villages, Maximilianovka and distant ones, from where it will be convenient to press directly. In these frames, the soldiers of the 46th Separate Airmobile Brigade destroyed 2 tanks, 2 BMPs, and up to a dozen Russian stormtroopers in just one day. In addition, military experts note that the enemy currently holds up to 2,200 troops and 36 tanks in operational reserve in the Kurakovsky direction. Up to 20 armored vehicles and about 36 different artillery systems. And if the city of Kurakovo is captured, the invaders will have the opportunity to advance along the northern bank of the Kurakovo Reservoir. And on the Volga River, thereby preparing a bridgehead for the continuation of the offensive in the Pokrovsky direction. They need Kurakov and Selidov to exit at the border of Donetsk region. The task ensues and to prevent them from all possible directions and with a sufficient number of shells. This is quite realistic. According to the General Staff, the defense forces in the Kurakovsky direction continue to hold back the occupier. Near Tsukurinov, Garnik, Novoselidovka, the island of Geregorovka, Yekaterinovka, where the enemy only the day before tried to break through the defense of our troops 37 times.
Next, we will move to the Kupiansk and Lymansk directions of the front. The enemy will attack here as well. The number of combat operations per day in the Kupiansk direction reached 7,000. The defense forces repelled attacks by the occupiers in the areas of Kucherovka, Petropavlovka, Stepovoy Novosiolki, Vishnevy, Novosinov, Zelenigai, and Krugliakovka. In the Lyman direction, our troops stopped 18 enemy attacks. The invaders concentrated their main efforts in the areas of the populated areas of Grekovka, Andreyevka, Makayevka, Nev, Katerinovka, and Torska. And now let's return to the topic of guided air bombs. Let's remember that the enemy is using them even in its own Kursk region. Who is talking about the territory of Ukraine? Controlled aerial bombs can now fly at a distance of up to 60 kilometers.
In view of the fact that it has been in Russian warehouses since time immemorial,
the USSR lost tens of thousands of these bombs from 250 kilograms to 3 tons. The situation on the contact line in frontline cities remains extremely difficult.
Heavy
After all, it is practically impossible to shoot down a winged aviation bomb. TSN journalist Mariama Ganeshan will tell more about this topic right now.
For a week and a half now, the regional center of Zaporizhia has been attacked by Russians almost every day with extended-range guided bombs. They reach the city in about a minute. It all depends on your point of view. The Russian Federation has various types of such aerial bombs. Some were designed from the beginning as corrections and are fully manufactured at factories, as, for example, in the PAP 1500B. Second, these are precisely modified high-explosive Soviet bombs, equipped with a universal planning and correction complex. In other words, wings that fold out after the aircraft, bomber, and geometry system are dropped. E-positioning, which significantly increases accuracy. These include FAP 250, 500, and 1500, where the number is the mass of the explosive part. Such advanced aircraft. Russians first tested bombs in Bakhmut in 2022.
Such strikes, namely with the help of gliding aerial bombs with a kit in the IPC on cities.
The enemy has tens of thousands of such basic fabs, and the MPC kit is very cheap and does not require much time to install.
For almost 2 years now, the occupiers have been using such bombs to destroy the Ukrainians' front lines of defense, rear villages, and even entire cities. Their modernization allows the occupiers to drop bombs from their kabanosis at a considerable distance beyond the reach of Ukrainian frontline air defense. Thus, they ensure the safety of their aviation. The number of aerial bombs that are flying further and further into the Ukrainian rear could indeed be increased by improving the UMPK, the Universal Planning and Correction Module. At the moment, this is only a The situation, according to military analyst Alexander Musienko, is that there is no confirmation of this yet. The specialist assumes that the Russians have once again become brazen and are simply flying almost right up to the front line from beyond the threshold. Let's look at this. A striking example.
In January 23-24, when the Wandering Patriot, the so-called one, was working, before that, I want to remind you of the chronology of events. There were attacks on Kherson. In the right bank Kherson region and in the Zaporozhye region, exactly the same. And then this tactic of a Wandering Patriot was used. They lost the Russian aviation, they became afraid, and they did not fly up. Now the enemy may be looking at the fact that they have an opportunity, and they are trying to take risks.
It is true that the Russians will also be able to increase the flight range of Cab, but this happens rather at the expense of the engine. And here it is worth mentioning the history of the Russian OMPK, which is a tracing of the American JDAM Air. So, at the moment, the Boeing Corporation, which presented it back in the mid-90s. The equipment that turns free-falling bombs into all-weather smart-guided munitions has upgraded its invention with a small jet engine. The occupiers will most likely do the same and test such an improvement in Ukraine.
They are already showing this product as a concept model. They say it will be able to achieve range. Over 300 kilometers. In my opinion, there is a threat that the Russian Federation will simply copy it and do it, unfortunately, faster than Boeing will do it. Objectively, it is now difficult to even talk about the fact that there is some kind of... This is opposition.
There is simply no point in spending expensive missiles to intercept cheap Cavs. The cost would be incomparable. Besides, we don't have that many interceptor missiles. It is necessary to destroy enemy aircraft in the air, preferably before the moment of launching air bombs. As an option to get rid of air bombs, it is possible to strike at the place of their production in the city of Korolev, Moscow region, or at the airfields where those same Su-34s are based. But Ukraine does not have permission to strike deep into Russia at the required distance. Therefore, cheap and deadly Russian Kabi remain a serious factor of the enemy's advantage at the front, and an instrument of continuous terror of the civilian population, without resolution of the issues of counteraction to the use of Kabi stabilized. We guarantee the front and guarantee security in the frontline cities in a sufficiently wide, more than 100-kilometer strip will simply be impossible.
We move on and transfer to the Kramatorsk direction of the front. The bloody bacchanalia of the enemy army continues here. Ukrainian soldiers on the Kramatorsk direction. We stopped 6 attempts by the occupiers to advance forward through Menkovka, Chasovy Yar, Alexander Shultino, Belaya Gora, and Stupochki. The situation is under control. acted with the support of aviation, attacked with the same cabs in the area of Chasovy Yar, and the enemy continues to terrorize the Odessa region. In Chernomorsk, Russian drones damaged many. Three-story apartments were on fire. 5 people were injured. 3 of them were hospitalized. Doctors assessed their condition as moderately serious. All the details in the material. I am Sergei Asachuk, correspondent of ATSN.
Around 3 o'clock in the morning, residents of the 9-story building felt a powerful explosion. An attack drone fell right near the house and detonated.
Warhead. The explosion was so powerful that the windows from the first to the last floor were blown out along with the double-glazed windows.
Began to hear that the anti-aircraft gun started firing. I quickly jumped out into the corridor, and such a wave and glasses, and that's it. I was just behind this wall.
It was so scary.
There was a fire there, my door was jammed, there was a fire outside, I don't know where else the fire was. She says, come out, I say, I can't, the door is jammed.
A rocket was flying, we were in the corridor, an explosion blew out the door, windows, everything. We went out into the corridor when the alarm sounded, we were standing in the corridor all the time, and at that moment there was an explosion.
I haven't slept for a long time. I buried my eldest son. I can't sleep, nothing. I thought it was thundering, it was going to rain, and I just prayed and it came here with this flame. Let's go further. This is the bedroom, see? The yard was broken, everything was knocked down, the loggia, everything was destroyed.
5 people were injured, mostly by glass fragments. They were taken away by ambulance.
Blowing machine. Condition is satisfactory in principle. They have moderate injuries after the explosion in shrapnel.
The enemy drones also damaged a medical facility, and a fire broke out in a nearby unfinished building due to the attack. The fire covered 400 square meters, but rescuers were at the hospital. His sister put out the fire. The church where they buried and distributed humanitarian aid was also damaged.
There are no windows. There are no windows. Glass all over the room. The ceiling and walls are damaged. In fact, for some time, Teams is suspended. We will continue to collect funds and restore. What to do? Utility workers have arrived at the 9-story building. They are cutting film and plywood sheets to cover the broken windows and balconies.
A commission is working on site to calculate the damage so that people can later receive compensation for damaged housing.
Start to analyze the situation on the long-suffering Pokrovsk direction of the front. The Russian world continues to destroy, kill, and maim. On the Pokrovsk direction, the fighters... Enemies of Ukraine repelled 25 attacks. The enemy tried to advance near the dry stream on Batoretsky, Myrol-Yubovka, Krutoy Yar, Premen, Lyso, Ikode and Sukhoi Yar. The main efforts of the enemy were concentrated in the areas of Seledovoy, where 13 combat skirmishes took place. In addition, the enemy bombed Yablonovka, Kalinov, Vozdvizhenka, Myrol-Yubovka, Lisovka, Alexander Kalinov, and Chunishin, dropping more than a dozen guided air bombs, and now again about the Battle of Kursk in the 2000s. Kursk operation is 2 months old, already even more. The achievements of Ukrainian forces are objective and very indicative. The Russian Federation does not control about 1,000 square kilometers of their own territory. Part of the reserves, standing behind the state border to reinforce the forces in the Kharkov region, have now been redeployed specifically to Kursk. And this allowed Ukrainian forces to advance, for example, in the area of Volchansk. But how this operation will develop further is not yet clear. Our correspondent is Andriy Tsapliev. He noted that the success of the operation at the first stage was ensured, not least of all, by the latest Western technology, in particular the armored personnel carrier Stryker, which gave our landing forces advantage in mobility over the Russians. But enough words. Let's watch the exclusive material of TSN correspondent Andrei Tsaplienko.
American Stryker Armored Personnel Carrier.
American Armored Personnel Carrier.
Stryker is another type of weapon, the success and effectiveness of the concept of which has been proven by the Ukrainian war. If our paratroopers of the 80th Brigade were armed not with Strykers, but only... If it weren't for such 80th Soviet-type armored personnel carriers, the success of the next Kursk operation would probably be worse and more modest.
Much more modest. Save the landing party from defeat quickly.
Deliver him to the right point and land him unexpectedly for the enemy. It was this quality of the striker that was needed during the assault on Russian positions in the Kursk region.
Here at the Kursk operation, our guys flew in equipment to the landings, and while the landing force was unloading, they completely covered the landing so that no one even ran out. Quite a few wounded soldiers in Kursk owe their salvation. The job is dangerous, but we have to go. Well, if we have to, then we have to. Someone has to take these people. We went, though, across the field quickly through the cell and took them. The guys loaded up quickly. We lowered the ramp for them. They all loaded up quickly. And we left in exactly the same way. Everyone is alive and well. Thank God nothing happened. Everyone is alive and well.
Thank God nothing happened.
I haven't heard, to be honest.
We were transported. Striker, maybe even this one, I don't remember, and they let us enter the crossing, only to leave the crossing. Already on the runway, and 320th Mortars flew in, about 5 meters from the car. That is, it saved the lives of the driver, the crew, and the paratroopers.
Disposable ceramic plates with which the striker is sheathed. It's an expensive pleasure, but it's thanks to this additional armor that the crew and stormtroopers can ignore the shrapnel.
Plus the metal itself, which is also stronger than the BTR-80.
The minis exploded literally 10-15 meters near the striker. I didn't even hear it, I just heard that they took it there.
In the early 2000s, the Americans decided that they needed to create mobile assault brigades on wheeled armored personnel carriers. The best option for this was the Swiss Piranha machine, or rather its Canadian copy, Love 3. The licensed version was so successful that the States launched 11 versions into production under the name Striker.
Combat vehicle.
It's coming. This is communication both within the machine and between machines. The same is true between cars, because on this armored personnel carrier,
It is easy to hang a lot of different weapons. The American military nicknamed it the Swiss knife. However, the Ukrainian paratroopers from the 80th Brigade got a knife with only one blade.
With a Bronick 2 machine gun.
unfailing, you can say.
The machine gun, equipped with a camera and a sight, became a very formidable weapon.
It is both day and night. The modes are switched. This is for day and night, and this is the sight itself.
The gunner fires at the enemy while sitting in the vehicle, and to prevent the APC itself from becoming an easy target for the enemy, there's a combat module. At the moment of landing, a smoke curtain is fired.
Throws out a smoke curtain to make the group hurry. Smoke shafts throw out a smoke curtain. Everything here is designed to...
so that the crew and landing party survive. The only drawback of the Strikers is that we have too few of them. The driver's seat is actually an indicator of the designer's attitude to the driver. Despite the large number of sensors and switches around me, it is quite easy to understand all this. It is very convenient here. You can adjust the seat height, the distance to the pedals, the IC. With one movement, the engine starts here. You need to add a little gas, but the main thing is that it is much easier and faster to evacuate from here than from a Soviet or Russian vehicle, if it is an armored personnel carrier, God forbid. 3 of the 4 paratroopers we interviewed, who had to evaluate all the advantages of the Striker in real combat conditions just yesterday, did not even think that they would go to America. Better to storm the forest belts in Kursk region.
Before the war, he was the head of a confectionery shop in the town of Khmelnytsky, worked at a manufacturing plant. Before the war, I was a long-distance truck driver. I was driving, they stopped me, gave me a summons. Today, these yesterday's civilians are forcing the Russians to retreat.
Enter our own Russian territories, but so that our army does not have to retreat tomorrow, the paratroopers already now need reinforcements and more weapons from the Allies, because this is obvious. If you increase the number of such equipment, which gives confidence on the battlefield, there is a chance that some Ukrainians will clearly increase their fear of the prospect of providing a uniform.
That's all for today, but very soon in the Front News program, new unique materials from our journalists and the hottest toxic journalists. Code of War, finished so that you know the truth. Vladimir Timoshenko was with you. Take care of yourself and your loved ones.
a decision that impacts.
And in the course of history, in the armistice and with Russia, no one believes for a long time.
The struggle between dictatorship and freedom is endless.
Mistakes that the whole world is watching. But why do it?
To maintain one's own imperial position by greatness.
Putin is perceived in the world as a sane sociopath. A detailed analysis of the events of the week. Ukraine now stands one way or another practically. For each piece of news, what happened, for what reason, and what it led to as a result. Watch for yourself every Monday at 10 over Kyiv time on the TV channel.
Freedom.
Live on Freedom TV channel. My name is Yuri Kulinich. And then we talk about the fact that Great Britain imposed sanctions on Russia for using chemical weapons in Ukraine. This is according to a statement published on the British government website. It concerns the use of chloropectin on the battlefield, a substance classified as a chemical weapon. Let me emphasize that his country will not sit idly by while the head of the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin, grossly violates international law. Kristina Dombrovskaya details about it.
The new UK restrictions affected 2 laboratories of the Russian Ministry of Defense, the Radiochemical and Biological Defense Troops, and their chief Igor Kirillov. Yak is believed to be involved in the development of chemical and biological weapons. According to British intelligence, it was Kirillov who spread fakes about Ukrainian so-called combat mosquitoes and infected birds. London will continue to use sanctions against Russia, the British government stressed.
Our message to Putin and his regime is clear. You cannot violate international law without facing consequences. The UK is taking action against those responsible for these horrific chemical attacks in Ukraine. Our support for Ukraine is ironclad and will continue for as long as necessary. John Hilly, UK Defence Secretary, and statement on UK government website.
According to British intelligence, the Russian special services are training a number of divisions. Persia, Great Britain and EU countries. As the head of the British MI5 counterintelligence service, Ken McCallum, reported, after the start of the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine from Europe, there were more than 750 Russians were sent, diplomats. Many of them were spies. Iran and Russia are stepping up efforts to assassinate and sabotage Britain, the head of MI5 said.
In addition, the threat from terrorist groups has returned. We are now faced with state sabotage and assassinations against the backdrop of a large European landsphere.
We see arson, sabotage, and other dangerous activities. In particular, the GRU is trying to create chaos on the British and European streets. As events unfold in the Middle East, we will also be paying close attention to the risk of increased aggression by the Iranian state here in the UK.
Recently, the authorities of Britain and other European Kyiv states talked about several hoped-for diversions. They were made by order of the Russian authorities. For example, as the BBC reported, the trial of the accused began in London in early October. In the arson of a building belonging to Ukrainian businessmen. According to the prosecutor's office, they acted on orders from the Russian PMC Wagner. Other similar cases were reported by the authorities of Poland and Germany. Czech Republic, Baltics. According to Finnish counterintelligence, Russian intelligence services are ready to pay for sabotage in Europe, and the greatest risk of sabotage is faced by the production and transportation of materials.
We are talking about various acts of vandalism or arson. And what is the purpose of such sabotage? Create an atmosphere of fear or paralyze any activity. The perpetrators of the attacks may not even know where the order to carry out the action came from, since they are recruited through an intermediary. What makes it difficult to investigate criminal activity of a foreign state? Potential saboteurs are attracted mainly by financial gain.
In the summer, there was a series of whipped in Finland. Damage to water supply infrastructure facilities, including water towers and water distribution points. A number of Western media outlets, as well as some European politicians, have pointed to possible
Krystyna Dąbrowska. For Freedom TV channel.
Alexander, tell us, if we try to assess in general the threat that the state called the Russian Federation is already creating for the countries of the European Union, how accurate is the assessment? Which the EU countries are now giving to these threats accordingly. What do you think? Are they not reducing or, on the contrary, assessing them adequately?
If we are talking about EU countries in general, then I think that is inadequate. If we take Great Britain in particular, then this is probably the only country that exactly adequately and fully assesses the threats that the Russian Federation poses. And here we need to look at the context of not only this information message that we are now with you. Let's talk, shall we? We need to look at the policy that the government, well, we can say the political establishment as a whole, declares in its entirety. Music is playing. National security, in my opinion, is something like that. But we are talking specifically about Parliament, and that is exactly the kind of content that is there. Census between authorities and the opposition, that is to what extent, firstly, everything is synchronized. And here it is not only a question of sanctions. Now, in connection with these laboratories, they very often raise the issue of these assets frozen by the Russian Federation. Arrested accounts of the oligarchs and the like. There are many interesting things in domestic politics, specifically at the level of the same committees discussed. Therefore, it seems to me that Britain, it doesn't even seem like it, but I can say with confidence that this is the country that, in principle, is probably our largest on the European continent. The only one so reliable, an existential, one might even say, partner, because they really do assess the threat in relation to their own country, in relation to Ukraine and the possibilities that The secret services are introducing a series of European Union countries into politics, and this is also melodious for them.
Look, yes, continuing the story called How the European Union Reacts to Those Threats, it is worth noting that the EU Council approved a new framework for sanctions
against destabilizing
actions of Russia abroad. The restrictions will allow the prosecution of organizations that undermine the security and sovereignty of EU countries. As the leading European MP noted, diplomat Josep Borrell, the new measures are aimed at combating hybrid threats, including interference in electoral processes, sabotage of critical infrastructure, the spread of disinformation, and cyber attacks. Let's hear the position and continue the conversation.
These malicious actions are part of a broad, coordinated hybrid campaign by Russia to divide society. Destabilization and weakening of the EU and its member states, our stability, as well as undermining our support for Ukraine and its ability to defend itself. Russia will not succeed in this. We will act together and decisively to counter these activities and bring those responsible to justice. Our support for Ukraine will remain strong and unwavering as long as... How much will it take? Josep Borrell, EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy.
Thanks for watching.
Russian special services are very good at using democratic instruments against European countries, as well as against Ukraine. When we talk about threats, which Jose Borrell said, but he naturally, as is expected of a politician of such rank, does not specify so as not to offend even one of the current politicians who is present in the European Parliament. For example, how would he comment on the statement or activity of such a party as an alternative to Germany?
This, I recall, is the same threat, right?
Or, for example, Marie Le Pen's Popular Front, it's the same threat, right? Although Marie Le Pen already makes some ambiguous statements there, not like this. This is already direct support for Russia, but nevertheless, you and I understand that in Europe, this trend towards ultra-right forces is now rising, which in principle, quite loyal to the Kremlin. Regime, moreover, the greater part, basically the entire practical part, is supported methodologically by various methods. Also financially, and therefore we must also evaluate what hybrid threats against the European Union are being prepared by Russian special services. And we can attribute this to, firstly, the longer the war in Ukraine goes on, and again, the sanctions policy which is being implemented, including in relation to Russia. We understand that the economy is. The second point is wool for populism. You understand that we see Maria Le Pen in the poly window. This is one of those. Populists in France, which naturally it hits the emotional and non-critical electorate, telling how at one time we. Here in Ukraine, pro-Russian parties talked about low tariffs, pensions, and so on. That is, it hits social services. That is, in this way, an ordinary citizen of one country or another. The communication, which in principle looks at the war from the point of view of, let's say, an elite show or simply as a news feed, then in principle it somehow excites emotionally. Well, it depends. And then they start telling him on TV or in social networks why it is necessary to limit, again, aid to Ukraine. This is one part. The second part. Which threat, if we say yes, that is, it is still the organization of one or another terrorist acts, so that later, again, there would be an opportunity to blame the authorities. This or that country. That is, as an example, let's remember again how Vladimir Putin came to power, how he became president at all. That is when before that, yes, he was prime minister, but in politics, he was a no-name. That is, again, a series of terrorist attacks on Russian territory did their job. Black deed. The benefit of emotional fear of citizens in this context of Russia. That is, in this context, we understand that a series of countries, again, I want to do something like this. Assumptions like France, like Germany, they are potentially under such threats. Let's see now with you how the same Orban behaves. That is the prime minister. It's like that. The destructive element is political, popular in the European Union, which is also gaining ground. Let's say in their followers in the ranks of other countries, let's say in the same ideology. Therefore, yes, such threats exist. And to that, when Giselle Berel makes such statements, after all, there should be a clear understanding that, first of all, Russia, in my opinion, should be called a country of terrorists. A regime, and then there should already be legislation in the countries. At the national legislative level in countries. Of the European Union, when any support for the terrorist regime, that is the Russian Federation, must be prosecuted. That is, well, whatever you say. But it doesn't matter about these democratic instruments that are manipulated by Russian special services and Russian propaganda. And we just forgot about another factor, which is, again, the Russian Orthodox Church, which essentially uses religion, the Orthodox faith, yes, that is, and transforms it in principle into a terrorist ideological basis. And all these threats you can be prosecuted at the legislative level, at the level of their law enforcement agencies, and at the level of their counterintelligence agencies.
Tell me, Alexander, doesn't it seem to you that, in principle, if we are talking about the reaction of the West, and in particular the European Union to those threats, which the Russian Federation is already creating, not only Ukraine, but the entire European continent as a whole, that sooner or later will have to look not only directly at representatives of the Russian Federation or agencies, Pue, and perhaps even in our own ranks to reconsider the positions of those people who, one way or another, well, somehow play on this field. Obviously, probably not on the field of the European Union.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's precisely the political and cultural component that Russia uses very effectively. Again, I will give an example. 22nd year, April. I remember very well, I was still working in the Verkhovna Rada apparatus, but we were doing some analytics when on one of the TV channels, the big TV channels, which Silvia Berlusconi. So there was a talk show with the stars. What you remember, the stars of the 80s. We still remember many of them, yes, from our childhood, who discussed. Vucic, in my opinion, is a blow to the Mariupol theater. We must remember that the context was as follows. The topic of discussion was not the tragedy in Ukraine, but in the story of a Russian actress who was kicked out for refusing to make a statement about Russia and support Ukraine. There was a manipulatively shifted accent. This is also one of the elements. I cannot say that this TV channel or talk show directly supported Russia. How this technology works, I perfectly understand that this shift in emphasis was also in the interests of Russia. That is, you will not say directly, but if you specialize in this topic, you understand how all these narratives are progressing. And there was a lot of talk about how great Russian culture is, therefore propaganda and special opera. The federations that the Russian Federation is creating, they must be recognized. They are multi-layered, they are very systemic, and often they are also, as it were,
End of briefing. The current leadership of the Russian Federation, however, manages somehow with the help of various political movements and trends to displace certain accents are gaining points in this way. Well, in essence, in this way in influencing Europe. It turns out that Putin is essentially the reason for the majority. We are talking about the threats of immigrants. We saw what happened on the Belarusian-Polish border.
Orban is essentially doing this now.
If you don't find me, I'll bring them to Brussels Square. That's how one of the Radiansky Union's vocalists sounds now.
you understand that sanctions, of course, should have been against Orban. Orban, by the way, is not the stupidest person, or rather, he is far from stupid. He is a manipulator of such things. That is, he raises the stakes in the interest of his country. On the one hand, they are taking advantage of the opportunities. Russian assets, the same carbons, energy resources. On the other hand, they have good preferences to the budget of the European Union, a very convenient thing. And this is the model he essentially declares. But now again, let us look at the root of the problem. And the gas flow, Nord Stream 2 is not Russian. Special operation with the help of lobbying for her interests, the same Angela Merkel for starters, which to us, Ukrainians, to us, the Prime Minister said that this is not a political but an economic project. And when another one of the prime ministers, Arseny Yatsenyuk, I remember this year very well. I remember when he said that as soon as the construction of this project ends, a full-scale loss will begin in Ukraine. This was also discussed. But again, we look at it too. It was a hybrid special operation in which the European Union, namely Germany, missed a very big goal.
I would like to go out with you again, to what story? Now, Ukraine is trying to solve the issue related to the use of long-range weapons in order to have the possibility of eliminating legal ones. The Ukrainian armed forces have targets on the territory of the Russian Federation. Everyone is talking about a certain danger of escalation. She doesn't care one way or another. This story remains. Tell me, even in such decisions, and not only, and what concerns, let's say, hybrid threats, and not only, which are already being created by the Russian Federation and the European one.
Do you also see a certain fear like this from the EU countries, but is it really possible to react more harshly, roughly speaking, to give it to the Russian Federation?
First, let's evaluate. It feels like I'm criticizing the European Union. We're trying to figure it out. First.
Critics, huh? Well, how? What do you need in order to react more harshly for your citizens to be poisoned by newcomers? Well, is that how it should be done, or what?
In the European Union, first of all. In principle, NATO countries must make, again, understandable political decisions for themselves. What if you start demonstrating that you are afraid of some kind of escalation? Weakness. It will just happen in any case. Well, it's already 2008. The reaction of the West should have been as it is today back in 2008. And Ukraine should have been already. I'll try, only from this position. Well, again, I blame not only us. We have many of our own problems, but now I understand that corruption exists. It is present. Big in European countries, and not only in European ones. But now, look, we need to start step by step. For starters, for example, Poland must shoot down air targets flying on its territory, which Russia uses later. That is, either a bomb flies or the same cruise missile, which then changes its trajectory. They are beating us from the territory of Poland. That is, they should at least start this topic from here, stop it. Naturally, the question of whether there are weapons already on the territory of Ukraine, this is already, it must be declared in this way. This is a Ukrainian weapon. A marker and so on, it doesn't matter anymore. Why can Russia use an Iranian drone and we can't? The European Union must understand that the totalitarian terrorist regime is 2 steps ahead. In order to avoid escalation, need to raise the stakes with your, and if you are threatened with a nuclear strike, it is simply necessary to say that any, even a nuclear terrorist attack, will simply be suppressed by a mirror response and spend the same. There are no miracles because Putin and his entire terrorist gang will provoke until the moment, until they really get it in the teeth. They are trying to feel out where the red lines are that they will not cross. Well, I would like to say for a moment that nuclear threats are feared in Russia no less than in Europe. It's just that we learn to bluff beautifully. Europe must understand that the time of comfortable life, unfortunately, is now over. And the question is that if we do not react in time now and strengthen Ukraine, sooner or later we will have to deal with Russia, not only with Russia, but with this coalition. And there will be a terrorist and political crises and social and so on. That is, the bouquet will be very full. And then the price of struggle will be very, very expensive. It seems to me that the most important thing is what our partners with Zakharu should understand, and to cross any populists who say that it is possible to come to an agreement with Russia. Alexander, thank you for the conversation.
We are happy for you and thank you for coming to the air of the Freedom TV channel. Alexander Antoniuk, a political expert, a military officer in the Ukrainian Armed Forces, was in direct contact with us. We will now have a short break, after which we will return to the discussion of a new topic. Don't go far.
Completion of airstrikes in Lebanon Sahau eliminated the leader of the terrorist group Hezbollah as well as 2 of his henchmen. This was stated by Prime Minister Isaiah in his address to the Lebanese people. Israel Benjamin Netanyahu, among other things, the Israeli leader called on the Lebanese to reclaim their country.
Thousands of terrorists have been killed, including their leader Hassan Nasrallah and his 2 successors. Today, Hezbollah is weaker than it has been for many years. Now you, the Lebanese people, stand at a critical crossroads. Your choice. You can take back your country. You can return it to the path of peace and prosperity. If you don't, Hezbollah will continue to fight Israel from densely populated areas at your expense.
In addition to the elimination of the leaders of the terrorist group, the CIA is increasing its military presence in southern Lebanon. Israel does not disclose official data on the number of troops. There may be more than 15,000 Israeli soldiers on this section of the border. In light of Tel Aviv's military successes against Hezbollah, the group's representatives have for the first time, and they started talking about a ceasefire without preconditions. Earlier, Hezbollah leaders stated that the terrorists would stop shelling Israel only after a ceasefire was reached.
Kamazin gas.
This will be achieved, all other details will be discussed, and decisions will be made jointly, Naim Qassem, a Hezbollah spokesman, told CNN.
Despite the potential escalation of the conflict in Lebanon, Israel is still planning retaliatory strikes against Iran for the rocket attack on October 1st. For the first time in almost 2 months, US President Joe Biden had a telephone conversation with the Prime Minister. Biden, stressing his continued commitment to Israel's security, once again condemned the October 1st incident. American administration.
They are careful to keep their hand on the extreme supply of weapons if they don't like something that Israel does. They can't always turn off this tap, as we have already seen more than once on the supply of certain weapons. Regarding the fighting in Gaza. So of course, listen, but this does not mean that they always do everything that the American administration wants, but not to listen at all. That would be unwise. So as far as you can try to maneuver politically.
In the absence of concrete guarantees from Israel regarding strikes on Iran, the likelihood of Washington's active participation in these actions is declining, NBC News reports. Also, according to the TV channel, the Tisahau may strike Iran during the celebration of Yom Kippur, or Atonement Day for Jews, which this year falls on Atonement Day for Jews. End of briefing.
People are the main value of Ukraine. 2 medical institutions in Odessa are. One of them became the father of the theory of innate immunity. The second, the father of military field surgery. Their experience still helps save people's lives. In 1908, Ilya Mechnikov won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. His awards also include the Copley Medal, the oldest and most popular medal. Prestigious award of the Royal Society of London. Charles Darwin and Albert Einstein are among the recipients of the medals. Nikolai Pirogov. The eminent surgeon, the creator of topographic anatomy, published an atlas of tissue sections, an indispensable guide for surgeons. This atlas and the methods of pies. Gova became the basis for all subsequent development of operative surgery. Ukraine is talented and hardworking.
Thanks for watching. Over the past 24 hours, 186 battles have been recorded on the front line. A quarter of them are in the Kurakovsky direction, reports the General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, Defense Force at the Pokrovsky site. Again, 36 Russian attacks in the area of Mirolyovka, Selidov, Mirnograd, and Mikhailovka. The Russian army unsuccessfully stormed Kupensky 23 times, near Petropavlovka, Vishnevoy, Pishchanova, and Lozovoy. On the Lyman bridgehead, battles were fought near Novomikhailovka, Grekovka, and Torsky.
It is present, of course, but this war has made adjustments to the conduct of combat, to the conduct of military operations, because we see that if the Kursk front, this is one situation. If we We are talking about the Donetsk operational zone. It is a little different, to put it mildly, and accordingly the situation in the south is also changing, but the essence remains really the same resource. It is necessary to wind up the enemy, to crush his resources in manpower and combat equipment as much as possible. Losses of the Russian army since the beginning of the full-scale invasion
exceeded 668,000 soldiers. In the last 24 hours alone, Ukrainian troops eliminated 1,300 invaders. They also managed to destroy 9 tanks and 49 combat armored vehicles, 29 artillery pieces, 2 air defense systems, and 1 MLRs. In addition, the defense forces shot down 45 drones and destroyed 72 units of automobile and special equipment. Russian troops shelled 11 settlements in the Kherson region, including the regional center. This was reported by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Oleksandr Prokudin, head of the local military administration, took charge. In addition, a critical infrastructure object, a tower, mobile communications, private residential buildings, and high-rise buildings were destroyed. This week alone, the Russians have used about 900 guided bombs, more than 40 missiles, and 400 attack drones of various types against Ukraine, the president reported. President Volodymyr Zelensky called on his partners to strengthen Ukrainian air defense in order to neutralize similar attacks by the Russians.
The partners have the opportunity to provide the necessary quantity and quality of air defense systems to make a decision for our sufficient range to ensure the timely delivery of defense assistance to our soldiers. We must not miss the hour. We must give the necessary signal of determination. We are working as hard as we can to give Ukraine the opportunity to fully respond to Russian terrorism.
And the president of Ukraine in Telegram.
Let me remind you that from October 9 to 11, the president of Ukraine made a number of foreign visits. He took part in the Ukraine Southeastern Europe Summit in Croatia and held talks with prime ministers. The Prime Minister of Italy and Great Britain, as well as the head of NATO, the Chancellor of Germany, and the President of France, and the Pope. Read more about the results of the negotiations later in the story.
Attention to the screen.
In exchange for security guarantees from the USA and entry into the European Union.
This is not the topic of our discussions, any ceasefire, with other allies. We didn't talk about it either. I saw something in the media. There was a lot of information that I came to talk about ending the war. No, that's not true. I don't know where it came from. Russia works a lot with the media. Here.
Information's understandable.
Presenting a plan for victory and discussing its implementation is one of the main goals of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip. In just a few days, he visited 4 European countries: London, Paris, Rome, and Berlin.
Thieves of peace to the negotiating table. As we have said many times, this does not mean capitulation as many have cowardly suggested.
The main goal of the victory plan is to create conditions under which the Kremlin cannot be guilty. We'll not be able to continue the war against Ukraine, said Volodymyr Zelensky. Among other things, the document includes a clause inviting the country to NATO as well as continuing military, financial, and diplomatic.
The main thing is to strengthen Ukraine's position.
The main thing is to strengthen Ukraine's position and our relations with our closest partners so that we have created the necessary conditions, a fair atmosphere for honest diplomacy. The world sees that Russia is ignoring real diplomacy and the peace formula that we have proposed to end this war fairly. Based on the UN Charter, when and if we implement the plan for victory through cooperation with our partners, Russia will no longer be able to continue this war and will be forced to peace.
After the loss of the meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a new aid package. Germany, Belgium, Denmark and Norway will allocate 1,400 million for supplies. Ukraine, additional air defense systems, Aresti and Skynex, as well as armored vehicles, combat drones, radars and artillery ammunition. Besides, according to Scholz, Germany next year
Ukraine can count on us. This is a clear message for Putin. Playing for time will not achieve anything. We will continue to support Ukraine. Ukraine. This determination, this firm position, is the foundation on which we will together look for all the possibilities to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Dear Vladimir, we are of the same mind. After the first conference in Bürgerstock in June, there should be a next conference, and as you said, Russia should also take part in it.
In the Vatican, Volodymyr Zelensky held talks with PAO, Chi, APA, and the Roman Franciscans. This is their third meeting since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russian troops in Ukraine. The parties discussed humanitarian issues, the Vatican's assistance in organizing exchanges, and the return of arguments. My Ukrainian children illegally deported to Russia.
We know that there are more than 400 women in Russian captivity. This has been confirmed through the International Committee of the Red Cross and others. The exact number of civilians in captivity is 1,700. According to our data, their number continues the forced resettlement of our Ukrainian children from some times. Occupied areas others and deports them to Russia. It is very difficult to search for these children at all. We count on the assistance of the Holy See in returning all Ukrainians home, captured.
The owner, Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
And Ukraine has aims to end the war as early as next 2025, not on the terms of the aggressor, but with a just peace in accordance with the UN Charter and international law.
The first round of parliamentary elections is taking place in Lithuania today. Polling stations will close at 21 as local time. The first exit data will be released. The second round is scheduled for October 27, when most single-mandate constituencies will choose between the two leading candidates. Preliminary opinion polls show that Social, Vladimir The Democratic Party can get twice as many votes as the bloc of the current Prime Minister Ingrid Monita. A U.S. missile defense base will be opened in Poland. Polish Foreign Minister Radoslaw Sikorski said so. He noted that Russian missiles flying towards Poland could be shot down from this American base. The new head of NATO has called on allies to ignore Putin's nuclear threats. The bloc's readiness to respond to the Kremlin's blackmail. As Politica writes, next week the heads of the NATO defense ministries intend to review the alliance's long-term policy in response to threats. Kristina Dombrovska will tell you in detail.
On September 25th, Kremlin dictator Putin proposed changes to the Russian Federation's nuclear doctrine. After that, Moscow stated that the amendments could be considered a certain so-called signal for further support of Ukraine. This concerns the possible lifting of the ban on strikes by Western regions. With cannons deep into Russian territory. In response, the new head of NATO noted that the alliance is strong and can respond to any threats from its adversaries.
We can
NATO's annual exercise with Ted Fasnoon has been going on for more than a year now. This time the stench will take place immediately after Moscow announced a change in Russia's nuclear doctrine, the alliance representative explained. The maneuvers conducted by Belgium and the Netherlands will include about 13 countries are involved. B-52 bombers capable of carrying nuclear warheads will also take part.
During the training, special attention will be paid to Great Britain, the North Sea, as well as Belgium and the Netherlands. In the face of uncertainty, it is vitally important that we test our defenses and strengthen our defenses.
As the Stimson Center for Security Studies explained, the basis of NATO's nuclear deterrence in Europe is the forces of the United States and Great Britain. A range of capabilities in the sphere of both nuclear and conventional weapons should be given to the members of the alliance. NATO should have more diverse response options, minimizing the risk of escalation into a full-scale nuclear exchange, the report's authors believe.
Other NATO countries, including NATO, Nuclear weapon states must become more involved in Russia's nuclear deterrence policy, which has not only increased the types, numbers, and accuracy of its nuclear weapons.
It is said in the report and the Stimson Security Research Center.
According to the politician, on October 17th, the defense ministers of the North Atlantic Alliance will discuss the new strategy of NATO. In relation to Russia in response to the threat of the aggressor country, this issue has become especially relevant after the start of a full-scale war in Ukraine, journalists from the American publication note.
Social networks are spreading information about the possible execution of 9 Ukrainian prisoners of war by Russian soldiers on October 10th in Kiev. Such active armies of the Russian Federation are a gross violation of the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Prisoners, stated Dmitry Lubenets, the representative of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on human rights, and he said that he had sent the letters to the UN and the International Committee of the Red Cross about another crime committed by the Russian
The international community should not turn a blind eye to such crimes. Dmitry Lubenets, authorized by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine.
Ukraine according to human rights. Telegram.
To arrest Russian criminals, increase sanctions pressure, demand access for international observers and doctors to places where Ukrainian prisoners of war are being held and facilitate their release.
Russia's cruel treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war is absolute barbarity, a gross violation of international humanitarian law, the laws and customs of war. Executions are happening more often than in Ukraine. According to UN data, 95% of soldiers are tortured and denied basic needs.
Ukrainian law enforcement officers have launched an investigation into the probable shooting of Ukrainian soldiers in the Kursk region. This was announced by the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, Andriy Kostin. He noted that the case has been qualified as a violation of the laws and customs of war. Let me remind you that the next sentence for Russian military personnel for similar crimes was handed down in September of this year in the Borodyansky District Court of the Kiev region. In total, 18 Russian servicemen have been convicted in Ukraine by this time. Also in early October, the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine began an investigation into the fact one of the most mass executions of Ukrainian prisoners by the Russian military. This happened after a video was published on social networks in which the Russians shot 16 Ukrainian servicemen in the military army. Time of surrender. It happened in the area of the villages of Nikolaevka and Sukoyar in the Kharkov region. The topic of war crimes, Russian military in particular, torture. We will discuss the execution of Ukrainian prisoners of war in detail with the guest, Andrei Yakovlev, a lawyer and expert at the Regional Human Rights Center, joins the Freedom broadcast. Managing partner of a law firm. Andrei, hello. Hello. Executions of Ukrainian soldiers who for various reasons were forced to surrender have become increasingly publicized. How many such executions are there? Cases are officially registered. Are such statistics kept?
Statistics are kept, but I find it difficult to say exactly how many such cases have been registered. Moreover, we still do not know everything. This is now due to the transparency of the front, precisely because drones can record such cases. They were not there before.
I can't say. Then tell me more about how such crimes are recorded in the Russian Federation.
The recording occurs either upon the statement of a witness who were eyewitnesses. Either these are prisoners who give their testimony, or as in this case, which was shown in the previous story, it is the drone that records. Accordingly, this is already a secret of objective control from which it is possible to determine what was happening. Very often there is a record. You can even recall a recent publication. Questions, conversations with a Russian prisoner of war, where he told how they carried out the murders of 3 Ukrainian prisoners of war. The fact that they don't want to mess with them, they were given the order, they directly talk about what was produced directly. This is called non-judicial fear, speaking in terms of international guitar law. Therefore, we can obtain such information from these sources.
Identification is in progress. Those who did. I would turn to...
You know what these are? Cases have been happening for a long time. They are happening in different parts of the front, in different regions, and now the Kursk region has been added. And accordingly, the Russian Federation, and accordingly, we can talk about the fact that in all these sections of the front, the commanders are not fulfilling their function, or they respond to the instructions, as it was in one of the stories in which we said that the commander directly gave instructions to shoot to protect. From our point of view, when we conduct an investigation, I mean Ukraine, we may not know all the performers. Accordingly, we will not have precise information. But instead, there is a principle that allows hold accountable the commanders who either gave the order and accordingly they are accomplices and organizers, or they did not carry out the proper control and also bear criminal liability on an equal basis with the perpetrators. Considering that these cases occurred in different regions, we can say that the more such commanders will be involved, respectively, the higher the level of command that can be held accountable. Accordingly, at the level of the International Criminal Court, it is possible to hold accountable the entire command of the Russian Federation, or the highest command, is directly responsible, because it cannot be said that the Russian command didn't know or gave the order. Accordingly, the highest Russian command is responsible for the executions equally with the perpetrators. Accordingly, the warrant for the arena, which you talked about in the story, it is kind of caused by the fact that it is possible to hold senior management accountable, since senior management can directly influence their own. This is one way to counteract and create a chilling effect. Therefore, it would be very good for the International Criminal Court to issue such orders. The Russian leadership is on the rise, as they would have seen when they issued an arrest warrant for shelling civilian infrastructure. Then in this case, I would also even... But this does not mean that at our level as Ukraine, we cannot conduct investigations ourselves and cannot also involve commanders. It would be good if we did it too. Endured a resolution on the search for such persons, and accordingly transferred the case to court so that they could be brought to trial, and then, acting with the International Court of Justice, from which one would like to obtain such a warrant, it would be possible to achieve such an effect as a preserving effect, because at the moment the commanders, they are not prosecuted. No one even says that they are going to be prosecuted. Accordingly, this is not a deterrent for them. As soon as we pay attention to this, and maybe an international court, this could potentially create a maintaining factor, a prevention, or one might say a cooling effect.
Andriy, please tell us for our viewers, how to get the International Commission to specifically issue this arrest warrant. What is the algorithm of reality? What should be done for this?
To do this, he needs to put focus of his attention. It must be said that in addition to the execution of prisoners of war, he has other pressing issues. I would also like to get a warrant. It is a drink, you also talked about it. And the resources of the International Criminal Court, they are stored. He hears very few cases. He has only been there about 20 and 30 years. The case was considered accordingly to expect that all our cases will be considered by him, but it would be wrong. Therefore, I drew attention to the fact that we also need to do this and apply the principle of responsibility, commanders, so that such people can at least begin to be prosecuted. But the International Criminal Court may respond, despite the fact that it has limited resources. After all, the systematic execution of prisoners of war is such a serious violation that it destroys human life, and if you don't pay attention to it, not even to condemn, not to take some measures, even initial ones for development accordingly, this gives them the opportunity to repeat such cases. We see them repeating themselves. Here was more added. It sounds like you need to react quickly to this.
Zelensky collaborated on the implementation of the peace formula and also discussed the preparation of a conference on the return of captive and deported Ukrainians. It will happen at the end of October in Canada. Zelensky invited the Pope to receive. In its participation and emphasized that Kyiv is counting on the assistance of the Holy See in the return home of Ukrainians captured by Russian occupiers.
There are over 400 women in Russian captivity. It has been confirmed through the International Committee of the Red Cross and other sources that there are 1,700 civilians in captivity. According to our data, their number may be significant. Russia also continues the forced resettlement of our Ukrainian children from one temporarily occupied region to another and deports them to Russia. It is very difficult to search for them at all. Those hidden in Russian captivity. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
I would like to touch upon the subject of the detention of Ukrainian prisoners of war in Russian prisons. After the exchanges, we see the state in which Ukrainian defenders return home. Many talk about torture by starvation, about physical publishing. Are such cases investigated? How many are there?
Yes, a figure of around 1,700 was announced here, but nevertheless there is information. Because there are more of them. It should be said that this does not mean that there are only 1,700 and a little more. In fact, there may be several times more. We just don't know the information. Russia does not register facts of arrest and deportation. Even, I would say, kidnappings after the final deportation. It does not give these people the opportunity to contact their relatives. Well, as if deprives them of the right to contact the outside world. They have no communication and there are no rights. I would even say that the weights and what actually happens to them are equal to extrajudicial criminal punishment because they are under arrest in places where persons convicted in the Russian Federation are held, and they cannot even appeal their detention. This is not a lawyer, but the impossibility of communicating with anyone. Accordingly, Russia is effectively applying criminal punishment without a trial and without the right to review it. With a time that no one knows, the time of its punishment is not known. When Russia begins criminal prosecution of such people whom it previously abducted, but legally, then, not surprisingly, certain rights may appear, at least the right to communicate with a lawyer. Until this moment, such people generally sit. Sounds like incommunicado, they have no contact with the outside world. It should be said that Ukrainian prisoners of war have exactly the same status. Not only civilian prisoners of war, they are often kept together. As soon as criminal prosecution begins on some false, spurious charges, they gain slightly more rights. Therefore, it can be said that our prisoners of war, our citizens have fewer rights than Russian convicts, and the same measures need to be applied there, as we said about the Strat, to extrajudicial execution. This also needs to be held accountable by the high Russian leadership because no one can afford to put a person in jail for a long time. maintain, finance food, at least meager, but still it is somehow provided without a decision from the top management. Take a person to prison without a court order, only high management and at the highest federal level. Accordingly, I hope there will be arrest warrants for these people too. Let them expect such orders, the same measures of influence.
Actually, the main culprit of this was just on your screens, and the international observers have some... This is access to Russian colonies where Ukrainian prisoners of war and other deportees are held. Can they get any information from there? Or are these completely closed objects? And the truth is, it is impossible to get there.
These are completely closed objects. A few are sometimes visited by Moskalko, but this is purely indicative to show what is really going on. Everything is fine with them, but they have no right to see each other, no right to... There is no one with such positive faces. It is only possible to do this if the Russian Federation wants to show a theatrical production. But in general, international bodies want. He has the right to the same Red Cross, but it does not happen, unfortunately.
On the issue of the treatment of prisoners of war, as reported by the representative of the main directorate of Ukrainian intelligence, Andrei Yusov, Roshchin was to be included in the list for the next prisoner exchange and specified that who was going to be transferred to the Lefortovo pre-trial detention center in Moscow to prepare for her return to Ukraine, but she never returned. Let's say she was killed there in that very captivity. It turns out that, having ended up, as you noted, in a Russian prison, you are deprived of absolutely all rights and anything can happen to you, even death. But then how can we bring to justice those responsible for these similar Russian crimes?
I think that punishment can be brought to bear when we or the international community can make a decision which will establish their guilt. And it is very important that these decisions are supported by the implementation in as many countries as possible. As soon as we can create such a system, Ukraine is bright. I would call it the infrastructure for the execution of such sentences. This would immediately have a serious effect on all those who make the request or illegally hold or illegally deported. At the moment, there is no such system that would function globally. And this allows such criminals to think that rather they will not be detained or it will be a very difficult process. As soon as the world begins to create such a system where the accused, persecuted, or already convicted are all, the crime will be sought by everyone. It will be everyone's business because a war crime is an international crime against the actual world legal order. And when the execution, they will also be perceived as the responsibility of all. Accordingly, this will immediately have a serious effect on the continuation or new attempts to commit such crimes. Therefore, I see that we should seek an arrest warrant for such people, their development in as many countries as possible. That's when such people will already understand. The world is against them not just in words, but is actually ready to take measures to stop them. And this, I hope, will have an effect at least much greater than the situation we have now.
Well, I also want to note that it is very important not to remain silent and constantly raise the issue of prisoners of war and deported Ukrainians. Andrei, thank you for finding the time to answer our questions and explain the situation. Andrei Yakovlev, lawyer, expert of the Regional Human Rights Center, managing partner of the Umbrella Law Firm, was in touch with us. That's all for now. Let me remind you that the next news broadcast is on air in 21:00. Then we will tell more news. See you soon.
For them, we are a sect, a church that, according to them, it is torn away from Christ, from God, and we distort the faith. They were brought up this way by their various propaganda methods. This happens for generations.
They sincerely believed that, then we are their enemies and we need to be isolated from society.
Bogdan Geleta, priest of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, in a series of interviews with Seiken Amor. Rosaev People of Goodwill, Tuesday at 10 Kiev time on the Freedom TV channel.
On the front, 153 combat clashes occurred in 24 hours. As reported by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, the most difficult situation is in the Kurakovsky direction, where the troops completed 47 attacks. And also on Pokrovskoye, the Ukrainian military repelled 27 assaults. In addition, the defense forces repelled 23 enemy offensive attempts on the Kupin section of the front. Nistez on Lymansky and another 14 on Turetsky. We will discuss the detailed situation at the front with our guest. A Ukrainian speaker joins the broadcast of the Freedom TV channel. Volunteer armies of Yug, Serhiy Brachuk. Sergei, we welcome you. Glory to Ukraine.
Good morning.
Glory to the heroes, glory to the armed forces. Good morning, colleagues.
New York Times describing. The tactics of the Ukrainian troops in this war used a term that was introduced at the time by Muhammad Ali, rupe dop. That is, if the approximate translation is to tie a fool to Canada. The tactic is to wear down the enemy, take the blows, giving him a sense of superiority. How similar do you think this is? How many rounds can such a fight last?
Tomorrow the battle continues, and probably we must agree that some elements of this approach are not used by the military forces of Ukraine, and in particular we are talking about what? Today Ukraine is demonstrating on the battlefield not just some classic methods, they are present of course, but this war has made adjustments to the introduction of combat actions, because we see that if the Kursk front, it's one situation. If we're talking about the Donetsk operational zone, it's a little different, to put it mildly, and accordingly the situation is already in the south. It has also changed, but the essence remains the same: to exhaust the enemy in terms of resources, to maximally crush his resources in manpower, in combat equipment, technologies which at first glance may seem to someone to be endless resources. However, I have always said that Russian soldiers are not immortal. Russian equipment burns just like it burned at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and now probably even more so, given the new technologies that this war has brought, military art and the front in general. And accordingly, the resources are not infinite either. Therefore, this tactic of destroying Russian resources is really present today in various forms in all sections of the front. If we are talking about a maneuvered war in the Kursk region, then the main goal is to preserve the personal composition, confuse the enemy, and to force him to spend the same manpower, the same equipment on this enormous effort to go on the offensive and get into unpleasant, to put it mildly, moments for himself. We have already heard about it very neatly now, because the topic is very sharp and requires maximum silence. The Kursk front, and we saw and heard that Russia had crossed over. By the second offensive, by the second stage of the offensive, we always had one question: when and why did the first offensive end? Actually, today it is, and it happens. Great gratitude to our soldiers who bear all the burdens of this battle, but the enemy also falls into traps, and further without details. Donetsk zone. Here we see the same thing, although of course we can note that in some locations the enemy at first glance managed to pass easily. On courage, on some kind of even euphoria, what was presented in the Russian media as the greatest strategic successes. But even these miscalculations of ours in defense, they are of course, this is present because sometimes so-called human facts work, and sometimes the losses were disproportionate to the need to continue fighting in certain areas. But nevertheless, brief examples. Let's look at Toretsk. The enemy today, who claims that Toretsk was already taken the day before yesterday, controls less than half, 40%. 50 maximum territory Toretskaya. The line of combat clashes is unclear. This is a plus for our army, for our defense forces, because our military may be not a suitable place for Russians. And again, Toretsk attacks head-on, because other methods do not work there today and cannot be implemented. We say the same thing. For example, Selidova, where the situation is very difficult, it is becoming more difficult for us. On the one hand, on the other hand, we see that the enemy is trying to actively pass Selidova. And there are already such, let's say, cases. It's Mikhailovka, it's Marinovka, it's Chikorina. From three sides, the enemies are trying to pass sabotage and reconnaissance groups, which receive on own one-way ticket. We see all this. Our defense forces know all this. They react adequately. And Veselidovo managed and is able to implement what it was not possible to implement. In other areas where the enemy passed, let's say, faster, what exactly we managed to implement, we will not tell about it. And actually, such locations, both in the Kupinsky direction and in the Lymansky direction. And we are talking about the fact that today the garrison, the Kurakova army, and the district army are trying to marry. Are there any problems? But again, based on the experience of what happened today, it turned out, in my opinion, in some moments, I am not talking about the stabilization of the front now, but those that reduce the resourcefulness of the Russian army. This is definitely, and in a certain way, the pace of the offensive, because those reserves that came to the Russians 4, 5, 6 months ago, today they are no longer like that. Although the replenishment at first glance, it goes 1-to-1, considering those large losses of enemy resources. Tim, no less, you also know such cases when today those people who, for example, were mobilized a month ago at most, end up at the front among Russians. That is, we are talking about the quality of this front. And there are really a lot of such situations.
All houses.
Violated. The Russian occupiers are destroying the city more and more every day, striking with FPV drones. They use heavy equipment much less often. Yevgeny Yevlev told about this. A soldier of the 109th Separate Brigade of the Territorial Defense Forces of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, according to him, the enemy is just using the tactics of being driven from the ground. Let's listen to the quote and talk about it.
The Russian occupiers are not using equipment as senselessly as before because it can be burned by Ukrainian drones from a distance. Therefore, the enemy began to conduct reconnaissance and carry out tasks in the singing sphere. Drones, of which he has a lot. He is trying to storm our positions in groups of 10 to 12 people, working under the cover of artillery and drones. The Russian Federation Army is using tactics. Kaby, mortars, and then enters the territory where it destroyed almost everything to the ground. Evgeny Yevlev, a serviceman of the 109th Separate Brigade. Reptiles of the Territorial Defense Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine.
Mission is alive, it moves. Today it is impossible to say clearly. On the one hand, it is very bad, but on the other, it allows to conduct this maneuver war of urban development. Where are the enemies? Where are your own? Because at first glance, it is not very convenient to start hostilities. Our defense forces use it as a plus for themselves, who have experience in fighting in urban areas, and in fact, this is what allows us today to hold those ruins of Toretsk, which today are truly a tactic. I will speak about this a little later, to hold the positions that remain in Toretsk. That is, we are talking about the fact that today the situation is very changeable indeed, but today up to 40-45% of Toretsk's territory is controlled by Ukrainian defense forces. This is something that the enemy could not do, even using scorched earth tactics. to destroy our positions and completely take possession of Turkey. There is nothing new in this tactic. This tactic was used in Avdiv, Bakhmut, and other areas of the front where
Enemy with help.
aviation managed to push through our defenses, managed to enter those positions that were not with equipment. Neither small nor large groups nor columns could be taken for a long time. The aviation component, this is also not Russian news, it is today probably the main argument of Russia on the battlefield. I will not dwell on the fact that it is the Russians who are liberating, in quotes of course, aviation recreation. These are ruins, when not only stones burn, but also the ground burns from this weaponry, primarily the cabs that are thrown at our positions. Our Ukrainian settlements come to the burned land, on which no one will build anything. Accordingly, only Ukraine will return these territories. So this is what I will say again. The recipe is also very simple. We can now, of course, return to the issue of using large artillery. Larger missiles that fly very far, destroy enemy aircraft on the ground, enemy infrastructure, or destroy the same warehouses with hubs that are known to also be located in the frontline territory. And here I will remember in this regard with a positive blow, the Ukrainian Defense Forces struck at the warehouse level as temporarily occupied in the Luhansk region. In this case, we are talking about a warehouse of fuel and lubricants, but the Defense Forces, one could even say with irony, good irony, remembered that such warehouses, they exist not only in the depths of Russian territory, they also exist near the front line. I think that this is also something new that will be introduced into our strategy for destroying the Republic.
Sergei, thank you for taking part in our broadcast. I am always glad to be with you. Serhiy Brachuk, Speaker of the Ukrainian Volunteer Army. I was in touch with our studio. The plan for the second peace summit will be ready in November, but there is no exact date for the event yet. This was stated by Volodymyr Zelensky during a briefing in Paris. Let me remind you, from the 9th until October 11th, the President of Ukraine made a number of foreign visits, took part in the Ukraine Southeastern Europe Summit in Croatia, and held talks with the Prime Ministers of Great Britain. Then the NATO Secretary General, the German Chancellor, the French President, and met with the Pope. Details on the results of the negotiations are given in the story.
Volodymyr Zelensky has refuted one of the main fakes related to the victory plan. According to the Ukrainian president, Kyiv is not ready to freeze the war or ceasefire in exchange for security guarantees from the United States
and joining the European Union.
This is not the topic of our discussions, any ceasefire. We have not discussed this with other allies either. I have seen in the media that there was a lot of information that I came to talk about ending the war. No, that's not true. I don't know where it comes from. Russia works a lot with the media, with disinformation, so it's understandable.
Presenting a plan for victory and discussing its implementation is one of the main goals of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip. In just a few days, he visited 4 European capitals: London, Paris, Rome, and Berlin.
The goal of our support, as I told President Zelensky, is to put Ukraine in the best possible conditions to sit down at the negotiating table for peace, at the negotiating table, as we have already said. It has been said many times already. This does not mean capitulation, as many have cowardly suggested.
The main goal of the victory plan is to create conditions under which the Kremlin will not be able to continue the war against Ukraine. Volodymyr Zelensky stated. Among other things, the document includes a clause on inviting the country to NATO, as well as continuing military, financial, and diplomatic assistance to Kiev.
The main thing is to strengthen Ukraine's position and our relations with our closest partners so that we create the necessary conditions, a fair atmosphere. The world sees that Russia is ignoring real diplomacy and the peace formula that we have proposed to end this war fairly on the basis of the UN Charter. If we implement the war plan while maintaining cooperation with our partners, Russia will no longer be able to continue this war and will be admitted to the world.
German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a new aid package. Germany, Belgium, Denmark, and Norway will allocate 1,400 million to supply Ukraine with additional air defense systems. RST, Skynix, as well as armored vehicles, combat drones, radars, and artillery ammunition. In addition, according to Scholz, Germany will allocate state aid to Ukraine next year.
Ukraine can count on us. This is a clear message for Putin. Playing for time will do nothing. We will continue to support Ukraine. This determination, this firm position is a function. Dear Vladimir, we are unanimous that after the first conference in Bergenstock in June, there should be a follow-up conference. And as you said, Russia should also take part in it.
Volodymyr Zelensky held talks with Pope Francis in the Vatican. This is their third meeting since the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia. Russian troops to Ukraine, the parties discussed humanitarian issues, the Vatican's assistance in organizing an exchange for the return home of Ukrainian children illegally deported to Russia.
We know that there are more than 400 women in Russian captivity. It has been confirmed through the International Committee of the Red Cross and other sources that there are 1,700 civilians in captivity. According to our data, their number. Russia continues the forced resettlement of our Ukrainian children from one temporarily occupied region to another and deports them to Russia. It is very difficult. Then to search for these children in general, we count on the cooperation of the Holy See in returning home to all Ukrainians captured in Russian captivity. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Volodymyr Zelensky, if the victory plan is successfully implemented, Russia will no longer be able to threaten Europe, and Ukraine has every chance to end the war as early as next 2020. In 2025, not on the terms of the aggressor, but in a just peace in accordance with the UN Charter and international law.
Igor, I congratulate you.
Good morning.
I'll start with the question that journalists asked Vladimir Zelensky in France. What do you think? Is it possible for Volodymyr Zelensky and our allies to convince the world and journalists that his European tour, if it is about ending the war,
then only in case of Ukraine's victory?
In the mind of Ukraine, and it seems in the mind of international legislation, this is a world with the return of territories. This is a world in which the aggressor country bears punishment, and this punishment, it extends to various spheres. That is, it is not only some kind of financial compensation, but first of all bringing to justice those guilty of war crimes, and a lot of other things that has done and continues to do what the Russian Federation, strictly speaking, does on the territory of Ukraine, plus the statements of all our partners. They are quite clear that they can, of course, be considered. No one can forbid journalists, analysts, and experts in Western countries from various scenarios, including, well, they will discuss various ones. There are options for the possible end of the war, but the official position of all of Ukraine's partners is that it is our country that will decide when, in what format and under what conditions. This is a very important point. Will any negotiations begin at all, and will the war end? Since this is the right of the country to which this cannot be the right of the aggressor, in this case the Russian Federation, but it is the right of the country that is defending itself and that is trying to fight back. Attribute this aggression on the part of the Russian Federation. Therefore, in this context, it seems to me that everything is quite clear, plus the plan that has already been promised to be presented in the near future, including in Ukraine. A plan for victory or a plan to end the war. The Ukrainian peace plan, I think that it will contain all these points, and in fact this will be the starting point with which we can start in order to solve those issues that today arise in general in the context of the Russian-Ukrainian war. The mechanisms are already, let's say that the implementation of this plan, they can actually be different. I will note that Ukraine has never rejected the possibility of solving some of the problems exclusively politics through diplomacy, but for it to be through politics and diplomacy, we need to understand what Russia's reaction will be, and in general, we need to understand whether Russia is ready for such things. They will show everything. Partners of Ukraine, no. There is no understanding or acceptance of this fact on the part of Russia. There is only one option left for now, the one the president is talking about, that maximum assistance to Ukraine will force Russia, well, in principle, to come to terms with the fact that they will not be able to achieve. No one has their own goals. The war will bring more and more losses for them. It will also be transferred to their territory, and as a result, we will come to some minimal agreement. The need to begin negotiations, but again on the terms that will be published by Ukraine.
Igor, let's probably clarify one point. Yes, this is the plan to defeat. Is this within the framework of the world formula? Either something is changing there, or is this some other vector? What is this all about?
I think that by and large it will coincide with those provisions of the peace formula, but at least the information we have from public statements and the published part of this plan, there is nothing fundamentally new. It is more about detailing certain points here. And again, about the mechanisms of achieving one or another goal that was announced by Ukraine. This is a very important point. That is, it is about the mechanisms, how with the help, not the, according to that, it will be possible to discover one or another scenario, one or another option. This is a very important point. And this moment, strictly speaking, must be taught. What are we going to talk about here? So in this context, for now, the emphasis should be on such things. And I think that we will not have any fundamentally new provisions. We will see, but more detailed, more spelled out other provisions, yes, they will most likely be presented.
Let me remind you of how we started our conversation and preparation. The organization of the Peace Summit should be completed in November. The date of its holding is still unknown. The head of the Ukrainian state announced this during a visit to Paris. At the same time, French President Emmanuel Macron speeches on the point about nuclear safety. I am just getting attached to the date of October 17th.
They will gather in Brussels?
Defense ministers.
NATO countries. This is a pre-planned meeting, so...
Ramstein was moved. There is information that they can... Here we will add it to this meeting, and it will take place in parallel, or perhaps combine it with the meeting of NATO defense ministers, where the alliance's policy will be reviewed. Speaking Mark Rutte in relation to Russia. Here is this visit of Vladimir Zelensky and the upcoming Ramstein. Is it good that Vladimir Zelensky had the opportunity to discuss the agenda of the day, which will be at Ramstein, with the main figures of this Ramstein, with the leaders of the countries?
Which require coordination, both at the level of individual countries and at the level of, for example, the European Union as a whole. We sometimes forget that we are not talking about individual countries there. Plus, they have supranational management, and these features must be taught. And in this context, of course, the positive is that this time is objectively lost. Music is playing. The management was on a very representative tour, met with everyone they wanted to meet. Many additional agreements were signed. Purely practical things were discussed, which it concerns the provision of aid in Ukraine. But at the same time, I am more than sure that he discussed, among other things, individual provisions of the point of the Ukrainian peace plan, and discussed, let's say, the role or participation of each individual country in the implementation of this plan. Plus, it is obvious that the leaders with whom our president met, they then called each other, discussed certain provisions, and therefore, if it is possible to hold the postponed Ramstein on this date, then they will be there for discussion. to devote much less time than it would have been on October 12th or October 10th, depending on when it was previously planned to be held. Why? Because there is already a certain concentration. The sum position clearly exists. Incidentally, indirect evidence of this is precisely the statement by representatives of the presidential office that in the coming days there is not even talk about. This plan will in fact be presented in Ukraine. That is why it was most likely not presented earlier, because the discussion of certain points was still underway and they wanted to go, let's say, to Ukraine. Any absolutely agreed option that will be supported by everyone. And the appearance of this information that it is about to be presented probably indicates that the result. All points were discussed, and in principle there is already a clear understanding of what and how to do next.
And if you look at that aspect of these negotiations as per assistance to Ukraine, continuation of assistance from our partners, some new aspects may appear here. Can we expect, for example, some progress in the issue of resolving Ukraine strikes on the territory?
I am absolutely convinced that we will receive such permission. It will be granted. It will most likely not be done in a public manner. That is, it will not be released to Biden will not say, I give permission to strike at Russia. Of course, we would like it very much and publicly because it is one of the elements of pressure, including on the Russian Federation, but it will most likely not be a public decision. Ukraine will use weapons as it deems necessary. In general, in terms of understanding this, let's say, problem, I think that there are certain advances. And these suspenders, they are of such a key character in this case. Why? Because this is the central topic. And in principle, this is one of those points that was clearly sewn up in general. This idea was sewn into this plan, which will be presented, therefore, perhaps the detention, which is connected with what will happen later. There are some final nuances there, and we thought about how best to formulate it in such a way that, well, firstly, it would find support among all partners, and secondly, it would be, from a practical point of view, as beneficial as possible for Ukraine, respectively. Thirdly, of course, there was a certain symbolic influence on the same Russian Federation. We live in such a time where information is very important, and a lot can depend on how you present. It seems even a banal piece of news, and when we are talking about such a global, essentially, plan, because it is the same. Not only a plan that is connected with Ukraine, first of all, of course, it is connected with the Russian-Ukrainian war, but it will have a serious influence, serious consequences in general for international security. And in this context, of course, it is extremely important that all things are clearly spelled out there, so that we will get answers to the questions that they were concerned, so to speak, earlier, and which are today the basis of this plan. This includes firing long-range weapons at military facilities on the territory of the Russian Federation and strengthening the fire alarm system and a lot of other things that are currently being actively discussed.
Igor, thank you for joining our broadcast for your comments. Ihor Riterovich, a political scientist, was in touch with the studio.
The main value of Ukraine. Their achievements have saved many lives, and their innovative solutions have changed medicine and opened new horizons for the follower. He became the founder of cardiac surgery. Thanks to the valve created by Nikolai Amosov, the treatment of heart defects in children became a reality. Thanks to the drugs created by Nikolai Amosov, Danilo Zabolotny, the whole world has stopped being paralyzed by the threat of a cholera epidemic. Ukraine is talented and hardworking.
We continue the informational marathon on freedom. Studio Katerina Vishnevska, greetings.
Everyone who joined us.
And then we have an analysis of the current key crashes. Sunday, Mikhail Podolyak, management advisor, joins our broadcast.
Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Mikhailo, I welcome you on the air. Hello, hello.
One of the main political upsets of the week was a series of meetings of the President of Ukraine. Representatives, heads of our countries, partner countries discussed very important issues including the Ukrainian formula for peace, assistance to Ukraine, and also discussed with the head of the Roman Catholic Church the question of the return of our civilians, hostages and children who were taken away by the Russian Federation. If we now at this stage draw some conclusions, what was the main message of these meetings? What did we hear? Did we manage to achieve the set goals?
The main task of such meetings is communication at the level of the President of Ukraine and leadership. For other countries, it is still a matter of deciding. For Ukraine, everything is clear here. For our partners, they really want to live in a world where there are rules, or they want to live in a world where anyone can break them. To violate these rules, to violate international law, as you correctly said, to take civilian hostages there, to kill a large number of civilians and not to bear responsibility for it. That is, the President of Ukraine very clearly sets the accents in this. And these accents sound in short as follows. Look, the Russian Federation is not a country with an adequate worldview. Accordingly, it is impossible to agree with it about something and consider that it will. The Russian Federation can stop before understanding what is international law, what is responsibility for military elections, what is financial responsibility for the destruction they cause as part of the war, and so on. To do this, it is necessary to make a whole series of decisions, basic decisions, consolidated decisions, collective decisions by Western countries, first of all, democratic countries, well, actually countries that are part of the pro-Ukrainian coalition. What are these decisions? First, the war must be ended on fair terms. The peace formula is precisely the basic construction that clearly shows what are the fair conditions for the finalization of the war. But for this, again, Western countries need to make a decision for themselves. Russia is obliged to lose. For this, it is necessary to wage war within the framework of the described rules of warfare. How is this not paradoxical? It sounds like if the Russian Federation can do whatever it considers necessary in this war, that is, attack even the civilian population, which is prohibited, of course, by the provisions of certain conventions and so on, then Ukraine is exactly for us. They are turning back and not allowing military tasks to be solved that Ukraine has the right to solve. For example, to carry out the same strikes deep into the territory of the Russian Federation, large-scale strikes, to transfer the war there. And if the president emphasizes that you decide for yourself whether there are rules or not, then the next question that the president of Ukraine raises sounds like this: if there are rules after all, and they need to be protected, and accordingly you are ready to invest in this, then let's decide the issue of the volumes of military supplies, the volumes of those instruments that at this stage of the war, taking into account that what we see both on the front line and with the teacher of what we see on the territory of Russia, and with the teacher, let's say, the origins of those blows that Ukraine inflicted with its weapons on the territory of Russia, which are social holidays in Russia. Let's make a decision. More weapons, more necessary long-range weapons, and accordingly forcing Russia to the negotiation process, to the peace process only through, again, military and economic, diplomatic, and political instruments of coercion. This is the common canvas. Yes, there is a separation of positions. This is what you said about the meeting, for example, with the pontiff, with the Pope. Humanitarian aspects were discussed. Unfortunately, again, in my opinion, the type of war that Russia is waging was not clearly enough stated. I will not meet the Vatican now, but in general, in my opinion, it is not clearly enough. It is clear that the Russian Federation, even based on the type of war it is waging, is not worthy of a veto. Let's talk to them about something, because they exclusively use genocide practices, and in relation to the civilian population, of course, and in relation to prisoners of war. Of course, they do not comply with any, again, conventions. Of course, the task, one of the key tasks, which is for Russia within the framework of this war, this is the maximum destruction of the territory of Ukraine and the maximum genocidal destruction of the population, that is deportations and violence directly in the zone. Not the conduct of military operations, and this is the construction of entire networks of torture chambers in the occupied territories, again, where people die, people disappear, and so on. Here, in principle, these aspects, once again, are enough. They have been clearly stated, and in my opinion, they are now recorded in the so-called victory plan. Well, I mean, they have been recorded mathematically clearly, and accordingly, the president wants the partners really thought about the future in depth, thought about, let's say, the investments that they are making in Ukraine, but in reality, they are making them into their own lawlessness, and made a final decision regarding the fate of the Russian Federation.
Mikhail, as I understand it, it was also very important to demonstrate with these visits, these meetings,
A kind of signal that the dialogue with our partners is continuing, that support and assistance to Ukraine is consistently continuing because, as I understand it, there could have been attempts at speculation from the outside.
Not.
I think that now there are some propaganda speculations which the Russian Federation is trying to use as part of global pressure. I would even cite in this regard the latest statement by Mr. Ruthwell. He is the new Secretary General. Propaganda puts pressure on global political public opinion.
The reasons for the stench were postponed for a week. The meetings that the Ukrainian president held now, they became
Stage of preparation for
end of briefing.
To happen, I mean, at the level of meetings of the president of Ukraine with leaders of other countries. Well, let's just fix this logic a little. Look, there are key partners, those who have the largest amount of weapons, the basic amount of weapons needed for Ukraine provides for this or that stage of the war. Of course, the United States, Great Britain, Germany, France, Italy are among them. That is, these are key countries. I emphasize once again, yes, other countries also allocate military packages, which are included in the conditional Ramstein Club. And of course, they are just as interested in deeply understanding the problems, why this or that weapon is needed. They also need to conduct all these presentations and so on. But nevertheless, once again, the basic configuration of military aid is the 5 countries I named. And of course, when you present to them which production, in which video, why exactly, this weapon is needed at this stage of the war, what will be the consequences, and you pass on the mathematical formulas that tell exactly what, how, and why, and accordingly, what is the president's logic? For the United States, it is our basic ally, of course. Accordingly, the United States must give so-called additional permissions to other countries to supply weapons. Ukraine, why? because there are licensed types of troops. Well, it should be considered that the license is in the USA. The US manufacturers actually have components from the USA there. That is, legally, it is necessary for it to look the following diverse. They have a presentation. That is the United States, Great Britain. Germany is the key military partner. This is the basic scenario, which is written in the victory plan, but it is meant as a tool of military coercion. These countries received a presentation. They conduct their internal, the discussion they discuss from the point of view of how realistic something is, how it should work, and so on. Then expansion. Then there was supposed to be a meeting at Ramstein where the presentation, the victory plan on a larger scale for a larger number of countries, for those countries that are also part of the coalition of support for Ukraine, military support, and accordingly after that, let's say, a partial operation, publication of the victory plan for broad social groups, well, citizens of Ukraine and other countries. That is what can be published, of course, because there are materials in the supplements, which apparently are still there. The logic here is clear, and in principle, the president of Ukraine has already completed and presented the partially fundamental volume of work to our key allies, basic allies. I would even say so. Support for Ukraine, once again, is not support for the sake of war. Support for Ukraine today, and this is what needs to be constantly emphasized, is an investment in the stability of the legal field in which we find ourselves, international law, which we find ourselves in that security architecture, which, yes, for better or worse, but nevertheless it exists because the Russian Federation is interested, in addition to destroying the territory of Ukraine, is interested in the destruction. International law is the only substrate of legal interstate relations. And in the same way, the Russian Federation is interested in the humiliation of the security architecture in which we live with you today. Well, that is to show that only the strong can establish rules there. Well, that is if you have the power, if you are ready to kill people of a different ethnicity or a different nationality, then you... Russia offers such a concept. When we speak, when Ukraine holds negotiations, presents the same plan for victory, we say, look, this investment is not only in Ukraine's ability to give
By the way, if you look at what is happening now with our enemy has already made many statements and reports that North Korean military personnel are already taking part in military operations or are undergoing training on the territory of the Russian officer army. This raises a number of questions, for example, about what resources the enemy's army currently has and how combat ready their units are. But on the other hand, how does the world react, and is there enough reaction to this kind of cooperation between two dictatorships, but Moscow does not hide its dictatorship from Pyongyang?
Dialogue in the military sphere.
Let's start with something else. The reaction is insufficient, of course, and this is very surprising and very much stimulates such regimes that we see in the northern Korea will increase its level of aggressiveness, global aggressiveness, it is undoubted, because once again, reactions are not enough. Let's start with the fact that the key shell today on the battlefield, which is used by the Russian army, the army is certainly North Korean. More than 6 million shells have been transferred there. We are not even taking into account the missiles that Korea, North Korea, and Iran are transferring to Russia. We are not taking into account with you, the fact is that, of course, the engineering troops of Korea and Iran are present on the territory of Russia, participating in one way or another, directly or indirectly, in military operations. Well, I mean, they help with engineering services. The same equipment that these countries are transferring. And again, all this does not have the appropriate volumetric reaction of the international community. For me, this is an amazing situation. On the other hand, we need to understand that Russia is indeed in a state of resource depletion, and this is obvious. Indeed, they have shortages of shells, shortages of missiles, of course. If the sanctions worked harder and Russia could not get components for rocket production, then today we would not have, let's say, the volume of missile attacks, not drone attacks, but missile attacks on Ukraine that we have, because the main components in missiles, modern missiles, the same calibers, the same Iskanders, different modifications, are It is European and North American, and this, of course, is surprising, and this is also very surprising, and therefore the resource destruction of Russia is obvious. And of course, Russia, they feed on this resource depletion to compensate for it at the expense of these two allies. Let's not forget that, for example, from the point of view of mobilization or recruitment activities, Russia is constantly increasing the cost of living. I apologize for this terminology, but that is exactly how it sounds. That is, buying a person who can be sent one way to Ukraine to kill people there today amounts to, this is 2.53 million federal rubles to 4 to 4.5 million. This indicates the condition of this resource, and Russia is trying to compensate for this resource through high payments. Understand why Russia has access to global financial markets and earns this or that money on these markets. Again, here I will talk about the topic that is written in the victory plan. The pandemic coercion of Russia into the negotiation process or to end the war. Let's speak more broadly. There you can clearly see the following. Look, over the past 2 years, even a little more than 2 years, years of trade turnover between the countries of the European Union and the countries of the former Soviet Union, those that are located near Russia, meaning primarily the Central Asian countries. Trade turnover has grown by 400, 600, 800%. You understand that consumer markets in these countries have not grown, of course. That is, they are not interested. Russia sells gas through these countries. Russia sells oil through these countries. Russia buys from the trade markets through these countries. Therefore, it needs, and in fact, it has a good financial turnover. That is, they have the opportunity to earn money, which they then direct again to finance the military complex. Economies within their own country. And accordingly, if we do not solve this problem, then Russia has money. Yes, it has bad production. Now, it is obvious that these productions cannot cope with the burden that war gives Russia. That is a war of very high intensity, requires a lot of resources, such consumable resources, ammunition, the same shells, for example, and Russia, of course, cannot cope with the production of such a quantity of resources. And here even North Korea comes to the rescue. And again, a reasonable question arises, why is Ukraine sorting all this out? Firstly, they demand tough sanctions. Secondly, they demand a tougher response to the actions of Iran and North Korea. Thirdly, they really demand within the logic of war. War requires more resources in return because there are 3 countries supplying the war. We would like more countries to provide more resources and not, excuse me, by the spoonful. Yet this resource, or with a delay this resource. Let me remind you that one of the key problems today, even within the framework of the Ramstein Club, is that there are agreements on certain military packages on a certain amount of that technology, but it is coming to Ukraine much slower than agreed. That is, instead of 1 month, a month and a half on the battlefield ends up in 6 to 8 months, and this, of course, significantly affects what we see on the front line. I would like all these issues to be somehow more fairly discussed among the elite, and not to discuss wild, in my opinion, initiatives. Like, let's exchange the direction, the territory of Ukraine at the end of the war. Well, that is, as it were, in the global media space, including in the partner countries of Ukraine, it is discussed, in my opinion, absolutely. These are absolutely senseless ideas that will instead stimulate war. And this is done regularly. Look again. The territory you leave to the aggressor in exchange for him ending the war it looks ridiculous in itself. The aggressor came to these territories, which means he won. If he stayed there, he won. And what does this mean for the aggressor? It means aggression must continue because you will get results. The results, yes, at a different price than you planned. Well, you and I understand that Russia planned a blitzkrieg war, but the war has already been going on for almost 3 years. But nevertheless, by leaving Russian territory, you are stimulating it. Continue aggression, increase the volume of expansion, increase the volume of pressure on Ukraine, on Europe as a whole, and so on. That is, instead of discussing this, I would like, of course, to see the implementation in the global media space. We discussed a scenario, for example, how to deal with North Korea. That is, what needs to be done if certain sanctions do not work? What needs to be done with North Korea from the point of view of its military? How should we behave towards Iran? What should we do if North Korean engineers or even troops are present on Russian territory?
join us.
Let me remind you that Mikhailo Podolyak, advisor to the head of the office of the President of Ukraine, was in touch with the Freedom Studio, and we discussed the key events of the week.
On the reasons for the economic decline and impoverishment that the Kremlin is leading Russians into,
Lviv Authority. Under the guise of war, Putin's government is raising a new free nationalization in the country.
Nobody wants to deal with Russian business. Firms have to save.
Production. The shortage of personnel is simply raging.
every Tuesday at 18:00 Kiev time on Freedom TV channel.
We continue the informational marathon on the Freedom TV channel, and now we will talk about who helps Russia circumvent sanctions. Thus, sanctioned tankers again began to transport oil from Russia, while London suspects 37 companies of cooperation in bypassing Russian oil companies. According to the BBC's Russian service, these companies are under investigation. The Kremlin's economy relies heavily on oil exports. The authorities are trying to adapt to new oil reactions. But the price ceiling has been introduced. The continuing decline in the cost of black gold on the world market calls into question Russia's ability to withstand this blow. Nikita Skoro will tell you more about it.
As of May 2024, revenues from oil sales to the Russian budget increased by almost 50% compared to 2023. According to Bloomberg, Moscow is adapting to international sanctions. According to the agency's calculations, total revenues from the oil and gas industry increased by 39%, which is almost 8%. Billions of dollars. However, adaptation to international sanctions, according to the Russian authorities, is based on their direct violation. So the British government suspects 37 companies in participation in circumventing Russian oil sanctions, the BBC Russian service report. The head of the anti-corruption organization Global Witness noted that the British Treasury Department has not yet taken action against sanctions violators and called for more decisive action.
If the UK government puts an end to British firms' involvement in Putin's speculation, then I think others will follow. Louis Wilson, head of oil investigations at the public anti-corruption organization Global Witness, in a commentary for the BBC News publication Russian Service.
Response to sanctions, Moscow also uses sanctioned tankers. According to Bloomberg, more than 24 such vessels have started transporting Russian oil again since April 2024.
At least 21 of the 72 tankers sanctioned by the US Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control, the UK Treasury or the European Union over the past year have loaded into Kazakhstan. A total of 24 cargoes of Russian oil have been shipped since sanctions were imposed in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. From a publication by Bloomberg, the agency writes that from April to June,
only one flight per month was recorded, but after successful deliveries, the use of sanctioned tankers increased. In July, 2 cargoes were transported, and in August and September, 6 each. The Kremlin is actively use the Danish Straits for their routes. According to Bloomberg, the vessels of the Russian Shadow Fleet are increasingly refusing the services of pilots, which significantly increases the risk of an oil spill in the areas. The head of the Middle East, Lars Løkke Asmussen, stated that the state is seeking to stop the transportation of sanctioned Russian oil fleet through the Baltic Sea.
Only by reducing costs, by using the Black Fleet. There are incomes. Well, and decisions on the Black Fleet have already matured. I think that the Straits, Denmark will be closed in 2025, and Russia will lose one of its key oil export channels. And indeed, this will lead to Russia in 2025.
The decline in oil prices has become a real problem for Moscow, analysts say. Pessimistic news from China is only making the situation worse. At a briefing on economic development, officials did not outline the large-scale incentives that the oil market had been waiting for, Reuters reports. As a result, the price of Brent in London decreased by half. In addition, Saudi Arabia's energy minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman warned oil production partners that the price could fall to $50 a barrel if not. Some offenders do not limit their prey.
Up to the level of $50, even $60, but we are talking about a brand, so for URLs it will be about $55.
Let me remind you that in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, EU countries imposed an embargo on seaborne deliveries of Russian oil to the Union countries and also established a price ceiling of $60 per barrel for Russian oil. The main goal of these measures is to reduce Moscow's income, which allows the authorities to continue the war. The Kremlin has had to redirect its supplies to. As a result, China and India asked for huge discounts in Asia, and the Kremlin sold fuel at rock-bottom prices.
Good morning.
In May, oil revenues to the Russian budget increased by 50% compared to last year, and oil prices rose, and Russia I was able to adapt to the sanctions. Tell me, what kind of sanctions are these that can be so adapt quickly? What do our Should the allies who are imposing these sanctions provide for such possibilities, provide for these abilities of Russia to adapt to sanctions?
Well, I want to say right away that, first of all, it is necessary to analyze the structure of these incomes. And if we look at who and how pays directly for oil supplies, then there will be rupees, then there will be currencies of other so-called friendly countries, and the Russian Federation always has certain problems with these currencies. For example, the same Chinese Therefore, I would, frankly speaking, be very cautious about such figures in terms of, so to speak, increasing exports. Well, and besides, there are some points here related to the fact that not all state were rising to the export embargo, which my colleague Mr. Dligok spoke about, so to speak. And in this case, it is also, so to speak, a rather big problem, but nonetheless, today we are seeing problems in Russian oil production. The key point is the trends taking place in the global market. Everyone is not a single participant in the oil market. There are other states that pursue their own policies. And as it seems to me, today oil production in Russia, the military federation, yes, it works. Yes, there are certain deliveries, so to speak, to the foreign market, but even significant investment programs have already been closed or are sparkling in connection with this. And therefore, I think that the situation and problems of this sector will be lost. Of course, we would like Russian exports to be completely blocked. Let's be realistic today. Real sanctions against Russian oil production are supported by about 30, 35 countries. With the rest of the countries we have to negotiate, we have to look for some opportunities. Opportunities for them, if not to officially join the sanctions regime, then at least to comply with it in some way.
Igor Valentinovich, and if we talk about that, what are the factors that unite these countries which now allow the Russian Federation to bypass these sanctions, receive income from the sale of oil, and what allows them to do this?
Well, I want to say right away that we are talking primarily not about any state operations, not about operations through state companies, through private businesses. And here in general, there are a large number of different various schemes to circumvent these sanctions. These could be some kind of intermediary float companies through which two operations are carried out. Then the company disappears and that's the end of it. This could be, I would say, a shadow influence on certain market operators when, say, Russian business or some Russian interested parties are not directly present in the capital of the companies. No less have the ability to somehow influence their activities. These can also be companies that are founded with the help of, say, the same Russians who at one time left Russia, who Formally, passports of other countries are forged, and at the same time, they are not subject to sanctions against the Russian Federation and many, many other things. Therefore, in this case, I think we all need to work together, first of all, to increase the pressure on the diplomatic front, which in fact our partners are doing, and to understand what. In fact, the sanctions policy is a game of catch-up. We impose sanctions, they try to circumvent them because the risk is high, but on the other hand, the profit that can be made is quite high, and Russia is now ready to pay quite a lot of money to various intermediaries to bypass sanctions. And this is in general such a situation. It seems that sanctions are still in effect no matter what we say, although certain breakthroughs are indeed being observed.
It is quite obvious that the most noticeable the most painful thing for the Russian economy was the introduction of sanctions in relation to banking settlements, the impossibility of not giving opportunities in Russia to carry out these banking calculations so painfully that the Russian finance minister Silvanov has already started talking about creating a BRICS bridge, some system, an alternative to dollars in conducting bank settlements. But judging by the reaction of the same BRICS countries, China, India, South Africa, they are perceived rather coolly. They accepted this idea, but nevertheless, to what extent can Russia create, with the help of its, well, at least its BRICS allies, such an alternative payment system?
I would like to say right away that today in the world, in addition to BRICS, there are a variety of proposals on how to organize the international settlement system. Therefore, so to speak, the idea of BRICS is one of many ideas that meltings in the international economic, political, and expert space. But again, the question arises why it is necessary, how much it will cost. And the key question, of course, is what it will be. Result, to leave, so to speak, the dollar, well, probably unlikely. To leave the euro, again, probably unlikely, although at the same time we see today, in general, an objective process of increasing the role of national currencies in one or another. In one or another calculation, if the matter is, first of all, about, say, the Chinese yuan, it's like a theory. As for direct practice, to be honest, I am very skeptical about such. Recently, the Russian Federation has been trying to do something like that. Let's order this West, let's fight its dominance together. This is in many political statements. In many political statements, no one but me for the majority, say, of the same Chinese banks, financial organizations, the same, for example. In the case of many other, so to speak, countries, settlements on the international financial market, yes, and settlements that serve, say, the influx of use of foreign capital directly into their economy is an absolute priority. So I think this is one of the next discussions. There will be a lot of political statements here, if there are any. In fact, I think that the established system of international settlements with the dominance of well-known currencies in the format in which it exists is not yet under threat.
I would like to say a few words about other aspects of sanctions. India has doubled its exports of sanctioned goods. Russia took second place in the list of the largest suppliers in the Kremlin. Critical Technologies writes about this, the Bloomberg news agency, with reference to European and American officials. The first place is still occupied by China, but India is striving towards China. Russia receives about 1/5 of secret technologies through India, or for its military-industrial complex. Igor Valentinovich, how do they look at this in the West? How much China and India can? Thanks for watching.
The current state of external economic relations in the Russian Federation is in general far from what it was before the full-scale war against Ukraine. It has its own problems, that's for sure. And in general, yes, there are some points that are related to the possibility of imposing these sanctions, but nevertheless, economic problems in the Russian Federation are growing, and we see that 2024, this is in fact definitely turning point? Will there be a crisis in 25, or will there be, say, just stagnation? This is like a topic for a separate conversation. But nevertheless, the problem exists. This is, again, a common water. Indeed, the situation with Kits India is very difficult. Not easy. Why? Because on the one hand, purely in political terms, the West is trying to establish some such, I would say, cheerful, closer partnership with Mr. Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of India. There were several visits, so to speak, meetings at different, so to speak, levels. Well, in principle, so to speak, India, as it seems to me. Today, they are trying to get to the forefront in order to shape some kind of international agenda. There is a certain story here. In its time, India was one of the progenitors of the so-called. The movement is not joining, roughly speaking, neither to communism nor to the West, to capitalism. Well, first of all, in the political plan. Well, nevertheless, we have that situation. On the other hand, there are big problems with settlements for deliveries of Russian goods directly to India. There is a fairly hefty amount of money accumulated in the accounts there today. To put it this way, it means that there is a hefty bundle of, so to speak, rupees that are difficult, so to speak, to use. And as a matter of fact, these rupees are created for me in some way through some kind of scheme. The Russian Federation, along with India, is trying to use through various schemes to procure this equipment. It is clear that this equipment is very expensive. This is not purchased directly, but nevertheless, the situation exists. At the same time, I would not only talk about India, I would talk, for example, about two other aspects. Segment of military technologies and military or dual-use equipment that Russia receives. This is Persia through Persia, so also a fairly large amount of equipment is being imported from European countries, from countries of the European Union. And recently, the unification of German rights. The industrialist stated that the sub-sanction is a criminal murder, but in fact the offer to store supplies of this equipment in Turkey was determined in pieces, and thus the situation is still stuck at the negotiation level. There is another nuance that we pay little attention to today, but nevertheless it is also a big problem in the Russian Federation and around the world today. And also, let's say, the same machines with numerical software control, but it was already supported.
The board of the Institute of Economic Studies and Political Consultations, let me remind you, was in touch with us.
Freedom TV channel's satellite audio settings have changed. Please reconfigure your receivers to the settings shown on the screen. If you are unable to reconfigure your satellite receiver yourself, we recommend that you contact a satellite TV setup specialist. We appreciate that you have chosen Freedom.
And we continue our screen information marathon on freedom. Congratulations to everyone who joined us. More people, more money, and propaganda. Russia is experiencing a catastrophic lack of personnel to continue the war. Mobilization could make up for the large losses against Ukraine, but the Putin regime is not ready to face another wave of citizen discontent. That is why billions of rubles are being used. And an endless stream of propaganda to attract so-called volunteers to the Russian army. Yulia Agranovskaya will tell you the details.
The fear of carrying out a new wave of mobilization forced the Kremlin regime to spend colossal budgetary funds to attract contract soldiers.
In the summer and early autumn of 2024, the Kremlin technologists were spreading rumors that after the so-called municipal elections held on September 8th, a general mobilization would be announced immediately. Thus, the Putin regime was once again testing the mood of the Russian population. And obviously, their dynamics do not satisfy the leaders of the aggressor state too much. Therefore, the main factor that allows Russia to delay the decision on general mobilization and in the future remains money.
Over the next 3 years, the Russian Ministry of Defense plans to attract at least 225,000 new volunteers to contract service. So, Rostovskaya Oblast will now pay 1.2 million rubles instead of 700,000 for signing a contract with the Ministry of Defense. And together with the federal bonus, the amount will be 1.7 million rubles. Thus, Rostov Oblast has almost caught up with Moscow, where the one-time payment amounts to almost 2 million rubles.
That is, it is necessary to recruit at least 30,000 soldiers every month to compensate them. That is why, in fact, the figures say that 225,000 new ones are needed. Contract workers is not a very easy task, so the payment is constantly growing.
The race for new mobilized forces the regions to constantly raise payments. So in the Belgorod region where they suffered, civilians who stole from the shelling were promised 10,000 rubles each. The newly minted Russian occupiers are to be paid 3 million rubles, but such promises have become very disconcerting for citizens. Waiting for the Federation, as evidenced by the comments on social networks.
It would be fine, but where does the money come from in a broken down region? It's not from the governor's pocket. What started flowing leaked out from somewhere. I suspect the one from our taxes. From education, medicine, social security, science. And inflation will eat it all up so that in the end there will only be enough money for bread and water.
The payment is described very cunningly there. Finish after 2 months. Well, try to survive these 2 months in meat storms. Read to the end. Payment is possible only after 2 months. Comment in the Telegram channel S.
The budget for payments to veterans of the so-called SVO will also be increased in Russia. In 2027, expenses for monthly payments to veterans of military operations
will grow from the current 120 billion to 267
billion rubles, follows from the explanatory note to the draft budget. Apparently, it will be necessary to allocate money for new cemeteries. Also in Russia, Deputy Chair of the State Duma Committee on Construction and Housing and Communal Services Svetlana Razvorotneva spoke about the acute shortage of crematorium cemeteries.
In the history of today is very large. In large cities, in particular in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Yekaterinburg, up to 70% of burials are carried out in them. Often people from the outskirts are forced to Yekaterinburg, go to federal centers to use the cremation service, and this is extra money, extra stress, extra time in lines, etc. Svetlana Razvorotneva, Deputy Chairman of the State Duma Committee. The Moscow Times quotes the Duma for construction and housing and utilities. There are not enough cemeteries, and the number of those killed in the war against Ukraine is only increasing. According to the British war,
according to intelligence, the average level of losses of the Russian army increased to almost 1,300 soldiers killed or seriously wounded per day. This figure practically coincides with the calculations of the general. According to his data, as of October 12th, the army of the aggressor country lost approximately 1,290 soldiers in Ukraine in one day.
Let's continue this topic with our guests. Olga Kurnosova, political analyst, editor-in-chief of the Auto Empire portal, joins our broadcast. Olga Vladimirovna, good afternoon.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Olga Vladimirovna, well, here I am. I think we will continue this traditional column of ours about two troubles of modern Russia. These are money and fools. I would like to repeat the quote that sounded in our story, that payments were taken. Russia is pay in 2 months. Considering that according to these same calculations, the average volunteer, in quotes, Russian in Ukrainian. The war has been going on for about a month and a half, so here's a rhetorical question. Will these volunteers receive the promised payments?
If they receive the Ministry of Defense, not the volunteers themselves, and those generals who make money from the war will want to know where to send this money. These so-called volunteers themselves are not their families, of course. They do not receive anything. And in fact, this is what all this is done for. This is such a trap. There is supposedly money lying there, but in reality, as soon as they sign the contract, the mousetrap snaps shut. And instead of money, they get, at best, a burial at government expense.
On the other hand, if they now increase spending on propaganda, to what extent will this, so to speak, help the regime attract new cannon fodder?
How much money can you save on the same payments?
They won't help at all because all those who could be involved in it are already practically involved. Yes, of course, this is a constant withdrawal of payments. It slightly allows this stream not to dry up to zero. After all, the stream somehow oozes, but from this information. Because North Korean military personnel are preparing to be sent to a military zone, this suggests that things have become really bad with people in the Russian Federation.
Well, apparently there is still money, but essentially no money is needed for mobilization.
What do you think?
What? By the end of the year in the Kremlin, stop luring contract soldiers to war, but from the new year, will Russia smell of this new wave of mobilization?
Find funds.
Dragging people who don't want to at all. If you understand that you are in danger of dying anyway, then maybe it's worth taking the risk and removing them anyway. Putin, yes, it is clear that these are also things that are discarded, but here at least there are some chances, unlike the meat storms, in which you will have no chances at all. Therefore, the situation is big. Visiting great violence and is believed to be a transition to revolutionary cases. At the end of the day, the same police officers are also afraid that in case of which they may be sent to the front. So the situation for the regime could become quite critical.
Does this mean pre-revolutionary state survey data? Recently in Olivada Center, almost 50% said that the war with Ukraine has brought more harm than the benefits. And here I would especially like to note that mostly women and young people under 24 talked about this, or maybe it is because they know the slave psychology of Russians. After all, these are more small-scale protests that do not escalate into general discontent.
Well, for now they are, of course, more like kitchen ones, yes, but simply that's not it. The question is, as I already said, how tough the situation is. That is, if you are in a situation of choice, on the one hand, death is guaranteed, and on the other hand, the possibility of struggle, well, then the motivation for struggle appears. It is necessary to understand that today, of course, with absolutely the most severe police measures, when simply for a post they can give, they are foisted on those Russians who are looking for contacts with the Ukrainian side and then initiate criminal cases. Of course, in this situation, it is somehow difficult to protest so harshly, but still, more are starving. Solovyov is not enough. He needs to be encouraged somehow.
That is, even starting with Andrei Bogolyubsky, who burned Kiev, somehow they are burning the garden. In which one nation, or Novgorod burned twice by Ivan the Terrible, or when he took Kazan, they probably also sang about
a person falls into aggression. Well, it is very difficult to work with such people, and psychologists know how much.
And about the end of the war a month or two later.
There is enough strength for this, of course, I am absolutely sure. I think that there is not much time left until the moment when, well, their front is getting weaker. It seems to me that we are approaching this line beyond which there is already movement. There can be no reverse movement.
And although the Russian army does have local successes already now, we can say that nothing of what was promised will happen. Even Russian experts admit that the wet stories about the lack of reserves in the armed forces of Ukraine. The last fortified area in the Ugledar region is designed exclusively for idiots not burdened with intellect.
Yes, we have certain successes. Sometimes it will even turn out that the Ukrainian front, it is beginning, but in truth, the enemy is currently preparing strategic reserves. I mean, these 14 brigades, which they have not yet introduced into battle.
I just remember these conversations when we took Avdiivka. Well, that's it, almost the last fortified area. A serious PSU fortified area has been taken. It will get faster from here and so on. There is a populated area there.
People in the locality are now saying about Ugledar the same thing.
The qualitative turning point will not come when the last lines of fortifications fall. They will never fall, because such lines of defense can be made.
And therefore, in the very near future, the deceived serfs may well begin to ask very reasonable questions. For example, where are the victories that were publicly promised to everyone?
I think that soon we will be able to confirm the fact of the complete liberation of the Donetsk People's Republic.
Apparently realizing their sad situation, Russian propagandists decided to somehow show spin, but the poor guys couldn't think of anything better than to replace old fakes with new ones. Like now the deep people will be given new victories, and they will forget about the old ones. Well, so that you all understand what we are talking about, we will now show some vivid examples.
Meanwhile, the global firepower resource.
Component rating of the total military power of countries in the world ranking of the army fell. Ukraine from the 15th city in 2023 to the 18th in 2024. And this is nothing but the self-proclaimed demilitarization of the Kiev regime, which no longer exists. perhaps not even noticed in the West.
What is not clear to anyone, it turns out that all the goals of the special operation are being successfully accomplished. It is going according to plan. Everything is exactly as Putin initially said. Evidence is still needed, huh?
Global firepower resource, I let Ukraine go from 15th place in 2023 to 18th in 2024.
But we are not in vain for you always. That is, demilitarization moved to the 18th. Either don't go any further, or the demilitarization of Ukraine is happening in the opposite direction. That is, they tried for 3 years, spent tens of billions of dollars, and the Ukrainians only became stronger. I would like to clarify, so what's going on with the ratings, Prokopenko? Are we going to play some more, or will you immediately merge? However, here it is still necessary to honestly clarify that the deep people are not strong in revelations, and therefore could well believe in the pathetic manipulation of the REN TV channel. And why not? Exactly these same people, if anything, sincerely believe that relations between allies can be measured by the criterion of who sits where at joint meetings.
I just analyzed the results. Zelensky's visit to New York. It turned out that more expenses than gains. The Ukrainian delegation to the General Assembly was even seated somewhere in the far left corner between the Vatican and Thailand. And earlier, by the way, they were seated next to each other. From the USA. It turns out that the owner threw in his beloved woman.
God, they are so cheerful. That is, the Russians will not experience a record. A military aid package of $8 billion. But the fact that Ukraine was planted next to the Vatican was noticed.
Can you tell me what these regions are?
Although, again, there is nothing new in such an information policy. This is how it was in the fairy tales about Vanka, who sat on the stove and got rich with his thoughts. That's the way it is now. Only the contents of the oven. People have a TV, and instead of the Tsar's daughter with all the jokes, there are all sorts of political wishes and fantasies. Moreover, no one is trying to come up with anything new to fool the serfs. Let's say, should absolutely any escalation occur in the Middle East.
The Middle East is on the brink of military Armageddon. Israel's Air Force struck the Central District for the first time.
How Putin's anti-fascists instantly pull out 2 favorite manuals from their wide trousers. Well, firstly about how all the allies will now forget about Ukraine.
They are very worried that the situation in the Middle East will overshadow the Western attention that is currently not so active towards the independent country.
They don't have enough resources in both directions.
America is ready to sacrifice certain interests in Ukraine, but it is not ready to sacrifice interests, that is, what concerns the Suez Canal. Israel is military.
U.S. naval base.
2 known losing wars, and the pinched Washington Hawks won't budge. And of course, they will give preference to Israel. Ukraine will face a harsh winter and lack of missiles for the Patriot air defense system.
And secondly, about the terrible and insidious fascists of Israel, who you can't feed with bread, just let them provoke world wars and not kill innocent terrorists in panties.
Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that Hassan Nasrallah, the Secretary General of Hezbollah, was ready to make peace with Israel in any case.
A ceasefire, what do we conclude? Israel does not need peace in any way.
In general, the level of anti-Semitism on Russian channels is breaking all records. Not a single good. There hasn't been a word about Israel or Jews beyond the curb for a long time. Instead, there are streams of dirt and endless filth.
This is the hatred that drives high-ranking officials.
The officials of the Ukrainian authorities in Bandera have the same hatred for Israel.
By the way, we won't be very surprised if soon these mothers start measuring their noses against anti-fascists. Behind the rhetoric on government channels, everything is heading in this direction.
Schools and mosques have already been destroyed. Make a West! Open your mouth and say something.
Sanctions against Israel were imposed for excessive use of force. No.
There are no exaggerations here at all. If anyone has forgotten, we can always recall the Jewish pogroms in Dagestan.
A group of anti-Semitic rioters broke into the Makachkala airport, met no resistance, and essentially captured the airport. Do you want a letter, little brother?
I'm for the Jews! For the Jews!
Is it worth saying that the serfs were emotionally wound up back then solely because of the television? The Temniks were exactly the same as in Ukraine. Only Ukraine boys in panties were crucified in Donbass, and Jews in Palestine.
The present. Chemically pure brutality you can't choose. Towards those who throw 3-ton bombs on residential areas and kill hundreds and hundreds of children. At the same time, it is not difficult to guess that.
All these tantrums of Kremlin dodiks are caused by nothing else than fear for their schemes, so let's talk directly. The real allies of Putin's Neo-Reich can be counted on the fingers of one hand. That's right. Out of all this non-Trump deck, Iran is really the strongest and highest country. And if she flies there, the Russian girl can be left without a whole series of losers. That's it.
Why is the Kremlin so hot?
Now, Iran is an ally for us, including an economic one. We are leaving the sanctions. For us, Europe blocked not just communication, but the entire logistics. We cannot sell goods, services. All our hydrocarbons, all our flows now go south through Iran. If we strike Iran now, it will stop a lot of processes.
At the same time, we are always personally amazed by
publicly complained to the entire government about the ineffective actions of the central bank. As for monetary policy, as is well known, in order to curb inflation,
the Bank of Russia changes the key rate, regulates the bank accreditation market. And here, the dynamics are ahead. How strange it is.
And the Kremlin ghoul, of course, can move the arrows as much as he wants and blame his subjects for economic failures. In order to know who to ask, first of all, the bunker grandfather just needs to look in the mirror. There he will see the man who condemned his people to a beggarly existence. The whole country has even the smallest chance for a bright future.
Dear friends, greetings to all. Freedom TV channel. Information Marathon, Sakina and Murzaev, Leila Mamedova, we do it for you. Traditionally, we talk about what is happening not only in Ukraine, but also in the whole world. We offer you a number for discussion, but let's start.
Russian troops shelled 11 settlements in the Kherson region, including the regional center. This was reported by the head of the local military administration, Oleksandr Prokudin. He noted that there were 3 people in addition, a critical infrastructure facility, a mobile phone tower, private residential buildings, and multi-story buildings were damaged.
This week alone, the Russians have used against... In Ukraine, there are about 900 guided aerial bombs, more than 40 missiles, and 400 attack drones of various types. The president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said this. He calls on partners to strengthen Ukrainian air defense so that...
No nation should have to endure such trials alone. Partners have the ability to provide the necessary quantity and quality of systems. Air defense, make a decision to ensure our sufficient range to ensure timely delivery of defense aid to our soldiers. We must not waste time. We must give the necessary signal of determination, work as hard as possible. We are working to give Ukraine the ability to fully respond to Russian terror. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, on Telegram.
Russia transferred military personnel to the Kursk region from other areas of the front. This was reported by the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Alexander Syrsky. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces noted that in this way, the Russian Federation... The operation weakened the group in other directions, in particular in Zaporizhia, Kherson, Kramatorsk. Yulia will tell you more about how the Kursk operation influenced the course of Russia's war against Ukraine.
The Russian army does not give up its attempts to push the Ukrainian army out of the Kursk region. For this purpose, the aggressor country has transferred about 50,000 troops from other areas to the Kursk direction.
We know that about 50,000 troops have already been sent to the Kursk direction from other directions where the enemy was conducting offensive actions. In doing so, he weakened the groups in other directions. In Zaporozhye, Kherson, Kramatorsk, which of course made it easier for us to conduct a defense operation.
On October 10th, the analytical project Deep State reported that Russian troops allegedly broke through the left flank of the Ukrainian Defense Forces group in the Kursk region. The analysts noted that
the Russian Federation Army is trying to gain a foothold in the area of the settlements of Novo-Ivanovka and Zeleny Shliak. Meanwhile, the head of the Center for Counteracting Disinformation under the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine, Andriy Kovalenko, stated,
"The intention of the Federation was failed.
In Kursk region, they managed to thwart the Russians. No details, but the Russian army has significant losses in equipment. Center for Countering Disinformation Press of the NBU of Ukraine in Telegram.
For some time now, Russian propaganda Telegram channels have been repeating daily that Russian military forces are allegedly advancing further and further in the Kursk region. At the same time, the Politico publication, citing sources, reports that Moscow currently does not have the strength to return the Kursk region due to poor organization of troops and significant problems.
A problem with logistics.
Along with illusions about their successes in the Kursk region, they developed. Russia continues shelling its own territories. Even those settlements where there are no Ukrainian troops are coming under massive attacks by the Russian army. Last week, the city of Sudzha was shelled.
The enemy continues to destroy its own population and its own infrastructure. Today, 3 airstrikes with guided bombs were carried out on the city of Sudzha, as a result of which a repair plant was destroyed and civilian homes were destroyed.
Currently, the Ukrainian army not only controls more than 1,300 square kilometers of the Kursk region, but also provides everything necessary for residents of the controlled territories.
Julia Granowska for Freedom TV channel.
Such actions by the army of the Russian Federation are a gross violation of the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Prisoners. This was announced by the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine Commissioner for Human Rights, Dmytro Lubinets. He wrote to the UN and the International Committee of the Red Cross about another war in the Russian Federation.
Or Russians 9 Ukrainian prisoners of war in the Kursk region. Such actions are a gross violation of the Geneva Convention relative to the treatment of prisoners of war. These actions must not go unpunished, and the enemy must. Russia is a terrorist country that violates all the rules and customs of war. The international community should not turn a blind eye to such crimes. Commissioner of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on Human Rights, in Telegram.
Issue orders to the Ministry of Justice for the arrest of Russian criminals, increase sanctions pressure, demand access for international observers and doctors to places where Ukrainian prisoners of war are being held, to facilitate their release.
Russia's cruel treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war is absolute barbarity, a gross violation of international humanitarian law and the laws and customs of war. Executions are becoming more common. According to the UN, 95% of prisoners of war are tortured and denied basic needs.
Dear friends, all our resources in Rhythm are working for you today. Our colleagues work 24/7. Telegram channel Freedom, operational news, information about those broadcasts and about those guests who will appear live on the Freedom TV channel in the near future. Be sure to join to be.
Let's move on to our topic. Secretary General. NATO Secretary Mark Rutte has called on allies to ignore Putin's nuclear threats. The new head of the alliance said the upcoming nuclear exercises would demonstrate readiness to respond to such threats. As the politician writes, next week the heads of the NATO defense ministries intend to review the bloc's long-term policy in response to threats from Russia. More details will be given by my colleague is Kristina Dombrovskaya.
On September 25th, Kremlin dictator Putin proposed changes to the Russian Federation's nuclear doctrine, after which in Moscow, you stated that the amendments could be considered a certain so-called signal for further support of Ukraine. This concerns the possible lifting of the ban on Western missile strikes deep into Ukrainian territory. In response, the new head of NATO noted that the alliance is strong and can respond to any threats from its adversaries.
We can face any enemy. We will never be intimidated by those who try to threaten us outside NATO. Putin would do better to stop this.
NATO's annual Tet Pas Nun exercises have been held for more than 10 years. This time they will take place immediately after Moscow's announcement of a chain Russia TV channel.
Freedom.
Indeed, today we are actually discussing a new strategy on the part of Russia, on the part of the alliance, on the part of NATO, what it might look like. Let's say the doctrine is definite. And the strategy, for sure, it would be necessary to really consider it, because I will remind our viewers, and despite the fact that the tone and attitude towards Russia have changed, but NATO still remains in force, I quote verbatim. There is such a fundamental act, and it is precisely on the basis of this act that Russia's relations and cooperation were based. This document was signed in 1997, 6 years after the collapse of the Soviet Union. What did it provide? It provided for the common goal of building a stable, a peaceful and indivisible Europe. This is so, in short, that's why, Bohdan, probably yes, precisely the war of Russia against Ukraine becomes the main reason for changes to take place. Have been defined, and it has been clearly stated what this strategy, act, doctrine could be. It can be called by different names, but still, if we proceed from the current situation, I am not saying... I am telling you to write out a strategy here. I think that the members of the alliance are doing just that now. But still, what might this strategy look like? What are the main aspects that should be included in this new act?
Firstly, most often used in such defensive alliances, terminology is doctrine. They are accepted on their merits. Doctrine later becomes the basis for tactical and strategic actions and for the consolidation of efforts. Therefore, in principle, within the framework of its doctrine, NATO determines the most serious harm to security. NATO member countries. Now in the championship, these elections, of course, are both China and the Russian Federation. And in particular, there are countries that are autocratic. Internal ones are also trying externally destabilize the situation in the regional context. I mean, North Korea, Iran, but at the same time, acts of terrorism. They also exist as a threat to countries, NATO members, which is also part of this directory, how to counter this threat. But I also, you mentioned the context of cooperation between NATO and the Russian Federation, which was formulated in the late 90s. But I am also far from changing that NATO. So to speak, it did not define Russia as a country from which a threat to everyone could potentially emanate. Atlantic Alliance, they always identified, even after the Cold War, after indeed the collapse of the USSR, as a potential threat from Russia. It's just that Russia was at different times in different situations, let's say both political and military. That is, if it is the end of the 90s, then in principle, we remember that Russia was enough. Immersed in the Chechen wars, there were no global ambitions in a military context. In the 2000s, when Putin came to power, the same thing in principle. On the part of Russia, there were such requests to establish closer cooperation with European countries. They even tried to restart relations with the USA. It happened with varying degrees of success, but as a result, we see that the full-scale loss of Russia and the annexation of the illegal Crimea in 2014 and the loss of the Donbas began to break down sovereignly. I would call it a new Cold War, which will be good. Not being able to determine the conflict between NATO and Russia in the future.
You recalled the term, you just said it, you voiced the Cold War. It was just after the Cold War that the meeting in this format has not been held since 2022, and I understand why. And the destruction of relations with NATO. It was also until 2022, but as far as I understand, the concept of the Soviet Union, Russia, and NATO still exists declaratively today.
I probably think so too.
This moment is currently being discussed how the members of the alliance can still act here and what decision can be made. It's just that they will, let's say, finish their action,
I think that it has definitely outlived its usefulness indeed on the Russian side. The war against Ukraine, this war decided the non-viability of such formats which are envisaged in principle. They demanded the prevention of conflict, yes, that is, even between opponents of a military nature, communication channels are needed. This must be understood because anyone who is interested in history can remember when the world was on the threshold of the Third World War, when there was a Caribbean crisis, and in principle, both on the part of the USSR and the USA. There was a readiness to use nuclear weapons, but at the same time, there was direct communication at that moment, which always exists, even between those countries that can. In fact, being in a war, at that time, it allowed us to bypass this acutely conflictual historical stage, and we avoided it. From the nuclear clash of the Third World War, but at the same time, the conflict that is growing will further blur the desire to build some. It's more predictable relations between opponents. Only romantics could go there even in the 90s. Understand the security of Europe as security in which even someone said that Russia could also be a member of NATO. That is, it was such a peculiar one even on the part of the Russian Federation. Trolling, that's what I would call it, when they said, let's also accept us into NATO. And then in principle, there will be more certainty in the context of security.
As we can see, some reasons are historical.
Character and geopolitical character, they are currently getting worse.
Regarding information resistance, let's listen to him, Bogdan, and move on to the discussion.
Even if we take, for example, the Kursk region and simulate the situation in order to a nuclear strike by a Russian tactical nuclear missile will be carried out in the Kursk region on the territory under the control of the Ukrainian Defense Forces. Yes, they can do it. What result do they get? They use nuclear weapons to eliminate a platoon, a company at most, given how combat operations are currently being conducted and how the mobility of groups is being used. Small in number, but it's like shooting sparrows with a cannon in essence. And the effect can be the opposite, especially from the international community, but colossal.
Bogdan, NATO nuclear exercises are actually starting on the 14th, involving 2,000 military personnel and equipment.
How much is this?
This could really influence Putin and cool him down a little from these threats and the constant nuclear blackmail that he resorts to so calmly.
I don't think it's in the context of cooling down Putin. This is more of a goal of consolidation and coordination. The future of social NATO in the context of nuclear issue of weapons. Why? Because not all NATO member countries have a nuclear one. About application or non-application. Changing the nuclear collection because in principle it is more cooperative at the national level of the state members, considering their potential as well as the level. They will, as a rule, act, of course, in coordination within NATO in the event of such an enemy, but at the same time, this decision will be taken, for example, by the President of the United States, Prime Minister of Great Britain. Logic is really predetermined in this way. I think there is more here. The exercises, on the one hand, really illustrate the potential for the side that is the opponent, but at the same time, what is holding back Putin in the context of nuclear blackmail? It is not so Western countries, in my opinion. Although naturally potentials are taken into account, there the logic is somewhat different. If we are talking about a nuclear confrontation, the use or non-use of nuclear collection, but I think that the key position countries like China and India are playing back, which are also nuclear countries, but at the same time they cooperate with the Russian Federation. Their positions, their Yakpi's opinion in the context of application and non-application, or more so to speak, the situation of aggravation on a global scale,
it affects the position of the Kremlin more, in my opinion.
In the Politica publication, the author claims that they spoke with officials and diplomats who represent one or another NATO country, and it sounded, well, they write an official as for... At present, the draft of the new strategy has not yet been developed, as the main focus is on the opinion of all 32 NATO countries. This raises the question of Hungary and Slovakia, two NATO countries that nevertheless oppose the general course of the alliance and continue to maintain ties with the Kremlin. If we proceed from the fact that what is currently playing among NATO members, still, how will the alliance act in the matter of developing this strategy?
I think that is determined. There will be no difficulties. Strategy is in principle a document that is adopted, followed, but at the same time it is not quite a conflicting internal problem, even taking into account the fact that NATO is indeed a heterogeneous organism. There are countries that have their own interests, both regionally and in the context of the Russian war. There is also Turkey, for example, which also cooperates with the Russian Federation. The dimensions along the line, for example, Turkey, the USA at various stages were quite serious, but at the same time, Turkey remains a NATO member. Because there were also problematic moments, and the process of Sweden's entry directly into the North Atlantic Alliance was rather drawn out in time, primarily due to Turkey's position. Well, there was also Orban in Hungary. In principle, the key restraining factor there was Erdogan and his position. So basically, I don't expect there to be a problem with the adoption of an updated strategy, but I expect that internal discussions will bring into the confrontation with each round of escalation and conflict. In the USSR, China, NATO, they seem to cause some disagreements within North Atlantic Alliance. But again, there are key countries. You have your military industrial potential and influence on the decision-making of these countries, in principle, decide in the further strategy.
Let's talk about individual countries, specifically the alliance, specifically Germany. I wanted to ask you, the Bundeswehr needs significantly more money, an additional 35,000 servicemen to meet the new requirements of the North Atlantic Alliance. This was stated by the head of the German Parliament's Defense Committee, Markus Faber.
The exhibition for the army should increase from 82 to 131, then Germany will have a proportional share in it. That is, the army needs 5 divisions instead of the current 3 divisions, 65. 5 divisions are already about 100,000 soldiers, but this will take time, about 10 years. It can also be predicted that NATO's demands on all 32 member states will increase, and it follows. Accordingly, Germany too. Therefore, it will no longer be enough to spend 2% of the annual GDP on defense. It can be about 3%. Markus Faber, chairman of the Bundestag Committee. Defense issues in an interview with RND.
Yours is a more important question throughout history after the Second World War. How do you think German society now feels about this increase in the number of military personnel, as far as I know? Active recruiting is underway. The ranks of the Bundeswehr are being called to serve. How will this change the political situation in Germany?
The Finnish war has already changed the situation. Why? Because at the very least, personnel changes took place when Minister Pistorius started. Update, let's say so. The diplomatic defense sector in Germany, which, as it turned out, was quite in a state of crisis after the previous coalition government and also, by the way, the previous one. Therefore, in principle, the rhetoric now of many generals, both NATO and generals of the armed forces, NATO member states, is primarily for us. In my opinion, it is focused precisely on changing the demands of society. That is, so that a certain German society is sufficiently loyal. Music is playing. Therefore, I do not rule out that the Germans are ready for more money to be allocated for defense. This money is not taken from the visa. It is necessary to understand that from some directions, programs, it can be humanitarian, educational, social. This money will be redistributed, of course. Is a very sensitive question, how the electorate will react. So I think that if linearly to possible threats and spend more money on defense. Need to.
Putin's Kremlin nuclear weapons. Irresponsible. I want to emphasize this word. I called the threats of nuclear weapons from Putin and the United States Secretary of State irresponsible. Antony Blinken noted that the world now needs greater disarmament, and Czech Foreign Minister Jan Lipavsky calls for not giving in to intimidation from Russia.
Absolutely irresponsible. I think many in the world, including China, have made this clear before when Putin was rattling the nuclear sword, so I would just call for it to be done now when the world is gathered. to talk about the need for greater disarmament and non-proliferation. Anthony Blinken, U.S. Guest Secretary, in an interview with MSNBC.
Yes, Anthony Blinken is speaking here. China, by the way, even in the plan that proposed a peace plan, as they called it, for the regulation of the military conflict between Russia and Ukraine, as they call it, one of the points there, it was just, yes, after all, the issues of nuclear weapons and their non-use, well, in fact, in simple words, yes, the same threats that are again today. It has been renewed. In fact, always in September, in October, from the Kremlin side, I conducted such a parallel monitoring for myself. September, October 2022 was the first year when Putin was very active. Medvedev added questions about the use of the nuclear collection. The same thing happened later in the 23rd. And now we see that in September and October, such sentiments also intensified.
That which reacts.
Country and members of the alliance. McDon, it's like that too. Let's put it this way. The ultimate beneficiary here is specifically Putin, as they say.
Don't you dare or even think about it.
Naturally, as I say, the logic of nuclear countries' decision-making and the security context is somewhat different from the logic of commercial countries. Victory wars, which occur without the use of nuclear weapons, because a mechanism is set in motion that can lead to this is an absolutely global catastrophe. The difference in potentials or the determination of potentials or the use of nuclear
blackmail is an element.
Confrontation, which could ultimately further escalate the situation. Everything is global in nature, so China, India, and other countries, they are definitely trying to oppose such situations. But at the actually, it is difference in potentials, and cooperation of nuclear potentials play a role in this relationship.
Thank you, Bohdan. We thank you, Bohdan Ferenc, PhD in political science, founder of the public organization Social Democratic Platform, discussed the new concept of the North Atlantic Alliance in relation to the Russian Federation, to aggressive policy and war in the context of the criminal war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. A short break and we move on to the next topic. We will discuss the next one. A day of all-out war with our war expert.
Do you remember the times when Russian propagandists saved Ukrainians? Salvation? So what about salvation now? No longer relevant?
We are not Ukraine, you understand. We are not liberating Ukrainians. We are not doing good for them. This has never happened.
Zelensky planned the assassination of Macron in the composition of anti-zombie fairy tales.
From the middle to Friday at 10:00 Kiev time on the Freedom TV channel.
Since the beginning of the day, 80 military clashes have occurred on the front. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine reported this. According to his data, the Russians dropped 13 bombs on the Sumy region, almost the same number on their own Kursk region. In addition, in the Kupensky direction, Ukrainian defenders repelled 6 Russian attacks. The Russians made 10 attacks, and there were also attempts to storm the Kramatorsk, Toretsk, and Pokrovsk directions. The most active Russian occupiers were in the Kurakovsky direction, where they carried out 19 attacks.
The losses of the Russian army since the beginning of the full-scale invasion have already exceeded 668,000 soldiers. In the last 24 hours alone, the Ukrainian military eliminated 1,300 invaders. They also managed to destroy 9 tanks, 49 combat armored vehicles, 29 artillery systems, 45 drones, 2 air defense systems, and 1 jet system. Yeo multiple launch rocket system. In addition, the defense forces destroyed 72 units of special vehicles of the Russian Federation. This was reported by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine.
Alexei Getman, military analyst, is on the line with us today. Alexei, hello, welcome.
Good evening, good evening.
Alexei, today we are talking about the situation in football. At the front, we are talking about what is happening. We are talking about the fact that the assaults of the Russian occupiers are still taking place on the positions of the armed forces of Ukraine along the entire front line. Well, here you are. The information that you have today, because in fact there is a lot of it and we really always rely on information from the General Staff. Alexei, where are the big risks for Ukrainians today? Armed forces where today the Russian occupiers may have advantages and can carry out serious offensive actions. You have the floor.
There are no greater risks than in other places. The risks are approximately the same along the entire front line, a little higher, but not by many times.
Fido's house and that's it.
The Russian army has concentrated about 90,000 military personnel in the temporarily occupied territories of Zaporizhia and Kherson regions. Slav Seleznev stated this on the Freedom TV channel, and here he is talking about this huge group, why it is being formed there.
There was a large group. When we assessed even before the Russian army had gained 500,000 on the front line, we assessed the most largest storage of troops on the northern flank of the front is in the Copenhagen-Lyman direction, Kharkiv, maybe there, say, in Ukraine.
Luhansk region, north.
The southern direction is the Uglidar region and further along Sidov. Not to Jinpoy, of course, but along the entire line of Volnovakha, Rabotina, and of course Uglidar. There were approximately 150,000 Russian servicemen concentrated on these flanks. A smaller number was estimated at 100,000. In the center, that is, in the Bakhmut direction. Therefore, there was a lot to say that they concentrated something additionally there. Colleague, it is correct to say in a brotherly manner that it is a large group, but this is not. If we present information that they took another 100, 150,000 somewhere, 50, 90,000, and they are concentrated in the Kherson direction, in the inviting direction, then this information will be misinterpreted. Not focused, none. The reserve, which they could pull somewhere in Siberia or from the Far East and add. They add every month from 25 to 40,000. These are the people who sign contracts. The census is changing, so it is necessary to increase the one-time payment to such Russian contract soldiers. If the number of troops increases somewhere, then this means that somewhere it decreases. The number of Russian troops on the front line is practically unchanged. They replenish as much as we, for example, reduce. There may be a deal, a little more, a little less, but we are already talking about percentages, not even tens of percentages. Therefore, if somewhere suddenly it can become more, it means that somewhere it has become less. Vessels, that is, they can move. In principle, they have learned to do this quickly enough and skillfully enough. Let's be fair to the enemy.
Not like them.
They use the railway. They have historically done so since the time of, well, almost the First World War. They have given preference to the railway communication itself, and they brought the main part of the troops. In the same way, they are fighting for logistics, fighting for railways, building railways along the Azov coast. We know this. They have already built them so that it would be possible to quickly. These roads can be considered as rocket roads. Missile road, military urgency, maybe not everyone knows. It means a road to the widow of the front line, along which you can quickly transport troops and equipment. Send the shells to the part of the front where the most, well, let's say the hottest battles are planned or taking place. Well, for efficiency. What does this mean? It means nothing. If there were 100 reasons, we could now try to guess what the reason was, to distract us, to prepare something, or just something else, or they want to meet, as the deadline says. Our partisan movement of North Koreans, who seem to be starting to build a training ground for their troops near Mariupol, maybe for this. We don't know why, but the first fact is that there really is, let's say, less than 100,000 concentrated there. And the second fact is that it wasn't taken from some deep reserves. Russia is only a movement along the front line.
Indeed, you described the situation which many are talking about now and some predictions, but it is ungrateful to make predictions about the war today. But now there is one, many people use it, not that it appeared, but it was, but many people use this term. Talking about this autumn, they call this autumn decisive. Do you also agree with the opinion, your colleagues who use this term? Not handsome. Good. I address this question very often. A lot of people connect with military experts. They comment differently. You don't agree. But then what can this autumn be if not decisive?
This autumn will be sooner or later. Most likely in the coming weeks, given the weather conditions and the fact that the Russian army has run out of offensive plans that they had planned, they had developed, well, in order to attack. An offensive operation is being prepared. That is, a plan for an offensive operation is being developed. It will end sooner or later. It cannot be significantly changed on your knees during the actual operation. That is, they prescribed it, they have finished it, now they need to prescribe it anew. Well, it is obvious, right, that if the army is preparing for offensive operations, there are several months, half a year. What does that mean? They sit and prepare. Morally, they prescribe all the moves, all the plans for interaction between the branches of the armed forces, communication systems, deployment systems. Well, everything is prescribed, and this is used. During offensive days, you can add people somewhere. Throw over a tactical strategy developed. Tactics can change. Well, and it should change, reacting quickly, but quickly change the strategy. Impossible. That's why the big offensive operation. It's not planned tactically, but strategically. What they planned, it ends. Let's say so, the final phenomenon, let's say, must be installed. This machine is offensive, I think, with the beginning of active rains. Why do they agree that this will be decisive? It will be a pause. Well, if military experts who to say that it is decisive. Sometimes our colleagues invite us to various structures, including the head office of development, where they are responsible. We don't understand everything about our question, so what can we tell you? Well, if it wasn't in this, I'll tell you that when we were collecting the last one, you can't say the last time, then they said we were getting ready for spring. Not only for offensive and defensive actions, and the enemy is preparing in the same way. Therefore, the turning point, that is, the decisive battle, let's say, is still expected somewhere in October, May of next year. And then, in principle, the outcome of the war will be decided. That means we will win there because it will be 50-50 here, let's say. Much depends on our mobilization, on weapons, on Russian mobilization. From Russian weapons, from the North Koreans, but this is how they plan, as they think in the main intelligence directorate. I am with them. It seems to me that it would be more correct for me to agree with them. What with people who have a different opinion? Although everyone has the right to their own opinion, and the decisive battles still await us in the spring of next year. After that, the war will end in the same. Must end. In this or that situation of our victory or our defeat.
You were just saying, answering my question, at first you were talking about the onset of what is actually a spring-summer. Thank you for commenting on this aspect, but I want to ask whether we can say today that the Russians have switched to tactics that, after all, the content of rapid strikes and breakthroughs actually... Pushing the front passes, and of course it is more expensive, does not give such results as a rapid offensive, and there is also no access to the operational space, but still, this is the tactic of pushing the front. Can we talk? That today, precisely this military tactic is used by the Russians?
Well, they, change tactics because, like a boxer, if you compare in a fight, he can't do anything with his opponent, he goes to the clinch. Here they went into the clinch, because they understand that they cannot make any significant advances. We knew it wasn't. An intelligence monk will work very well. We know tentatively at least their plans for this follow-up operation this summer. And she, let's put it this way, is not... It led to the results they expected. And it didn't lead to much. Let's say they were able to achieve that. What they wanted, or maybe by 10-15%. Therefore, they will not stop, of course. They will continue offensive actions. They will not change. They simply cannot do otherwise. They would like to make a powerful blow and break through. It doesn't work. We do not give them such importance. Therefore, they are just local assaults, small groups, advertising, tactically. Which options are used? There are a lot of them. It is written in the former charters, even in the textbooks, that they are trying to use, they are just trying to get ahead. Well, basically, it's a clinch. They cannot do anything, cannot break through anything. It's also very difficult. Sometimes you have to retreat. Well, during offensive operations, especially when it's such a large-scale one, let's say. In terms of numbers, the army is like the Russian one, but to expect that we will hold some line somewhere and not retreat a single step, well, that's kind of... It would be longer with a bold assumption.
Thank you, Oleksiy, for your analysis. Military analyst expert Oleksiy Hetman is a guest of this part of our broadcast. Prepare to resume assault operations in the Zaporizhia direction, but we are talking about attacks in small groups, not a full-fledged offensive. At the same time, a significant buildup of enemy forces in this area. It is unlikely that the Zaporizhia direction remains one of the most dangerous, said the spokesman for the defense forces of southern Ukraine, Vladislav Voloshin. Most of the shelling on the front falls on... This decor is decorated in the plot of Larissa Petruk.
The enemy, as reported by the defense forces of southern Ukraine, is preparing for active actions from the village of Priutnoye in the Zaporizhia region in the direction of the village of Velika Novosilka to Netskoye.
Now the assault groups are being formed from the Russians who operate in this direction. There, in addition, such subdivisions are being created, which will carry out fortifications. That is, assault groups. A group of small infantry groups of 5 to 10 people will carry out assaults, and they will be followed by consolidation groups that will hold the captured positions and lines. Vladislav Voloshin, spokesman for the Southern Defense Forces.
According to military experts, the enemy may try to attack in the area of the so-called Rabotin bridgehead, an area that Ukrainian troops were able to deoccupy.
It would be possible to give something big. It was worth it, on the other hand, considering that the Russian Federation was pulling its troops back from the narrowed section of the front to help its Kursk units.
In the Zaporizhia sector, there are some signs of an attempt to resume Russian offensive operations in the eastern part of the sector, with Russian troops reportedly occupying the village of Kamenskoye on the main road to Zaporozhye, Melitopol. The area has remained relatively static for more than a year, but it remains to be seen whether Russian forces will be able to sustain further operations in the area. Ministry of Defense of Great Britain in the social sphere.
The Zaporizhia direction remains a difficult section of the front for the Russian army. One of the main problems is supply, which complicates the so-called 500-meter-long logistics shoulder, 100 kilometers from Tamani or Rostov. Despite the fact that the occupiers recently managed to restore the railway track on the Volnovakha-Melitopol section, the situation has not changed.
It is difficult to talk about any results at the moment, but these results will definitely be there. And they will also be projected by the fact that we will get a Bleda. We were just in control of the Vonovak district, the railway that passes there. Then it goes to Mariupol directly, and turns just along the coast of the Zhozovsky Sea along the Zaporizhia pipeline. The Slavic region and the Crimea continues to roll over. It is very useful for logistics now. In general, the logistical capabilities of the RSK in the south, they will
Greatly improved.
The plans of the Russian army at the front in Ukraine and the operation in the Kursk region are being disrupted, according to the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Alexander Syrsky. Russia. The Zians were forced to transfer additional forces from the Zaporizhia, Kherson and Kramatorsk directions to Kursk, about 50,000 personnel. Liga na la Freedom.
Freedom TV channel's satellite audio settings have changed. Please reconfigure your receivers to the parameters shown on the screen if you are unable to do so yourself. If you are unable to reconfigure your satellite receiver, we recommend that you contact a satellite TV setup specialist. We appreciate you choosing Freedom.
Elite team of Russian route drivers. Pekov lost 80% of its personnel during the battles for Ulgadar. The loss of the 155th Marine Brigade of the Russian Pacific Fleet amounted to almost 2,500 people, it is reported. Documentary film of the Russian service of the BBC. This is 80% of the composition of units at the time of the beginning of the Russian loss to Ukraine. Before the war, the brigade numbered about 3,000 soldiers. Ugledar was captured by the Russians. The troops in early October of this year. The 155th Brigade is currently operating in the Kursk region, where it was transferred in August 2024 after the start of the Ukrainian offensive in the Russian region.
The invaders lost military soldiers. In the last 24 hours alone, Ukrainian troops have eliminated 2,300 invaders. It was also possible to destroy 9 tanks, 49 armored fighting vehicles, 29 artillery systems, 45 drones, 2 air defense systems, 1 reactive salvo fire system, in addition defense forces.
They amazed me.
72 units of automotive special equipment of the Russian Federation. These are all data of the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. Total combat losses of the Russian army since the beginning of a large-scale invasion to this day on your screens.
September became the bloodiest month of the war for Russian troops in Ukraine, the New York Times writes. American and British military analysts estimate Russian losses as follows. On average, more than 200 people per day. This number of deaths is explained by the so-called war of attrition and the style of its conduct. You compare with a meat grinder. According to estimates of the PSA, Russia's losses in the war to date amount to 615,000 people. 115,000 Russians have died and 500,000 have been wounded. Despite this, the Russian Federation is recruiting from 25 to 30,000 new soldiers every month, approximately the same number as those who die on the battlefield each month. This is what the publication writes. I will note that according to the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, as of today, the loss of the Russian Federation in Ukraine is 660,340 people. In just one day, Ukrainian troops eliminated 1,140 Russian occupiers.
Ilya Ponomarev joins us. In the past, a member of the State Duma, a politician, the creator of the Utro February channel. Congratulations, Ilya.
Hello, dear colleagues.
Sorry for the quality of the connection.
Sometimes.
We are all on a journey in this life. Ilya, if we talk about it in a record September, which is recorded by British intelligence, that Russian losses were indeed the greatest. What can this be attributed to?
Well, it seems to me that first of all, it is Kursk. Because this is an operation in which there are very large losses. Secondly, of course, these are frantic attempts to achieve some great progress and breakthrough. In Donbass, there too, accordingly, in the Russian command, well, I feel opportunities for myself. They set tasks. It is very important for them, naturally. This should be done before the elections in the presidential states where they are betting that Trump will come, so it is necessary to show him and subsequently thereby provoke him. Push him to fulfill the promises he made about forcing Ukraine to sit down at the negotiating table.
Comments. And here it seems to me there is another certain regularity. And it's not just September. August was really so record-breaking. There were such periods and wounds. They were also there in the 22nd year. The Russians threw, and it's exactly the same here with Ugliudar, the same story. But all the same, one gets the impression that the Russians are in a hurry. The Russians are in a hurry, so there is a huge
stated by the Deputy Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the international organizations in Vienna, Natalia Kostenko, during the next meeting of the Security Cooperation Forum.
The Russian military leadership relies heavily on cannon fodder tactics, demonstrating that it can
It is much more obvious when a neighbor died there, a relative died, and so on, especially if people know the examination of their arrival at the front. It is said that there is a certain caste of heroes who decided to become heroes for themselves. They decided
themselves in a hopeless situation, surrendered. Prisoners around the world are protected by the law of war, the Geneva Conventions, but the Russians don't give a damn about international humanitarian law. That's why the stinkers violate it rudely and cynically. But these monsters in military
Duma Committee on Construction and Housing and Public Utilities. From an article in the Moscow Times, September has been the deadliest month for
Russians during
The Russian country is conducting an offensive with masses of infantry with minimal use of equipment.
the budget of the He criticized the Russian Defense Ministry, the Kremlin, and Putin, and also spoke about a shortage of shells in the Russian army. These videos were published in early September. Back of the community in Russia consists of thousands of bloggers.
Beautiful illusions are easy to dispel. Civil defense from Wednesday to Friday. 10
that Israel's military leadership can find a way to give a serious response to Iran without Despite Hezbollah's bellicose statements, a war with Israel could lead to the group's bankruptcy. According to the Lebanese TV channel MTV Lebanon, Tel Aviv has struck Siberia on the financial structure of Al-Qartal Hassan, which stored Hezbollah's cash. Also, patrolling the skies over Beirut makes it impossible for Hezbollah
6 years ago, I said that I don't even visit you because you have to talk about something, and for 2 weeks you have been talking about something, although you haven't said anything, and no one knows what will happen. More than half of the population does not support the Ayatollah regime, which invests money in terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah, Hamas, Shiites. As I said, let them sit and think. Today they are wondering where Israel will strike back at 200.
Today we recalled the Wall Street Journal article which
of this country. You correctly mentioned the American bases. There are also a number of countries in which they are located, for example, Bahrain, Qatar. We cannot fail to use such a unique opportunity created for us, especially, and I emphasize this, after successful ones. Our armies are active in for example, there is a potential threat after such a strike. That is, if Iran responds, this will not surprise anyone. In Israel, they have been collecting a dossier for 30 years.
Had struck several of their posts, injuring soldiers. Now let's look at an excerpt of the application and discuss it with you.
We are not fighting the Lebanese people. We are fighting the Iranian terrorist group Hezbollah.
Militants were planning a raid on our northern cities, just as Hamas did on October 7th, and there they were ready. Said by the government of Lebanon. Please note that we are not waging a war against the government of Lebanon. The infrastructure
found alternative sources of gas thanks to deals with countries such as Turkey. Hungary can buy gas from Russia through Serbia. In addition, the gas pipeline in Ukraine can continue to pump gas. Negotiations are underway with Azerbaijan to replace Russian gas with its own.
Gazprom became the most famous company in Russia at the end of 2023, although as early as 2022, Forbes called it the most successful business in the Russian Federation after the start of a full-scale war against Ukraine. Russia has effectively lost its largest market, Europe. If in 2021 Gazprom exported 185 billion cubic meters of gas, then in 2023 only 60 billion, 9 billion. However, this did not prevent the head of Gazprom, Alexei Miller, from declaring that the European gas market is in a bad state. Not only that, according to him, industrial production in Europe fell to a 10-year low without Russian gas. The minister also warned of possible new price shocks and disruptions in gas supplies.
All the details in the gas topic are known. Gennady Repsev, expert in the field of energy. Gennady Leonidovich, good evening. Good evening. Well, obviously you have already commented on this news about the collapse, in fact. Gazprom, but somehow it's happening too quickly. Yes, they lost the market. Yes, of course, sanctions. But how did development, the structure, the mass of non-core assets, stadiums, radio stations, TV channels, and so on? And suddenly this... a fall, such a collapse. Can this be explained?
It is possible. Well, if, for example, the income from your own activities is not directed towards development, companies are not creating, for example, a fleet of gas carriers, not creating technologies for development, technologies for liquefying gas. To be engaged, in fact, in the construction of the stadium, propaganda, feeding all sorts of political forces abroad. In quotes, until in the end it turns out that there is no way to pay the bills. But there is no income and is not planned in the coming years. It has long been known in general, not just like that, in the Russian. A song about the desire to become a Gazprom shareholder has appeared in folklore. It wasn't out of nowhere that these stories are about how even small officials of this company live their lives. Therefore, what is happening? Now, this is a legislative phenomenon that follows after. The company inherited from the Soviet Union a virtually inexhaustible source of income, namely the pipeline system connecting the Soviet Union with Western Europe, after a series of political decisions by Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, found itself in a broken, and now I'm trying to show it to, I don't know who, probably in fact the Russians who have gathered around their televisions. They are trying to prove that it is not them who are bad. It's bad in Europe. Something will happen there after. The Russian Federation has stopped the supply of the remaining gas that the European Union supplied before the beginning. The beginning of the war. And now it just looks funny. The only one who can suffer from Miller turning off the tap. On the pipes that supply gas to the European Union. This is the same Hungary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who seems to have no idea what energy is. Energy independence has one ironclad rule that is present in all. In the founding documents, on this issue. And this rule sounds no more than 30% of one energy worker.
And along one route from one country.
Well, Mr. Ciata doesn't read the relevant documents at all.
Is he so sure that everything will be fine with the Russian Federation and it will continue to supply gas at a preferential price? Hungary, or by the way, not only gas, but also oil raw materials, that nothing at all will happen to the Russian Federation in the coming years. This will be an inexhaustible source of energy for Hungary. But sorry, putting money in one wallet or eggs in one basket, this is a very bad practice. And in fact, the Gazprom example demonstrates this bad practice. From practice, if over the last 30 years, not counting the Soviet Union, to tie oneself to the European Union and to expect that the Europeans will pay at any price that Gazprom asks for over the next 50 or more years, well, it's possible. He is in the same situation as Gazprom, and it is very likely that Hungary will find itself in the same situation if it does not take action on the right. On the real provision of energy security, not in the words of politicians, but in deeds, as the European Union has done. He can now say with complete confidence that we, as the European Union, are independent of the supply of any energy source. as it was, for example, 5-10 years ago.
Sometimes I just wanted to ask you how the new relations with Vingria can save the situation and the condition of Gazprom in the matter of a solution. Provision of gas. Turkish Stream. Well, you've already answered that. Thank you for commenting. But I'd like to add what the head of Gazprom, Alexei Miller, said. He recently said that Jacobi, due to the decrease in consumption of Russian gas, European industry suffers first and foremost. But we recall what analysts, your colleagues, say, only Germany feels minor consequences, which before the war was one of Gazprom's main clients. But these are small, let's say, consequences for today, what already, yes, they have. There is no day of industrialization of Europe, which Miller says is worth waiting for. And also in Gazprom, which predicts the revival influence of the company, gas exports in 2023, I recall, amounted to only 100 billion cubic meters, which is 2.5 times less than in 2021. The head of the company, Miller, in the world is allegedly seeing a trend towards increasing demand for gas, and by 2050 it will increase by a third to approximately 5.7 trillion cubic meters. But, as experts say, this is just manipulation. Yes, we are not manipulated, but we would still like to figure it out. First, the first point is how European industry continues to suffer here. I will give you the floor. We will also try to comment on the second part. Please.
I mentioned two things that Gazprom did not pay attention to. This is due to the need to create a fleet of Gazprom.
I can name one more.
What no one at Gazprom paid attention to and still does not pay attention to. This is energy efficiency, increasing energy efficiency.
For some reason, Gazprom believes that European companies are not taking any steps to get more.
The products using less energy
to increase income. From industry. From the work of industry, transferring enterprises not only to automated production, but also to automated production, that is, without human intervention, produces goods of the highest quality with enormous added value. In this regard, Germany is the leader of Industry 4.0, while the Russian Federation is successfully mastering reverse industrialization. Going in the opposite direction of technological development, successfully using 20th century technologies. So Miller thinks that this will happen all over the world, including Germany. Well, good luck to him. Although it seems to me that he understands everything perfectly. He just voices what will please his master, since it has been clear for a long time neither Miller, nor Gazprom, nor Sechin, nor Rosneft have any field of their own. Politicians do not have any opinion of their own. They only say what will please Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, whose personality cult has already formed in Russia. Confederation. Therefore, what Miller says is what Putin wants to listen to. That's all.
Thank you, Gennady Leonidovich. We, apart from them, all say that it is real. Thanks for helping us understand what's going on. Thank you. Gennady Ryabtsev, an expert in the field of energy, was a guest of this part of our broadcast. Let's continue. Tankers have started carrying oil from Russia again, while London suspects 37 companies of complicity in circumventing Russian oil sanctions. According to the BBC Russian service, those companies are under investigation. The Kremlin's economy is significantly dependent on oil exports. The authorities are trying to adapt to new oil realities. However, the introduced price ceiling is ongoing. The decline in the value of black gold, as oil is called, on the world market calls into question Russia's ability to withstand this blow. More details, Nikita Skoblikov.
As of May 2024, revenues from oil sales to the Russian budget have increased by almost 50% compared to 2023. According to Bloomberg, Moscow is adapting to international sanctions. According to the agency's calculations, total revenues from the oil and gas industry increased by 39%, which amounts to almost $8 billion. However, the ADAP, the path to international sanctions, according to Russian authorities, is based on their direct violation. Thus, the British government suspects 37 companies of complicity in bypassing Russian oil pipelines. Sanctions, the BBC Russian service reports. The head of the anti-corruption organization Global Witness noted that the British Treasury has still not taken action against sanctions violators and called to act more decisively.
The driver of oil investigations at the public anti-corruption organization Global Witness in a commentary to the BBC News publication Russian Service.
In addition to companies helping Russia evade sanctions, Moscow also uses them under sanctions. According to Bloomberg, more than 24 such ships have started transporting Russian oil again since April 2024.
2 tankers that have been sanctioned by the Foreign Assets Control Department of the US Treasury, the UK Treasury, or the European Union over the past year have loaded a total of 24 cargoes of Russian cargo. Since then, sanctions have been imposed in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, from a publication by Bloomberg.
The agency writes that from April to June, only 1 flight to the ministry was recorded. The Kremlin actively uses the Danish Straits for its routes. According to Bloomberg, ships in Russia's shadow fleet are increasingly refusing to use pilots, significantly increasing the risk of an oil spill off the country's coast. Danish President Lars Løkke Rasmussen stated that the state is seeking to stop the transportation of oil by the sanctioned Russian oil fleet through the Baltic Sea.
There are still profits from using the Black Fleet, and decisions have already been made regarding the Black Fleet. I think that the straits in Denmark will be ordered. Cretia's in 2025, and Russia will lose one of its key oil export channels. And indeed, this will lead to Russia running out of opportunities in 2025.
For Moscow, the decline in oil prices has become a real problem, analysts say. Pessimistic news from China is only making the situation worse. At a briefing on economic developments, Officials did not outline the large-scale stimulus that the oil market had been waiting for, Reuters reports. As a result, the price of Brent crude in London fell by 1.5%. In addition, the energy minister in Saudi Arabia, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, warned oil-producing partners that the price could fall to $50 a barrel if some violators do not curb their output.
For Russia, this will be a truly catastrophic situation. Even if the optimistic scenario of a collapse to the level of 50 or even 60 does not materialize. $50. But the thing is about the brand. Accordingly, for Urals, it will be about $55. Such a situation would be already catastrophic.
Let me remind you that in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, EU countries imposed an embargo on seaborne deliveries of Russian oil to the Union countries and also set a price ceiling at $60. Your barrels of oil from Russia. The main goal of these measures is to reduce Moscow's income, which allows the authorities to continue the war. The Kremlin had to redirect its supplies to Asia, as a result of which China, India was asking for huge discounts, and the Kremlin was selling fuel at rock-bottom prices. Nikita Skoblikov for Freedom TV channel. Freedom will continue to air.
News Our Time, which Mikhail Baranov is preparing and hosting for you after the news. Leila Mamedova will return to the studio, and I say goodbye to you. Until next time.
For them, we are a sect.
The church which, according to them, is separated from Christ, from God, and we cancel the faith. They are so tested by their various propaganda methods. This has been going on for generations. They are sincere. They believed that we were their enemies and that we needed to be isolated from society.
Bohdan Geleta, priest of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. Subtitling artist Olya Shore.
You do not know the fate of a relative or friend who went to fight against Ukraine? The I Want to Find project is ready to provide official information about the stay of Russian servicemen in captivity, as well as about missing and dead. Ukraine has launched a single center for searching for missing persons for families of Russian servicemen. To get all the necessary information, you should.
Music is playing.
Within 10 working days, you will receive meaningful information about your loved one.
The main events of the end of this week, we talk further on freedom. This is our time. Hello, and today it is important to know.
Ukraine appealed to the International Criminal Court and the United Nations to investigate new war crimes committed by the Russian army.
Increased in cases of executions of Ukrainian prisoners of war by Russian soldiers. The highest Russian command is responsible
for executions along with the perpetrators.
Ukrainian paratroopers repelled a massive attack by Russians in the Kharkiv direction. The enemy sent 30 armored vehicles to the assault. But the task was not accomplished. The SU burned a tank and 7 armored vehicles and also eliminated 33 invaders.
To reduce its resources to the maximum in terms of manpower and military equipment.
NATO is not afraid of Putin's nuclear threats. Blackmail from the Kremlin, the alliance countries are preparing large-scale exercises and will review the bloc's long-term policy towards Moscow.
We can stand up to any opponent, and we will never be intimidated by those who forbid. Illuminato asks to threaten us. It would be better if he, Putin, stopped it.
For the first time in spaceflight history, rocket boosters were successfully returned to the launch pad. SpaceX engineers spent years preparing and months testing the capture of the booster stage. Cannon on the ground.
Such active armies of the Russian Federation are a gross violation of the Geneva Convention on the Treatment of Prisoners, stated the representative of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on Human Rights, Dmytro Lubinets, and said that he had already sent letters to the UN and the International Committee of the Red Cross about another crime committed by Russian military personnel.
Russians captured 9 Ukrainian prisoners of war in the Kursk region. Such actions are a gross violation of the Geneva Convention relative to the treatment of prisoners of war. These actions should not go unpunished, and the enemy must be held guilty. Russia is a terrorist country that violates all the rules and customs of war. The international community should not turn a blind eye to such crimes. Plenipotentiaries of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine on Human Rights in Telegram.
The international community called on Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiga to take immediate action, namely to issue warrants. The International Criminal Court should increase sanctions pressure on the Russian Federation to arrest Russian criminals and demand access for international observers and doctors to the places where Ukrainian prisoners of war are being held, and promote their liberation.
Russia's cruel treatment of Ukrainian prisoners of war is absolute barbarity, a gross violation of international humanitarian laws and customs. Executions are becoming more common. According to the UN, 95% of prisoners of war are tortured and denied basic needs.
Ukrainian law enforcement officers have already begun an investigation into the possible shooting of Ukrainian soldiers in the Kursk region. This was stated by Prosecutor General Andriy Kos. As well as about general situations on the front lines. See further in the plot.
Since the beginning of the
To put it mildly and accordingly, the situation in the south is also changing, but the essence remains the same: to exhaust the enemy with resources, to crush him as much as possible.
In the Kramatorsk area, Ukrainian troops successfully repulsed the Russian storm in the Chasova Yara region of the Donetsk region. The enemy tried to start a war.
than in the region of Khrikovka, Luhansk region, as well as Petropavlovka, Pieszczany, Kapani, and Lozova, Kharkiv region. The Russians tried to launch an unusual assault in the direction of Kharkiv, but the National Guard soldiers stopped them.
The press service of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine informs the occupiers.
The Russians don't often use armored vehicles on this section of the front. This time they went forward under the cover of BMPs. Spartan responded immediately with precise strikes from FPV drones and dropped missiles, stopping the invaders. From the press service of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Ukraine on Telegram.
On the Kharkiv site, fighters of the 71st Brigade eliminated Russian infantrymen and trucks. The drone operators of the 3rd Brigade destroyed the mortar, BMP positions and personnel of the invaders, and the fighters of the 79th Brigade were destroyed in the Kurakovo region. A direction repelled another massive Russian attack.
25 armored vehicles with infantry supported by 5 tanks set out to storm the positions of the 79th Division. Airborne Assault Tavricheskaya Brigade. The invaders failed to achieve surprise. The colonies were discovered in time by aerial reconnaissance. The invaders encountered the fiery ones far away on the approaches. Artillery and kamikaze drone strikes, anti-tank gunners successfully entered the battle. Minefields worked reliably. Our soldiers repelling the attack burned 7 armored vehicles. With infantry and 1 tank, another tank was knocked out. 33 occupiers died during this battle. The same number of Russians were wounded. The intact technique gave a panicked scratch. From the battlefield, running away from our attack drones. First message from the Communications Department of the 79th Separate Airborne Assault Tavricheskaya Brigade on Facebook.
In the Donetsk direction, the Russian organized sabotage at the front destroyed important equipment of the Russian army. This is reported by the Atesh partisan movement.
An agent of the Atesh movement from among the Russian military personnel carried out a successful sabotage, destroying an armored reconnaissance and patrol vehicle of the Russian armed forces in the Donetsk direction, near the village of Novokaterinovka. The agent managed to set fire to the equipment, which was performing reconnaissance and patrol missions. As a result, the BRDM, which plays a key role in the mobility and protection of reconnaissance units, the division was completely destroyed. Such actions are becoming more and more frequent in the ranks of the Russian army, as more and more soldiers realize that their role in this war is to be cannon fodder. And from the message of the partisan movement, Atesh in Telegram.
The total losses of the army on the part of the aggressor since the beginning of the full-scale invasion have already exceeded 58,000 people. 1,300 Russian soldiers were eliminated in 24 hours. 9 tanks, 29 artillery systems, 49 armored vehicles, and dozens of other vehicles were destroyed.
Russians shelled the Kharkiv region. According to the regional prosecutor's office, the city of Kupensk was attacked by the occupiers with an attack drone. 1 civilian was wounded and the village of Berlin did not stand up. The invaders fired at Borovaya from a tornado. There were no casualties. Private houses, multi-story buildings, administrative buildings and shops were destroyed and damaged. This week, the Russians used about 900 guided bombs, more than 40 missiles and 400 attack drones against Ukraine. President Volodymyr Zelensky announced this and called on partners UATV to deploy Ukrainian air defense systems to neutralize such attacks by Russia.
No nation should have to endure such trials alone. Partners have the ability to provide the necessary quantity and quality. Make a decision to ensure our sufficient range to ensure timely delivery of defense aid to our soldiers. We must not waste time. We must give the necessary signal of the decision. We are working as hard as we can to give Ukraine the opportunity to fully respond to Russian terror. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, on Telegram.
More people, more money and propaganda. Russia is suffering from a catastrophic shortage of personnel to continue the war against Ukraine. Mobilization could make up for the losses, but the Putin regime could not. Is not ready to face another wave of citizen discontent. That is why billions of rubles and an endless stream of propaganda are being used to attract so-called volunteers to the Russian army. Details from Yulia Granovska.
In the summer and early fall of 2024, Kremlin technologists spread rumors that after the so-called municipal elections that took place on September 8th,
they will immediately announce a general mobilization. Thus, the Putin regime has once again tested the mood of the Russian population, and obviously their dynamics do not satisfy the leaders of the aggressor state too much. Therefore, the main factor that allows Russia to delay the decision on general mobilization and in the future remains money, main intelligence directorate of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, in Telegram.
In the next 3 years, the Russian Defense Ministry plans to attract at least 225,000 new volunteers to contract service. Thus, the Rostov region is signing a contract. Factas, the Ministry of Defense will now pay not 700,000 but 1.2 million rubles, and together with the federal bonus, the amount will be 1.7 million rubles. Thus, Rostov Oblast has almost caught up Moscow, where the one-time payment is almost 2 million rubles.
With the current rate of losses, of course, we need to collect at least 30,000 monthly soldiers to compensate them. Therefore, actually, these figures are being said that 225,000 new contract soldiers are needed. This is not a very simple task.
The race for new mobilized forces regions to constantly raise payments. Thus, in the Belgorod region, they intend to implement payments to the newly minted Russian occupiers. Cry for 3 million rubles, but such promises have become very embarrassing for citizens of the Federation, as evidenced by comments on social networks.
It would be fine, but where does the money come from in such a broken-down region? It's not from the governor's pocket. What started flowing, leaked out from somewhere. I suspect that from our taxes, from education, medicine, social security, science, and inflation will eat it all up. So in the end, the money, there will only be bread and water left.
The payment is very cunningly described there. Finally, after 2 months. Well, try to survive these 2 months in the meat storms. Read to the end. Payment is possible only in 2 months. Comment in the Telegram channel Seyatel Vetra. The budget in Russia will also be increased for payments to veterans of the so-called SVO.
In 1927, the costs of monthly payments to war veterans will increase from the current 120 billion to 267 billion hryvnias. They follow from the explanatory note to the project. It will be necessary apparently to allocate money for new cemeteries in Russia. The deputy chairperson of the State Duma Committee on Housing Construction announced an acute shortage of crematoria cemeteries.
The need for crematoriums is very high today. In large cities, in particular in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Yekaterinburg, up to 70%. Burials are carried out in them. Often people from the outskirts are forced to go to federal centers to use the cremation service, and this is extra money, extra stress, extra time. Svetlana Razvorotneva is the deputy chair of the State Duma Committee on Construction and Housing and Public Utilities, quoted by the Moscow Times.
The war against Ukraine is only getting worse. According to British military intelligence, the average level of losses in the Russian army has risen to almost 1,300 soldiers killed or seriously injured. End of briefing.
About 1290 in Ukraine.
Soldier.
They closed literally an hour ago. The first results are expected to be known after midnight. The second round is scheduled for October 27th. Preliminary opinion polls show that the Social Democratic party could get twice as many votes as the bloc of current Prime Minister Ingridi Simoniti. Josep Borrell called on the EU to invest more in defense. The chief diplomat of the European Union denied that now European countries spend only 14.5 billion euros on military development every year, while the US spends on. These needs spend 130 billion. Borrell also denied that Europeans spend money fragmentarily and each country chooses its priorities. Only 18% of defense equipment.
Bathing within the framework of cooperation.
We must provide EU defense companies with access to European innovation funds and encourage cooperation with research institutes. We must also strengthen cooperation between European defense companies themselves, not only in research and development, but also in the next stages of the process, starting with joint For the university, we will need stronger financial incentives at EU level. Europe is currently at a turning point, although we have made progress in implementing such initiatives. An initiative like the European Defence Fund and the EU Centre for Defence Innovation, we need to act bolder. In a world full of war and disorder, we must think big again. Joseph Beryl, High Representative of the EU for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, from a blog on the website of the European External Action Service.
Kiev is ready to help Paris create a training center for the movement, the training drone operators and exchanging experience in the field of unmanned systems. This was stated by the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Rustem Umerov. He also noted that he discussed with colleagues from France, Great Britain, Italy, Germany.
France not only teaches but also equips our unit with modern French. Intelligent weapons. This is an example that other partners should follow. During a meeting with French President Emmanuel Macron, he proposed exchanging experience in the field of drones. Ukraine is ready to help create in France. Transy, a training center for the training of UAV operators. Rustem Umerov, Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Facebook.
For Ukraine. This was stated in his evening address by President Volodymyr Zelensky, and he noted that Ukraine's positions need to be strengthened and cooperation between Russia and its accomplices should not be allowed to develop.
We see that alliance is growing.
Between Russia and such regimes as in North Korea, this is no longer just a transfer of weapons, it is actually the unification of weapons. Transfer of people from North Korea to the military forces of the occupier. It is obvious that in such conditions our relations with partners need to develop. The front needs more support. When we talk about longer range for Ukraine and more decisive supply of our forces is not just a list of military assets. This is an increase in pressure on the aggressor, which will be stronger for Russia than they can endure. And this is about preventing more war. Real peace can only be achieved through strength, and the whole of next week will be devoted to working with our partners. For the sake of such power, for the sake of real peace.
The plan for the second peace summit will be ready in November, but there is no exact date for the event yet. This was stated by Volodymyr Zelensky during Detailed information on the results of negotiations, later in the plot.
Attention to the European tour. Volodymyr Zelensky has refuted one of the main fakes associated with the victory plan. According to the Ukrainian president, Kyiv is not ready to freeze the war or ceasefire in exchange for a mountain.
Anti-security issues from the USA and accession to the European Union.
This is not the topic of our discussions, any ceasefire. We are also careful with other allies. I saw something in the media. There was a lot of information that I came to talk about ending the war. No, that's not true. I don't know where it came from. Russia works a lot with the media. Here. Information, so it's understandable.
Presenting a plan for victory and discussing its implementation is one of the main goals of Volodymyr Zelensky's trip. In just a few days, he visited 4 European capitals: London, Paris, Rome, and Berlin.
The goal of our support, as I told President Zelensky, is to put Ukraine in the best possible conditions to sit down at the negotiating table. Thieves about the world at the negotiating table, as we have already said many times. This does not mean surrender, as many have cowardly suggested.
Will not be able to continue the war against Ukraine, said Volodymyr Zelensky. Among other things, the document includes a clause on inviting the country to NATO, as well as continuing military, financial, and diplomatic assistance.
The main thing is to strengthen Ukraine's position.
The main thing is to strengthen Ukraine's position and our relations with our closest partners, so that we create the necessary conditions, a fair atmosphere for honest diplomacy. The world sees that Russia ignores real diplomacy and the peace formula that we have proposed to end this war fairly. Diva based on the UN Charter. When and if we implement the plan for victory through cooperation with our partners, Russia will no longer be able to continue this war and will be forced to peace.
After the loss of the meeting with Volodymyr Zelensky, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz announced a new aid package. Germany, Belgium, Denmark and Norway will allocate 1,400 million for supplies to Ukraine. Additional air defense systems, ARST, Skynex, as well as armored vehicles, combat drones, radars and artillery ammunition. In addition, according to Scholz, Germany will allocate next year to aid to Ukraine from the state budget 4 billion euros.
Ukraine can count on us. This is a clear message for Putin. Playing for time will not achieve anything. We will continue to support Ukraine. This determination, this firm position is the foundation on which we will together look for all the possibilities to achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Dear Vladimir, we agree that after the first conference in Bergerstock in June, there should be the next conference, and as you said, Russia should also take part in it.
In the Vatican, Volodymyr Zelensky held talks with the Pope Francis. This is their third meeting since the start of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. The parties discussed humanitarian issues, the Vatican's assistance in organizing exchanges and the return home of the illegal authorities.
He is on Ukrainian children deported to Russia.
There are 1,700 civilians in captivity. According to our data, their number may be significantly higher. Russia also continues the forced resettlement of our Ukrainian children from some temporarily occupied territories. The regions are different, and he will deport them to Russia. It is very difficult to look for these children afterwards. We count on the support of the Holy See in the return home of all Ukrainians captured by the Russians. Kiplin Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
According to Vladimir Zelensky, if the victory plan is successfully implemented, Russia will no longer be able to threaten Europe or Ukraine. There is every chance to end the war in the next year 2025, not on the terms of the aggressor, but with a just peace in accordance with the UN Charter and international law.
South Korea has responded sharply to North Korea's threats of a terrible disaster due to the alleged flight of South Korean drones over Pyeongchang. Seoul called such statements unacceptable and warned that if the northern neighbor harms the security of the people of South Korea, it will be the beginning of the end of North Korea. Germany will launch an investigation into the recent fire on the oil tanker Annika off the Baltic coast. The vessel, which was carrying 640 tons of the oil, was towed to the port of Rostock. Germany's Central Maritime Command said there was no contamination. However, experts have yet to determine the cause of the fire. A U.S. missile defense base will be opened in Poland. This was announced by the country's foreign minister, Radoslaw Sikorski. He also noted that it will be possible to shoot down Russian missiles flying towards Poland. NATO Chief Mark Rutte will travel to Germany on Monday. There he will meet with the German Minister of Defense and visit the command base of the Alliance for Preaching Assistance and Training for Ukraine. Also, the NATO service reported that before that, Rutte will visit the Belgian Monza, where the central miner is located, the headquarters of the armed forces of the North Atlantic Bloc in Europe, and to meet with Commander Christopher Cavalli. And the new head of NATO also called on the alliance allies not to pay attention to Putin's nuclear threats. As Mark Rutte noted, the upcoming nuclear exercises will demonstrate the bloc's readiness to respond to the Kremlin's blackmail. As Politica writes, already next week, the head of the minister, NATO countries intend to revise their defense strategies, the alliance's long-term policy in response to threats from Russia. Kristina Dombrovskaya will tell us more about it.
Kremlin dictator Putin proposed changes to the Russian Federation's nuclear doctrine, after which Moscow declared that the amendments could be considered a certain so-called signal of a preparatory further support for Ukraine. This concerns the possible lifting of the ban on Western missile strikes deep into Russian territory. In response, the new head of NATO noted that the alliance is strong and can answer this question to any threats from opponents.
We can stand up to any enemy, and we will never be intimidated by those outside NATO who try to threaten us.
That he, Putin, would stop it.
NATO's annual Tet-Paz-Nun exercises have been held for more than 10 years. This time they will take place immediately after Moscow announced changes to Russia's nuclear doctrine. The alliance representative explained that the maneuvers conducted by Belgium and the Netherlands will involve about 60 aircraft from 13 countries. Bombers will also take part. B-52s capable of carrying nuclear warheads.
The exercise will focus on the UK, the North Sea, and Britain. Belgium and the Netherlands. In a time of uncertainty, it is vital that we test and strengthen our defenses.
As the Stimson Center for Security Studies explained, the basis of nuclear deterrence within NATO and Europe are the forces of the USA and Great Britain. France also has nuclear weapons, but they are not included in the organizational system of the alliance. A range of capabilities in both nuclear and conventional weapons should give NATO members more diverse response options, minimizing the risk of escalation into full-scale deterrence.
Other NATO parties, including those that do not possess nuclear weapons, should participate more actively in Russia's nuclear deterrence policy. Russia, which has not only increased the types, quantity, and accuracy of its nuclear weapons intended for use on the battlefield, but has also begun to demonstrate the conduct of the battlefield more frequently and more clearly. Exercises involving their use and deployment of such weapons. This is stated in a report by the Stimson Center for Security Studies.
As Politics writes on October 17th, in October, the defense ministers of the North Atlantic Alliance member countries will discuss NATO's new strategy toward Russia in response to the aggressor country's threats. This issue has become especially pressing after the start of the peninsula. In Poland,
As part of the mission of the European Union to provide military assistance to Ukraine, French instructors, while the army, together with its allies, continues to train Ukrainian servicemen. This was reported by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. They thanked France and Poland for their support and noted that such trainings will help. SpaceX has completed the 5th test flight of its spacecraft, Starship from Texas. The Super Heavy booster, which separated from the carrier rocket at an altitude of about 74 kilometers, successfully returned to the launch pad. The company noted that a new method was used for this, using 2 large metal levers, which were nicknamed chopsticks. The spacecraft itself, after testing, successfully landed in the Indian Ocean.
Are you kidding me?
You will also learn important news on the Freedom Telegram channel. Our editors respond promptly on events in the information field and publish relevant materials. Scan the code on the screen with your phone camera, follow the link, and add the page to your favorites. Lena Freedom, continuation of the marathon. Leila Mamedova will continue to talk about important things. I say goodbye to you until the next week. All the best.
Second, the Russian Federation has put universal human principles and international law to a serious test in Ukraine. Journalists from the Freedom Channel talk about the consequences.
Unjustified Kremlin aggression.
The only course Putin can offer the Russians is to the grave, through the front to Ukraine.
What Solovyov, Kiselev, Simonian have on the tongue than in Putin's mind.
For Vladimir Putin, any continuation of the war is much more beneficial than establishing peace.
All his power rests on bayonets.
The whole world has already seen and understands. I knew the terrible recreation of an unprovoked war.
Special report every Friday at 18:00 Kyiv time.
To say that the greatest dependence on authorities, I was not tempted to stay for a third term.
Never
I will run for the post of President of Russia.
I wish you every success.
Free your right to choose. Freedom.
The destruction of Ukrainian-Russian warehouses with ammunition in the coming week can give tangible results for the front, since the Russian Federation can. Currently, there is a shortage of ammunition, according to Estonian intelligence specialists. We continue the informational marathon on the Freedom TV channel. I offer you several topics for discussion, in particular exactly what I'm talking about now. Rila, we will also discuss. Leila Mamedova, we work for you and be with us. Well, let's talk. The defeat of oil depots will lead to a significant deficit of fuel in the hottest directions. This week, an oil terminal in the port of Feodosia and in the area of the city of Romenki in the temporarily occupied territory of the Luhansk region was attacked. What else was hit? Read on in our article.
On the night of October 12th, a fire was launched at a fuel and lubricants warehouse near the town of Rovenki in the occupied Luhansk region. Local residents first reported the fire on social media. The attack was confirmed by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. The message notes that the warehouse contained oil and oil products, which were also supplied for the needs of the Russian army. On the night of October 7th, drones attacked an oil terminal in the port of Feodosia during the occupied Crimea. A fire broke out there, which took 6 days to extinguish. The strike on the terminal was also confirmed. Verdili in the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine noted that the complex provides the largest volume of transshipment of oil products in Crimea, including the supply of Russian troops through it. What is happening? In total, the fire affected 12 tanks, 8 of which were destroyed. The storage infrastructure was also severely damaged. This was one of the most important elements. Strategies to destroy Russian fuel logistics, experts believe.
Ukrainian strikes on targets in Russia could impact offensive operations across the entire Ukrainian theater of operations if Ukrainian forces do not engage in combat. The forces will have the material means, capabilities, and permissions to conduct such a campaign of large-scale strikes against material and support facilities in Russia, and follow-up strikes against warehouses. The losses in Russia may force the Russian military command to decide to reorganize and disperse its support and logistics systems in the rear areas of Russia. From the analytical report of the Institute for the Study of War.
Already on October 9th, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine confirmed information about a successful strike on the Shaket UAV storage base near the settlement of Oktyabr. In Krasnodar Krai, on the same night of October 9th, Ukrainian Defense Forces destroyed the 67th arsenal of the main missile and artillery directorate of the Russian Ministry of Defense in Bryansk Oblast. There, the Russian occupiers stored ammunition, in particular that which Russia transferred to the DPRK, as well as guided aerial bombs.
On this basis, we can repeat that Russia is increasingly dependent on Russia, from helping North Korea continue its military operations. One factor here, as mentioned in previous briefings, is Ukraine's continued success in attacking Russian ammunition warehouses using drones. A.N. Skiviselg, head of the intelligence center of the Estonian Defense Forces, at a briefing.
According to the head of Estonian intelligence, the destruction of Ukraine, Russian ammunition depots in the coming weeks could yield tangible results for the front, since the Russian forces could begin to experience a shortage of ammunition, and so that Ukraine does not slow down the pace of attacks on the war. As a single object, the Netherlands announced an investment of 400 million euros in the joint development of advanced drones.
On different types of drones, both reconnaissance and defensive, as well as attacking, because we see that Ukraine needs these offensive drones also to defeat the military.
The intensity of strikes by the Ukrainian armed forces on Russian territory has only increased recently. According to experts, this significantly expands the capabilities of the Ukrainian army and strengthens it. Defensive ability. Natalia Husak, Vladimir Stangelov for Freedom TV channel.
Today we are talking with our guest, Valery Ryabik, a military expert. We welcome you.
Good evening, and good evening to our esteemed viewers.
Welcome, indeed.
There is something to talk about. Let me remind you that in mid-September, Ukraine launched several strikes on ammunition depots deep in Russia. Let's talk anyway. We can still draw some interim conclusions. We can also talk about such strikes today. But still, how do you think these strikes could affect the offensive operations of the Russian army in the near future?
First of all, we should note the systematicity of the work, the systematicity of the blows, and the fact that they are increasing.
More in the background.
Ukraine's request for our partners to grant permission to use long-range weapons provided by our partners. And regardless of this, strikes actually with means of Ukrainian production, they are increasing. Well, as I said before, have a systemic character. Moreover, all these strikes concern military targets, those targets that are precisely those objects that are used by the enemy to ensure the logistics of supplies of the occupying troops are necessary. Material means are ammunition and fuel. In addition, under systemic strikes hit the same eye. The airfield of the aviation base, well, including warehouses for the storage of different types of ammunition, which the Federation is used primarily to terrorize the peaceful population of Ukraine. These include Shaheeds, the storage base of which was destroyed. Last week, this also included various types of artillery ammunition, including those that are supplied in large quantities to the Russian Federation. North Korea, well, this is of course what was most clearly visible this week. This is the same oil. The terminal of Feodosia, which burned practically the entire week, exploding in such a way that it disrupted the logistics of supply. On the enemy's fuel, both in Rome and in the south of the occupied Ukrainian authorities.
It is clear that we can list the dates for a long time, which I have traced in particular from the beginning and start of autumn of this year. I am talking about hitting just the objects. In particular, there is an ammunition depot in Tarapets, Tatar region, what happened on September 18, but you just remembered Feodosia, so I would like to go back there too. The terminal, well, it has already been subjected to, yes, attacks by Ukrainian drones. I will remind our viewers it was back in March. Then the main fuel pipeline was damaged, which also led to a fire, but then it took longer to extinguish it. An hour, right? Therefore, apparently, the consequences that drones have now brought after striking the largest oil depot in illegally annexed Crimea, apparently, are... By all appearances, this strike was made right on target. It is worth noting the precision and accuracy of these strikes. Valery, what does this indicate? Such a clear hit?
And the clarity of such blows.
Mine copes directly with the task that was assigned to it, regardless of the same concentration of a sufficiently large number of forces and resources that which can be observed at the same time in occupied Crimea. Ukrainian means break through this defense and destroy objects, in particular here. The same arsenal, or rather the storage base and oil terminal in Feodosia, it was directly guarded. Rocket gun system and Panzer. In addition, on the approaches to this base, of course, it was necessary to pass through a very deeply echeloned system. Air defense, which has been visited by means for a long time, including for the protection of such objects. Regardless of this, the strikes were effective. It is clear that the power of these blows gradually increases. and of course the ability to pass anti-aircraft defense and hit the target directly. Moreover, the targets were specifically those objects which, well, the tank survived such a rapid flare-up, and this object was already attacked on the 4th.
Once in the first 2 times.
We saw it in November and December 2023. Then there were no consequences for the enemy, did not have any significance.
After those blows,
the base was also improved in terms of anti-aircraft defense, and anti-drone nets were installed around the perimeter of the base. Perimeter of blocks, objects. He didn't take a hit on it in March. It was successful. Then one of the main ones was just destroyed. Elements. This is precisely the pipeline that leads to the embankment in order to carry out the transshipment of land to the sea. Now this blow is already fundamentally there. Another meaning, and we see that the base was burning. Well, it must be said that there are still a number of objects there that, well, Valery, I want to ask you, will be further destroyed.
This is exactly what I wanted to ask you about. The Feodosia terminal is very important for servicing the Russian military and the Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Federation. There is also a similar terminal, if I'm not mistaken, in Sevastopol of the same type, which is also... This day provides for the Russian military and what is left of the Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Federation. That is, I understand that after all, these objects are similar. I have a question about protection. It is clear that there is not enough, and air defense systems today are not sufficiently able to cover these objects. But why do you think this happens? It is clear that it is based on how the chain of strikes on such objects occurs. The chain will only increase. It will continue even based on the capabilities and capacities that Ukraine has today in the middle of the country. I can't protect it. I understand that the entire facility probably won't either. It is probably not always possible to close it, to put several protection systems there either. Well, plus, if we also remember what is happening in the Russian Federation itself, yes, there are a lot of enterprises there. The managers have accepted. The decisions are independently acquired by some from what is possible to acquire today in the issue of air defense, right? Therefore, if we talk about Crimea, what is the situation here?
Here it should be noted that specifically for this base in Feodosia, judging by the analysis of those photographs that were, it is precisely that air defense system, in particular the Pantsir, which was located directly at this base. It caused more harm to the Feodosians because by repelling the attack of Ukrainian drones that were flying directly to this base, she fired salvos at drones, and accordingly some of the missiles fell on a residential area. I think it was called Severny. And as a result, local residents were forced to evict from there on the first day, including, first of all, that Russian missiles hit civilian objects. Therefore, the anti-aircraft defense system is primarily merciless to those who he protects us. It must be said that there is not enough counterintelligence defense to protect all the objects of the Russian Federation. And here it must be said that even
in better times,
air defense was sufficient for 5% of the entire territory of the Russian Federation. Now, when the armed forces of Ukraine, honestly, these systems have been thinned out. A huge part of these systems now, well, the majority are located right on the front line. This covers the occupying forces, which are trying to capture in their unconditional suicidal assaults even more Ukrainian land. And in this way, the rear areas of the Russian Federation are also exposed. And a significant part of the anti-aircraft defense covers Putin's residences. Ukrainian drones only need to pass a narrow line along the front, bypass some important objects that are covered by Russian APO, and most of them The territories of the Russian Federation, including the majority of military facilities that should be subject to destruction, are practically. The Galens are just waiting for the time when these fair funds from Ukraine will arrive for them.
Now, you said about Putin's residences, I want to ask you. This is recent information, an investigation by the Russian edition of the project. This is the official residence of Putin since 1991.
Bocharovi stream in Sochi.
They demolished, more precisely, so that literally, what many people incorrectly quote, literally, as if they say, and quote, they demolished the main building. Yes, the Russian ones, yes, and the media are now even writing about the fact that Vidian Jacobi became afraid to visit this resort after the attacks of Ukrainian drones. I want to ask how much, yes, but Bacharov Ruchi residence is not exactly military. The object, I say, is as it is. But apparently, if you look at Sochi, it is clear that there are certain, let's say, military ones. And so on. That's why it's April 2023 there now. I have now collected some materials for myself. They installed the Panzer S-1 anti-aircraft missile and gun system there. So what about... You are now saying they said this right at Krasnaya Polyana in Sochi, where this secret residence is located. But I will also remind our viewers of the chronology, October 1st, 2023, that is last year. Kur successfully attacked the Russian helicopter parking lot in Sochi. That is, yes, it is clear that there are military facilities. But this demolition of the main building in Putin's residence, do you associate it with the fact that there really could be a risk? Drones that could hit these places?
According to one version, this demolition may be connected with regional reconstruction. With that, to make them more protected, including in the context of these blows. But it must be said that by and large, this may be connected, considering to launder some money and write it off in this agony because it is not known what will happen tomorrow. Therefore, something is being demolished, something is being built. This is all about money. But as you rightly noted, this is not exactly such an object of interest for Ukrainian long-range means, because here, suppose there is the same Novorossiysk terminal in the immediate vicinity, which is a fairly fat target. There is a terminal in the service. There are two of them. Nipples that ask the Russian military economy, providing each, in average, 40% of the income from the sale of oil products, covering these things. Having struck blows, it is possible to completely bleed the Russian economy dry and just deprive those 60% of the income to the Russian budget, so the residences can, let's say, it could be a military target because this is, as they say, the favorite word of those same Russian propagandists, the decision-making center, you could say. Well, costs. This decision-making center, especially with Putin's pathological fear for his life, does not work. Of course, it is sufficiently calculated. And it seems to me that under these conditions, the military forces of Ukraine are better spent on real objects that could deprive the Russian Federation of its military capabilities. Therefore, we will expect an increase in the frequency of such strikes. Next, I don't know where to go because this week, literally every day in the Russian Federation was destroyed, if not several at a time. At least one such large military object, such as fuel bases, weapon storage bases, and airfields.
Recently, although this topic has been discussed for a long time, a report from the Institute for the Study of War, which writes that, and we have already talked about this, but I will simply update the information for our viewers. Ukrainian military strikes on Russian targets could have an even greater impact in the future if Kyiv is given the go-ahead to use Western systems, along with the continued development of Kyiv's own capabilities. Ukraine, by carrying out long-range strikes, what we talked about with you now, that Ukraine is now using its capabilities, its resources to carry out these strikes. Lifting the restrictions could allow Ukrainian forces to use vulnerabilities in the defense of the Russian Federation until Moscow deploys more effective countermeasures. What do you think things are about? What could it be?
It's really Russian now. Air defense, it works at the limit of its capabilities, the same strikes on Crimea. The stench was the result of the destruction of several air defense facilities. In particular, these include here is the Nebo M station, several position areas and radar systems that were just destroyed last Sunday. Air defense system type S-300, S-400, and eventually soften this air defense system of the armed forces. Ukrainian troops were able to achieve this effect. In addition, it must be said that these blows of the Galzabozhnya have already led to the fact that the Russians were forced to withdraw their aviation beyond 300 kilometers. And in this way, here it is precisely the case that Ukraine has already struck. It will go deeper and deeper into the territory of the Russian Federation, including due to objective conditions, with the fact that the Russian Federation itself is expanding this zone by absorbing its means, by means of which it continues to terrorize the Ukrainian population, in particular by launching missile and bomb attacks, including with the same planning beams in Kharkov, Kramatorsk, Zaporozhye, and other Ukrainian cities. And this is not to be chosen. Active strikes, and they are specifically planned in such a way as to have the maximum effect, because not having the ability to destroy military targets, they resort to this very terrorism.
What means can be deployed in these conditions when there is not enough anti-intelligence defense, when the Russians are forced to visit their own aviation?
Already thinking about how to launch missiles and bombs from distant frontiers. In particular, it should be noted that this week was a turning point, including in the fight in the air. And this is connected with the emergence of stories that the Russian Su-34 aircraft was destroyed. Of the aerospace forces, and the Russian propagandists themselves note that this increase is most likely taking place with help. F-16 aircraft, they themselves predict that in the near future, the number of planes falling in the Russian Federation will only increase. The last one comes to mind, of course. Let's say this is an argument that is often mentioned in the Russian Federation, but it seems that this argument is no longer a topic. A document, because the audience that should take it seriously there no longer does, especially against the backdrop of the exercises that begin tomorrow. In NATO, a Steadfast Month is an annual nuclear exercise that is routinely conducted in NATO countries, including as a hint to Russia. Federation, that it is not worth, let's say, doing anything that could lead to the further collapse of Russia.
Thank you very much, Valery. Thank you for participating in our broadcast. You just remembered this fact, which now, yes, well, we are still waiting for, let's say, final confirmation, but I will remind our viewers that there is information that the Ukrainians in 16, those that our guest was talking about right away, having beaten the Russian military Su-34. I am telling you the information that our guest said. We are waiting for the information to be confirmed, and only after that we will also actively discuss this. Valery Ryabik, military man. The expert was with us today. Well, dear friends, we will continue our communication with you a little further. I hope that this is our mutual communication and our information is important to you. More than 200 military facilities. Russia could be hit by Storm Shadow cruise missiles if Ukraine receives such permission from its Western allies. According to the German publication Spiegel, such permission is the central point in the president's parliamentary victory plan. I apologize to the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Ukraine also has missiles that can be launched from a distance of up to 300 kilometers. With their help, the defense forces can strike 50 Russian troops. A new substation tanker has begun transporting oil from Russia, while London is undermining 37 companies for complicity in circumventing Russian oil sanctions. These companies are currently under investigation. The Kremlin's economy is heavily dependent on oil exports, and the authorities are trying to adapt to the new oil realities. Pathologist prices, the continuing decline in the cost of black gold on the world market, call into question whether Russia is able to withstand this blow. Nikita Skoblikov will tell in more detail.
According to statistics, as of May 2024, revenues from oil sales to the Russian budget increased by almost 50% compared to 2023. According to Bloomberg, Moscow is adapting to international sanctions. According to the agency's calculations, total revenues from the oil and gas industry increased by 39%, which is almost 8%. Dolarov. However, adaptation to international sanctions, according to the Russian authorities, is based on their direct violation. Thus, the UK government suspects 37 companies of complicity in circumvention of Russian oil sanctions, the BBC Russian service reports. The head of the anti-corruption organization Global Witness noted that the British Treasury has still not taken measures to circumvent Russian oil sanctions against sanctions violators and called for more decisive action.
If the UK government puts an end to British firms' involvement in Putin's speculation, then I think others will follow. For example, Lewis Wilson, head of oil investigations at the public anti-corruption organization Global Witness, in a commentary for the BBC News publication Russian Service.
In addition to companies helping Russia evade sanctions, Moscow also uses sanctioned tankers. According to Bloomberg, more than 24 such vessels have started transporting Russian oil again since April 2024.
According to the mayor, 21 of the 72 tankers that have been sanctioned by the Foreign Assets Control Department of the US Treasury, the UK Treasury, or the European Union in the last hour have been stuck in public. Difficulties: 24 cargoes of Russian oil since sanctions were imposed in response to Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. From a publication by Bloomberg. The agency writes that from April to June,
only one flight per month, but after successful deliveries, the use of sanctioned tankers has increased. In July, 2 cargoes were transported, and in August and September, 6 each. The Kremlin is actively using Strait of Denmark for their routes. According to Bloomberg, ships of the Shadow Fleet of Russia are increasingly refusing the services of pilots, which significantly increases the risk of oil spills off the coast of the countries. The head of the Midland, Lars Løkke Asmussen, stated that the state is trying to stop the transportation of sanctioned Russian oil fleet through the Baltic Sea.
Denmark will be closed in 2025, and Russia will lose this one of its key oil export channels, and it will really come to the point that Russia will leave in 2025.
The decline in oil prices has become a real problem for Moscow, analysts say. Pessimistic news from China is only making the situation worse. At a briefing on economic development, officials did not outline the large-scale incentives that the oil market had been waiting for, Reuters reports. As a result, the price of Brent crude in London fell by 1.5%. In addition, Saudi Arabia's energy minister Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman warned oil production partners that the price could fall to $50 a barrel if not. Some offenders do not limit their prey.
$50, even $60, well, we're talking about the brand. Accordingly, for Urals, it will be about $55. That's the situation that would be.
Let me remind you that in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, EU countries imposed an embargo on seaborne deliveries of Russian oil to the Union countries and also set a price ceiling at $60 per barrel for Russian oil. The main goal of these measures is to reduce Moscow's income, which allows the authorities to continue the war. The Kremlin has had to redirect its supplies to Asia as a result of Tati Chivo, China and India were offering huge discounts, and the Kremlin was selling fuel at low prices.
Russian folk tales.
Fairy tales.
There is no need to follow the king's crazy orders. Freedom, stop believing in fairy tales.
It is now that we need to act to prevent Russia and its allies to adapt to our capabilities. This was stated by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in his traditional address. The head of the Ukrainian state also announced new meetings with allies, where the strategy will be presented.
Forcing Russia to peace.
Dear Ukrainians, we are now preparing for new negotiations that will take place this week. We will continue to present to our European partners our strategy of forcing Russia to the world. The team of leaders of our partners, who have already been presented with a plan for victory, continue to work on the details. Common steps are needed, and these must be strong steps. There are certain additional steps. You should consider that these are the necessary issues that must be agreed with the partners, but all the necessary potential exists with the partners, and this is absolutely realistic. To consider the positions of our state, to consider the positions of Ukraine is not to be considered. It is necessary for an honest world, and it is now that we must act to prevent Russia and its accomplices from adapting to our capabilities. We see that the alliance between Russia and such regimes is growing. In North Korea, it is no longer just about the transfer of weapons. It is actually about the transfer of people from North Korea to the military forces of the occupier. It is obvious that in such conditions, our relations with partners need to develop. The front needs to develop more support. When we talk about more range for Ukraine and more decisive supply of our forces, this is not just a list of military means. This is about increasing the pressure on the aggressor, which will be for Russia. Are stronger than they can stand, and it's about preventing more war. Real peace can only be achieved through strength, and the next week will be about working with our partners to achieve that strength. The teams will work. There will be work with the leaders too. We very much hope that decisions will not take long to come. Our Ukrainian soldiers, our entire nation have proven that Ukraine is capable. It is possible to achieve even what seemed impossible to someone. We have already changed the course of this war many times, for the better. Ukrainians know how to fight and know how to carve out a future for their state, their people, for all of us. This must be done now. I am proud of our people, and our people deserve sufficient help and a just peace. I want to thank now our combat brigades of the armed forces of Ukraine, which this week they showed themselves in the best possible way. Pokrovsko direction, 38th Separate Marine Brigade, Kurakovsko direction, 79th Airborne Assault Brigade, Framovsko direction, 425th Marine Brigade. 35th Separate Assault Battalion, Pridniprovsky direction, 35th Divisional Brigade of Marines, as well as Orakovsky direction, 65th and 118th Divisional Mechanized Brigades. Thank you all. I would also like to mention our border guards, who together with other defense and security forces of Ukraine worthily defend our state. Luhansk Border Detachment, this is the Revenge Brigade, Soldier Vitaly. Vitaly Boginsky, Junior Sergeant, Alexander Baluyev, Staff Sergeant, Alexander Oleferenko, Captain Vitaly Kobal, Guard Brigade, boys fighting in the Kharkiv region, soldiers Andriy Demidov and Alexander Baluyev. Alexander Borisenko, thank you and all your brothers. Kharkiv Border Detachment, Senior Sergeant Alexander Vasilets and Senior Sergeant Vladislav Kuznechenko. Sumy Border Detachment, Senior Sergeant Vladislav Kuznechenko. Senior Sergeant Nikolai Trakimenko and Major Ihor Kraplish. Thank you. And I will also note all the soldiers of the Dozor Unit, GPSU. Glory to all who are with us, to our peoples. Ukraine.
Thanks to everyone who helps. Glory to Ukraine.
The Russian region is being dragged down by PSA harder. The war expenses are only increasing. Next year, they will make up 40% of the country's budget. The trend of reducing original budgets has been observed since the beginning of 2024. What will the Russians have to sacrifice to continue the war against Ukraine? My colleagues will tell you further.
Speaker of the Federation Council of the Russian Federation Valentina Matvienko called on governors to reject the unprecedented increase in spending on the war against Ukraine next year of more than 13.5 trillion rubles. From large infrastructural projects and Jingi economy, indeed in 2025 it is assumed that the financial support of the regions will be reduced by another 10%. They've already cut it by 9%.
By calling for a delay in the PSA, the Russian leadership is making it clear to regional leaders that they no longer have time for the cannon fodder they have been supplying to the war for almost 3 years. Enough. Moscow will also use the resources that could be used to build roads, schools and hospitals for the war. The Center for Countering Disinformation writes to the press service of the NBU of Ukraine in Telegram.
The Kremlin is in dire need of manpower at the front. According to experts, Moscow wants to recruit at least 225,000 contract soldiers annually for one-time voluntary payments. The Polish budget for the Federation for 2025-2027 included 90 billion rubles. In order to fulfill the Kremlin's order for recruitment of people, the regions were constantly increasing. Thus, in the Rostov region, the reward for signing a contract with the Ministry of Defense has increased from 700,000 to 1.2 million rubles. Together with federal funding, one time, the temporary payment will be 1.7 million rubles. In Moscow, almost 2 million rubles.
With the rate of losses that we have now, of course, we need to do it every day. A month to recruit at least 30,000 soldiers to compensate them. Therefore, actually, these figures are being said that 225,000 new contract soldiers are needed. Not a very easy task, so the payments are constantly growing.
While Putin desperately tries to seize sovereign territory of Ukraine, the economy of the Federation is heading for the abyss, according to the research holding RMI. World food inflation in the summer of 2024 compared to July 2023 increased approximately 5-fold. Thus, since the beginning of 2024, the price has been punished for everything that was. Potatoes have risen by 90%, carrots by 54%, cabbage has risen by half. The inaccessibility of products for part of the population has forced the government to provide the regions with. We have the right to enter into an agreement with businesses to stabilize prices for any goods.
Any regular intervention in pricing distorts market realities and carries risks. Additional pressure on the economy of all participants in the supply chain and unpredictable impact on the production of a specific product. This pressure can be critical and increases the risks of a decline. Decreased interest in the production of individual goods, the emergence of a commodity deficit, growth of the shadow market, or a decrease in the quality of products. Igor Karavayev, chairman of the Presidium of Accord, is quoted by the Moscow Times.
Utility rates in Russia will increase next year. From July 1st, electricity will increase by 12.5%, gas by more than 10%. The payment for communal services will grow by almost 12%.
That's not all. From the new year, tariffs for railway passenger transportation will increase by 11.6%. The law on the budget for 2024 and 2026 provided for indexation next year by 5.7%. Utility tariffs for the people will double. MMI analysts write in Telegram.
There are 6.5 million migrants in 2024, of which just over 3 million are workers. A survey by the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs revealed that the deficit personnel shortages are observed in almost 83% of companies. Almost every fifth enterprise complained about hiring restrictions imposed by regions or a direct ban on regional residents. To accept migrants for work. Yulia Granovska for Freedom TV channel.
happens in this matter as economic shows and what is happening now in the Russian Federation affect Russians. Maxim Blunt, economic commentator, publicist, is with us today. Maxim, I welcome you to our broadcast.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let's talk, and let's really talk. Let's start with that part. Population that fell below the poverty line. The bar is conditional. The minimum income, which the Russian authorities use to assess the level of poverty, is critically detached from reality, according to the overwhelming majority of citizens of the Russian Federation. According to official statistics, the number of poor people in the country is decreasing and is located in different countries. At the historical minimum at the end of the second quarter of 2024, there were only 8.5% of the population compared to 9% in 2022. According to Russian citizens, the real line should be, although it is set at a level almost 3 times higher than 43,000 rubles per month. Such data was shown by the Superjob Pro holding. And in large cities, you need to have an even higher income, for example, 45,000 rubles, if we are talking about Moscow. Well, now I still want to talk, if we are talking about poverty, those who found themselves below the poverty line. Well, in fact, so that later there would be no OBV. And to our address. As I understand it, these figures are actually influenced not only by how much is in Russia, how much the Kremlin plans, and how much it spends on the war against Ukraine. Therefore, the floor is yours. As an economic observer, if we talk about poverty in the Russian Federation, how high is this figure really today?
Look, in Russia, since the beginning of the war, the dissemination has begun, which is accelerating. Those who participate in the war or serve the war, I mean the production of weapons, outfitting, fulfillment of military orders, think, according to the definition of such a government analytical center, one of the steels became the new middle class. They grew and continue to grow. If we are talking about contract soldiers who fight, this is associated with a risk to life. If we are talking about military enterprises, then there is no risk to life. All the other people, I remind you, are not the largest part of the population fighting and fulfilling military orders. All the other people are crying. The purchasing power of the ruble has fallen sharply over the past 2.5 years. Even if you look at the purchasing power of the countries that apply it, if by the summer of this year, to buy a recruit, well, let's say to hire a contract soldier, cost the state about 400,000 rubles. 200 was paid by the federal budget. Another 200 on average by regional budgets. Then from the end of July, after Putin's decree, the federal bar, the rate was raised to 400 rubles. The same decree stated that regions should pay no less, and a race began in the regions, literally. At the beginning of October, on October 7th, to be precise, in the Belgorod region, they are already paying contract soldiers a one-time payment of 3 million rubles for signing a contract. And already more than 10 Russian regions pay more than 1 million. Moscow, 2 million. St. Petersburg is approaching, and this growth has begun. $1.5 million. Well, there you see, yes, how it is purchased. And this concerns not only, well, this is the most typical example of how it is purchased. The ruble's value has fallen. Take any newspaper any day, you will see there. In St. Petersburg, butter has become 70% more expensive. Why butter? Why to Petersburg? Nobody knows, but there is too much money. The budget is being pumped up, and this money is not being received by the entire population. And this sum was smeared, and those who, I say, directly participate either in the war or in its maintenance. The rest pay either with a deficit of talent, or which also happens periodically, yes. The most striking characteristic case was the egg shortage last year, but now too. Periodically in the cities of the Golden Ring, at some point, products disappeared from Pyaterochka stores. This is due to a shortage of labor, and so on and so forth. Therefore, yes. This means that the majority of the population loses from war. This is a medical fact. Despite this, statistics will show you that everything is fine because the person who... In the Belgorod region, for one signature, he receives 5 annual salaries. He distorts these statistics very much. And then, well, relatively speaking, yes. In the Dolgorod region, 3 million for signing a contract. The average salary after tax is 58,000 rubles for the region. Pay him more than 200,000 there. Look, he gets not only 4 or 5 annual salaries at once, then he also gets during the war 3 of their normal salaries, almost 4. And all this is taken into account in the statistics. Therefore, 1 in 10 went to fight.
And in all 10.
Statistically, wages have grown, and they have grown faster than inflation. But 9 out of 10 people, they remained with the same money. Yes, in fact, therefore, yes, the mass of the population feels poor. After all, this survey is super dope. It's not that there are any precise data. This is how Russians feel poverty, where they spend poverty. The poverty line. And this limit is really 3 times higher than official statistics. And the official statistics report that the unprecedentedly low level of poverty in the Russian Federation was simply the devil, not the least. Where it is usually held by Russians.
Had a good time, as I understand it, where it was necessary. I put this word in quotation marks. You know, you spoke now.
Vadim Lanich must show how the people...
You just mentioned these stores.
Yes, here are 5. It's just for our viewers who are in other countries, not in the Russian Federation, and there are quite a lot of them. This is quite a network that is popular, yes, and the name itself, as far as I know now, I just became interested when you were talking about why this particular network, you remembered a chain of stores there. The name where this Piotorochka came from is the 5 basic needs of the client. To satisfy the 5 basic needs of the client, this network was launched back in 1999, and just the guaranteed quality of the goods. Low prices and the availability of the main products of the question are the first 3 such kits, 3 bases on which exactly, and let's say it is 6 networks. It worked and was created, and now you say that some goods are simply not available in some regions. Thank you for saying this. I think this is also really indicative for many of our viewers today. And I also want to ask you, if we are talking about the issue of those regions where the situation is the most difficult today, I will see that Ingushetia is in first place. Is that true? Well, if we proceed from that, a phone that is publicly available?
Well, again, it all depends on whether the most difficult, the poorest region in Russia is the region where the former Minister of Defense was born. A hero is a TVA. There is no poorer region in Russia. As for the Caucasian republics, they really go to fight there. Quite, just like on TV, just like in Buryat. Buryat is also a poor region. In fact, where there is no oil and gas or any earth metals there. Central Russia, in the Voronezh and Belgorod regions, are not the richest regions, especially this year in the rural agrarian regions, which earned very well in 22-21.
Harvest in...
It didn't work out this year. First it froze, then there was a drought, then it rained in Siberia. It was impossible to harvest. They are also suffering. Plus, they are all suffering. All these regions are suffering from a shortage of labor, especially those regions that are poor. After all, look what is happening due to the fact that the population pays this inflation tax. Life is becoming more expensive much faster than wages are growing. Your wages are also prohibited in the real sector. Dobu, military and industrial complex of Rostuktu, not Temitempam. For the protection of what the loans have been. It's impossible, dear ones, it's breaking down. This really pushes people to war. What else can you do? Well, go to war. But your family will immediately get 5 years savings. You will die there in this war. Well, the family will not remain hungry for long. Therefore, those are the regions where there are no military enterprises. Regions without oil and gas. All these regions found themselves in a much more unpleasant situation than other rivers there, and there the situation is exactly the same. And there, by the way, the most people die, that is, they go to war. Yes, and here are these people, they die there. If you look at where the fate of those who died in the war is the greatest, then these are exactly the same poor regions.
That's the most interesting thing here. I'm right. Thank you. How are you? You know, in unison and helping me, because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. I just found such an aspect. This information is at the end of September this year, exactly where here our viewers pay attention to where in Russia they spent the most on monuments to those killed in the war against Ukraine. First place is the Transbaikal territory. 42 million rubles were spent, and in second place was the Republic of Tiva. In third place was the Yamalo-Nenets Autonomous District, and so on. Tiva, which is really the one you always said about. Duje often topped the list in rating. Poorest regions of Russia, and beyond Baikal, it is in the top 10. This is exactly for our viewers. Here, as I understand it, what you're talking about now, it's just a regularity. The largest number of those who were killed, died, who fought against the coronavirus. That is why there is such a large number of monuments. That is why it is necessary to allocate such a large amount of money. Or it's different here after all.
Is there a pattern?
No, but exactly the same logic works. They're behind Baikal. They are near, they're with TV, behind Baikal. Buryati, I think Buryati also has to appear on this list. Altai Krai, well, these are poor regions where the poorest people in the Russian Federation live. Those who, on average, in Russia, they are considered poor. These are the majority there. Well, actually, they go for money. They are squeezed out, actually, by the government for war.
There and on TV, I watch a memorial complex, a park of heroes, participants of the SVO built. What else? Any plans anyway? We have memorials to the dead. That is today, just these regions that we are talking to you today. To you, I am addressing the audience. Today, we named them. Maxim and I, well, I am often like this. This is also a regularity, where after all, there are a lot of those who find themselves out of hellish poverty. It arises and emerges because it does not go anywhere. But after all, the term is social. In your opinion, there are options in the Russian Federation. The fact that this regularity may not just pay off in someone's mind, but still grow into something more?
So far, I don't think it will grow into anything more because there are several factors. First of all, the population. Russia is quite old with war. It becomes even older. War of those people who were capable of something, it very quickly. People who were capable of some kind of social protest either fled from mobilization back in 22, and many are still running. Some in Russia, some in Georgia, some somewhere else. They either went to war, and there, in fact, they either died or ceased to exist. In this regard, in Russia, in terms of protest, the potential for protest, the situation is much worse. Plus political repressions. You don't have to forget about them because now stick out your head and you'll be left with it right away. That's why nevertheless. What winter showed, here is the last previous one. When people stopped heating their homes on Christmas, they were left without electricity, without hot water. Flooding on January 7th. This caused some social unrest, but again, it was all aimed at the local authorities. No one spoke out against Putin. On the contrary, they write to him. There are women's mourning. Then there was a flood, the same thing. Local people scolded, but there were no federal ones. There were no such political demands. Nobody said, let's stop the war. Let's get our construction equipment back from the occupied areas because we have nothing to repair the dams with. And that's exactly what happened. All the construction equipment went there to the occupied territory. As a result, in Russia, catastrophic innovation has occurred beyond the Urals. Well, here actually is the direct investigation of the world. The same applies to defrosted houses all over Russia. This year there will be a repeat. If there will be frost, and they usually happen in winter, then Russians will again sit without heat and peace, with their feet in a blanket by candles.
Maxim, thank you very much. We will definitely see each other. Maxim Blunt, economic observer and publicist. Today we were in touch. We discussed this topic. Well, dear friends, today I say thank you. Thank you always for your trust. Our relations with you, I really hope, are mutual. Unite, always be with us. Information Marathon on the Freedom TV channel. All our resources of the same name. Telegram channel, YouTube channel. Please join, be with us, comment, please like, if there is such a need. Well, and might traditionally click on the bell on our YouTube to be the first to see our updated materials. Always yours, Leila Mamedova. As much as possible, good night. Take care of yourself and your friends.
Thank you, loved ones.
You don't know the fate of a relative or friend who went to fight against Ukraine? The I Want to Find project is ready to provide official information about the Russian military personnel being held captive. And also about the missing and the dead. Ukraine has launched a single center for searching for missing persons for the families of Russian servicemen. To get all the necessary information, should contact the chatbot I Want to Find in Telegram and leave a request for a search. In addition to the bot, Russians can visit the project website I Want to Find